What about fishing, bro? Amish, what about fishing, bro? Is that a thing that's gonna go away or something?
Yeah, you can go fishing until more chemicals get dumped into the major, waterways.
Hey, Amish, do you think men can damage the oceans?
They
I
already
think
are.
temporarily. I think it'll
Temporarily,
heal
right?
itself. I think the world heals itself, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't go through stress.
Yeah. The oceans are pretty huge. Pretty huge. How much stuff you gotta throw at it to say, "Hey, we broke it"?
Well, hold on. When a coral reef dies, is it able to come back to life? I'm not sure it can.
Yeah, it does.
It does?
Yeah. So you know the Great Barrier Reef in Australia?
Yeah.
That's bigger than it ever has been before. Scientists really don't understand coral. I was speaking to a couple of guys the other day. When it goes white, it still has the vast opportunity to come back to life. It's technically not even dead. So when they were telling us that, watch out for global warming, even the Great Barrier Reef in Australia was shrinking and dying. It's growing in size and it's more vibrant than it ever has been. It's quite interesting to know.
Yeah, the ocean is a medium that it's for life to thrive,
Mm.
as what you can observe when you look into the ocean. Life is thriving in it.
Yeah, I saw a documentary that said the opposite. I'm trying to remember the name of it. I'm looking for it right now. So I don't know. I don't know. It's the truth, really. Oh yeah, Chasing Coral. Have you seen that? It's a really beautiful documentary, but a little bit sad.
Let's check that one. You say racing coral, you said, or something?
No, Chasing. Here, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Chasing. Oh, chasing.
Yeah, Chasing.
We look at that one.
Yeah, here. I mean, I hope it keeps growing and comes back to life.
Yeah, I posted the Australian news article that came out about a year ago about the record growths of Australian coral. Yeah, Australian coral. So even by their own standards, it's the Great Barrier Reef is getting bigger.
Mm.
I'm seeing more mainstream social media accounts that are talking about the Eclipse path going over all these towns in America with biblical names.
Yeah, Salem, I think.
Yes, Salem was passed over in 2017 with the first eclipse. I think about 7 towns or cities called Salem. The one that's going over at the moment in a couple of days. It's going over places like Rapture, Nineveh, Memphis.
The crossing.
Come.
Oh, sorry, Jedi. I didn't mean to interrupt. The crossover point is the region is called Little Egypt in southern Illinois.
That's it. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, and there happens to be caves where tablets were recovered that had Paleo-Hebrew inscriptions.
Oh wow, really? Paleo-Hebrew?
Oh, there's a whole lot. That's why it's called that.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
In 2017. Oh, go ahead. My bad, Amish. Go ahead.
No, yeah, just saying. I think it was all part of the Cahokia Union of Indians.
Wow.
The mound builder.
Do you know what the tablet said?
No, But there's a whole lot more regarding that. This very strange Hebrew and Native American tribe connection. And I'm not a Mormon, and this doesn't come from any Mormonism at all.
I know some people might be thinking that something's going to be actually happening on April the 8th. If we're going to look at biblical references to this, this is a 40-day warning. From the first eclipse that happened in 2017, 41 days later was the Jewish feast day of the Day of Atonement, which is basically judgment. If we look at other Bible references, as in the sign of Jonah for Nineveh, that was given 40 days. If we look at many other stories within the Bible to give a 40-day warning, and on day 41, judgment comes. If we go 40 days forward from the day of this eclipse, I think we end up somewhere in May. Now, some people might say that because of the Jewish calendar, and our Gregorian one is completely screwed, but this will be the first day of Pentecost. So if you're thinking that something might happen on April the 8th, it's possibly not going to. It might be a 40-day warning. You know, you have your 40 days of repentance and stuff before God decides whether he's going to judge you or not. And on day 41, then all judgment comes. So just be warned. Something may not actually happen on April the 8th, apart from the cicadas bursting out of the floor. But from a biblical reference, you might have a 40-day warning.
Yeah, and you know, something may also never happen at all whatsoever after this, but it is still a sign, and there still may be something coming.
Yeah, exactly that.
Even after 40 days, maybe this isn't the one, but this is preparing for what's coming. And I'm still on the fence regarding preterism. You know, are we on the backside of Judgment Day or not? But I didn't mean to take this all biblical and stuff, but to wrap it up, there may be an Antichrist coming if we're on the front side of Judgment Day. And tradition in Scripture says that the Antichrist will come from the tribe of Dan, will be a son of Jacob. Mother will be Jewish and will be presented to the world as a Messiah, and he'll even do miracles like raising the dead.
Crazy times, people. Hey, look, if you want to hedge your bets, I'd repent if I was you.
Yeah, I mean, situations like this may not bear the end of days like we think, but may serve another purpose, and that's to turn more people towards the true way, to continue separating the wheat from the tares. I mean, but I'd be remiss to think that there isn't anything weird going on this time. Like these times, the past, I don't know, 10 years have been absolutely freaking crazy by any historical contextual standard. Even within the greater arc of our technological progression within the past 100 years, things are totally screwed up.
If you look, there's a there's a lot of scientifically minded people in here. Have you guys heard of the idea of the poles are shifting? The magnetic north and south poles are shifting?
Yeah, and I know it's in the geological record that such events have occurred.
Yeah. Did you know?
I shifting or is it the ground shifting? What do you think? Is it when they say that? Is it the sky doing that or the ground?
Well, what happens?
I think it's the ground.
What happens, I'm pretty sure, is that because the Earth's magnetic field strength weakens over time. It's a natural thing that happens. And as it weakens, the North and South Pole, they attract each other. And so when they attract each other, they meet and then they repulse and then they go back to the... something like that.
I have something to say about that you guys might find interesting or not. Do you think that people that use navigation with the compass, that the compass that points to north would be harder to navigate with if it's
Yeah,
always moving.
They actually had to recalibrate a bunch of ships like a couple of years ago because it was moving so fast. They had to, like, these ships had to like sit still, like cargo ships. If you guys check the side chat, I can't screen share because my main account, I can't join voice chats on it because I disabled phone number, whatever. But if you look in the side chat, there was a study done by the U.S. Air Force, and it says a cataclysmic polarity shift. Is U.S. national security prepared for the next geomagnetic pole reversal? And in it, they state that the Earth's the poles of the Earth are flipping at a rate like 10 times faster than what was expected. And the study was done in 2015. And that there's like lots of evidence that the poles are flipping, and it's happening right now, and it's happening way faster than what people they thought it was.
That's interesting. So
There's like undeniable proof. I'm not gonna lie. Like in the paper, it literally says the poles could flip within our lifetime. And if that happens, there's lots of people think lots of different things will happen. But if it happens, like 2 mile high, like tsunamis will go over the Earth and like crazy shit.
it's like biblical proportions, huh?
Yeah. I think it's the event that they're waiting for. They're planning for. I think it's going to happen in 2029.
You mean 2012?
No, 2029. That's when I think it's going to.
Oh, I thought you said like in 2012, like, you know, that event that they thought was going to happen, the Mayan calendar and all that.
Nah.
Wouldn't it be funny if all of our maps were upside down?
Crazy. No, what will happen is that the new North Pole will be in like India, and like it's crazy.
Well, they've already been showing us 2 South Poles, one that's fixed and one that wanders around the Indian Ocean.
The fight.
You can do different kinds of projections and put those poles on opposite ends of a map.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. I was thinking about this. How does circumnavigation work when things are shifting like this? Well,
they just recalibrate.
But they're still moving,
I'd like to know what they recalibrate to.
They recalibrate to where the North Pole is moving to. And then they work based off of that, and then blah, blah, blah.
So, I mean, there are other problems besides magnetic declination. You've got like the equation of time reveals solar path variance throughout the year and maybe throughout larger cycles. Like you have every February and every November, the sun rises 15 minutes later or earlier than expected. And when you're translating that into miles, you're potentially going to be way off in your navigation. Things are not as set in stone as I think modern technology committed people are in modern society.
Bingo.
They think that we have shit figured out. They think everything is locked in, that we have such precise ways of performing measurements and calibration that we have everything totally, absolutely measured out, and it's not true.
If that was the case, we wouldn't need to recalibrate, huh?
Yeah, if this is the case, we'd have better globe evidence than what they can possibly provide. You know how in like buoyancy and density, like relative density equations, how in modern equations after Newton, I guess, where they started to put little g in them, how g on both sides of the equation cancels out because the downward vectors appears on both the object and the medium that the object is. So just as you got a canceling out of g on both sides of the equation there, I was reading how GPS satellite systems, they're starting to cancel out special and general relativity from the clock corrections because they figured out a way to net them out. They explain it by saying that the speed of the satellite, the velocity of the satellite relative to the Earth, and the Earth's deformations of the gravitic field due to the hydrostatic, I guess, expansion of Earth, like an accretion disk at the poles, where you've got a higher concentration of mass at the equator. We've got a higher concentration of mass at the equator. You have general relativity, and you have special relativity from the satellite canceling its effects out, which means you don't need to take relativity into account for GPS timing equations. So they introduce all this complexity and then cancel it out everywhere. And then they delude themselves into thinking it was necessary to put in the first place because they believe in the globe. And this kind of thing happens across so many disciplines. When you begin looking into it, it'll make your head freaking spin.
But it all works out in the end, huh?
Yeah, like in celestial navigation. They've got a process that works while still believing on the ball, but they've got all these unnecessary freaking steps that they can get rid of too, if they're going to be honest. They can get rid of all these unnecessary drawings where they're showing the simultaneous celestial sphere and a globe, and it doesn't make any sense at all because it's stupid. But when they show drawings like that merge the two cosmologies together, they're basically claiming that there's an equivalence between the two. So you can't have somebody claim that celestial navigation only works on a globe when their own manuals and documentation are presenting equivalence to the celestial sphere model over a flat plane. So again and again, relative density, you've got relativity, and you've got navigation. You've got all these things where they introduce complexity to reify the globe, and then they use mathematical tricks to erase all the complexities of the globe out of their procedures and methods so that they can actually use what's there in the first instance, and that is a flat Earth.
I'm gonna watch those videos that Jedi put in the chat. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yep, I'm gonna head into work here soon. I'll be doing the same. Listen only mode again. All right, folks, gotta go. Jesus loves you. The earth is flat. Call your mom.
Call your mum.
Bye. Have a good day.
Later, Amish. Have a
Take
good one, bro. Let me call my mom. Bye, guys.
I guess it started when you were with him. And how he never even took you out to dance. But did he fuck with any of it all? And now he's playing with your head. But did he ever make you come? And did he ever make you cry? Do the wires in your mind get sewn together? Rubbed and severed by the heat. You don't know how long I can stare into your picture. I wish that it was me. I guess it's different because you love him. But I've got an interactive, sick and twisted imagination. That's gotta count for something.
You want to talk about sex with
Don't standing in your doorstep, licking sweat off of your forehead, with your finger in my mouth, and the sound when leather jackets hit the ground. You should hear when you're not around, when it's just us horny poets who can't wait to write it down. Swear we were only being honest. Do you like these little sonnets? Cause I wrote them just for you. And how quickly they turn sour, so be careful who you screw.
Boom, boom. Hello? Is there anybody out there? I guess not.
Hello.
Hello, B4C on. Oh, bacon.
You got it. What's up?
How do you, sir?
Hmm?
How do you do, sir?
I'm doing alright.
That's good, dude. You've got a little bit of an accent there. May I guess where you may be from?
Sure.
I think you sound maybe South American. Is that correct? Am I in the right vicinity?
That is correct. Yeah.
So you don't sound like you're a Spanish speaker. So I would have to go with Brazilian.
Yeah.
Oh, nice, dude. Yeah, you've got that Portuguese accent.
Yeah. I guess it'll be more of a Brazilian accent. Not
Yeah.
because
Agreed.
At least when I hear people from Portugal speaking English, they sound a little more like Slavic or something.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, you're right. You're right. So what brings you to this wonderful server?
Well, the other flat Earth debate servers are a bit dead right now, so I'm giving this one a try.
Oh, okay. So the other ones would be 24/7. I'm a member of that one.
Yeah, no, I'm
there's
banned
no
from
one
that one.
there. You're banned. Wow. How come?
I'm not sure why I was banned the last time. I think I was texting in the wrong VC, and then they banned me. Oh yeah, I
Oh,
was texting in the VC where you're only supposed to text. Sorry, I was texting on the text channel that
yeah.
people use when they're on the main VC, but I wasn't in the main VC. And then I got banned.
Really? And that's part of their server guidelines?
I'm not so sure because I tried to talk with the guy that banned me, and then he also blocked me. So, no.
Oh, damn.
He told he had warned me, but what he actually said was, "What are you doing here?" And I was supposed to understand that he meant I was typing the wrong text chat. Of course, that wasn't what I understood from him, so I kept typing, and suddenly I was banned.
Oh, damn. Yeah, that does seem harsh, man. Like, that does seem like a flimsy excuse for being banned, but yeah.
It definitely was because I was debating the exact guy that banned me. He was one of the moderators
Oh,
there, and I was
yeah.
arguing against something he posted.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
he posted like a sort of a meme or something that says the stars are like fixed in the sky, so they're always in the same position.
Yeah.
Relative to each other. But there is a book called the Nautical Almanac that describes the positions of stars for centuries, and it gives you a high accuracy value for their position in the sky. So if you check that book, you get different positions over time. I pointed that out that they can't be in fixed positions because this book updates them every now and then. That was sort of the argument we were having.
Yeah, the Nautical Almanac, I think it dates from the 1700s, I think. And yeah, I would agree with you that it does list celestial objects in different positions. So yeah, I absolutely agree with what you're saying. Absolutely.
Right.
Well, yeah. Well, it's a shame that you were banned for such a minor. I don't think it's even an egregious as such. It just seems like I've had a good experience on that server. I mean, when I first got there, I was met with a little bit of a
hostility.
Sorry?
Hostility?
Yeah. But not by all of them, but by one guy in particular. And but yeah, we sort of. I'm pretty amicable, and I don't really like confrontation and animosity. So and it ended well. Let's just say that. Let's just say that.
Oh, nice.
Not
everybody can handle it like that. Yeah.
So sorry, what was that?
I said not everybody can handle it like that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I grew up with a lot of women around me, many sisters, so I had to navigate emotions, and I learned how to disarm a lot of arguments. And yeah, like obviously growing up with women, you can't really get physical, so you have to learn how to verbally disarm any arguments or egregious you may have with one another, and I think that's helped me. But yeah, like I just don't like that kind of exchange. I'd rather come to an agreement or a disagreement, but without like calling each other names or ridiculing each other, which it happens a lot on these servers. But everyone's anonymous, so everyone acts differently online. They wouldn't really act that way in person, but yeah, it's part of the internet, I suppose. Yeah.
Sure, you've seen those videos where you have two dogs barking at each other. They're like separated by a gate, and then someone goes and opens the gate, and then they do nothing.
Yeah, I've seen them. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely. So yeah, a lot of people put up a front, and like I said, especially being online, like a lot of people act tough because maybe they don't get the opportunity to do so in real life, but when it comes to an exchange, face to face, they're actually a lot more reasonable. And that's the thing that I think that's the way it should be, even online. But yeah, we deal with the cards that we're handed, and it is what it is. And furthermore, like there's an audience listening, so if you are attempting to put a point across to an audience, it's better to do so in an amicable way. Like you'll always win points with an audience, even if you're wrong, but you're cordial. Yeah, I think you'll get further with an audience.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I found a lot of people here, they just detest being wrong. Like it's just like something they want to avoid at all costs, and it's just like, it's natural to be wrong. You're not always right.
I think when you get into a discussion where the discussion sounds like a fight, then people's ego is on the table. And once
Yep.
people's ego are on the table, that changes how they act. Like if you're having a very friendly discussion, where we're obviously not fighting, we're just talking about something, then it's much easier for me to agree with you that I think I got it wrong. If we're fighting and I'm trying to show everyone you're stupid and you're trying to show everyone I'm stupid, and I'll never want to agree that I got something wrong because that would be humiliating or something. I think that's sort of situation people get in when these discussions get heated up, and that's why they don't want to concede to any point.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more, dude. Once you involve your ego in a discussion, that's it. Like it's bound to get aggressive, and you'll do anything to save the audience's perception of you, and that's when you get emotional instead of sticking to the facts or sticking to what you know. So yeah, it's a lose-lose for everyone involved, and it's just hard to hear, man. I couldn't agree with you more, dude.
Right. Well, let me change the subject just a little bit.
Yeah,
you
for it, dude.
quickly noticed I was Brazilian based on my accent.
Yeah,
I'm wondering if my accent is that strong.
it is. I've heard stronger. It's based on the fact that I have Brazilian friends. So it's not like a thick accent, but how you pronounce certain vowels, to me, that's how I picked up on it. But yeah, it's not like super strong. I've heard much stronger. Yeah.
All right, that's good to know, I guess.
Yeah. Like you're very articulate as well, so that's a good thing. It seems like you have a good grasp of the English language, so yeah, it's definitely a good thing for you, dude.
Well, I mean, I've been practicing because all these discussions.
So you think that you've learned a lot of English alliteration skills within the argument? Has that helped you? Has it?
What skills you said?
So like grammar, for example, have you learned how to structure sentences properly, and or just in general how to pronounce terms or how to articulate yourself because of this conversation?
Well, it definitely helped me to articulate myself. I'm not sure about grammar though. But like I studied English before getting here, so I mean I knew how to speak the language.
Yeah.
But I would pronounce things much more poorly before, and I would have a harder time structuring some sentences. Like there, some things I wanted to say, I didn't have a good idea on how to say that. So I'll try to work with what I had, and I would say weird stuff all the time because of that. And I felt like that was happening less and less frequently. So,
Hell yeah, dude. That's good to hear, man. Absolutely. And it also helps you like in like just conversational English, how to just have a conversation with someone that's a natural English speaker, right? Like I'm sure it did that for you as well, right?
yeah. The only issue with learning English with debating flat Earth or this sorts of topics is that you're only expanding your vocabulary on these subjects. So, for example, whenever we get into a subject that is more like something related to our daily lives or something like that, I quickly get myself in a position where I need words that I simply don't have them in, like, don't know how to say them. Like, say you went to the mall and you want to tell something that happened there. It's very likely you're going to use like 3 or 4 words. I have no clue what they mean. They never come up
Oh, I
with this.
see. Yeah.
So
Yeah, these arguments more about like technical terms, right? It's not really like your everyday conversation about what you did during the day, right?
exactly. Actually, I got some people frustrated because during the discussion, sometimes they want to make up an analogy, and when they want to make up an analogy, they pick objects of our daily lives, and sometimes they pick something that is just. Let me give you an example. I already forgot the word. Let me just use Google Translator here. A broom, for example. You're gonna talk about something you're doing with a broom. I don't know what I
Yeah.
didn't know what a broom was, and I was like, okay, what does that mean? And people started to get frustrated because they were using words that supposedly everybody knows. And we were
Yeah.
debating how the path of light gets affected by the index of refraction, and I didn't have any problems with any of those words. And then when they say the word broom, I get lost, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that happening, dude. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, dude. Well, I'm having no problem communicating with you at the moment. So yeah, it's definitely. I commend you on your. How many languages do you speak? Is it just English and Portuguese, or do you have a third language?
Uh, I would only say I speak those two, but I mean, if there's a Spanish speaker, I can usually understand what they say. But that's
Yeah, yeah.
most, even the similarity between Spanish and Portuguese. Not that I've studied Spanish that much. I mean, I did study it because we have on schools. But that's like middle school, so you don't go in depth in Spanish or anything. So, and also it would depend from where the speaker is coming from. Like someone from Paraguay, they struggle a lot more understanding what they say compared to say a Mexican. Like a Mexican's very plain easy Spanish.
Yep, yeah.
I wouldn't be able to
Absolutely,
speak. Like
dude.
if I try to speak, I'll just get every 3 words. One would be wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I speak Spanish. And yeah, I do find there are a lot of similarities between Spanish, Portuguese, and even Italian as well. So I can understand if somebody speaks like relatively slowly. I have an idea of what they're trying to say. There may be like a few words that I don't understand, but overall I know what they're where the conversation is going.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even though I see some similarities with Italian, I don't think I'll be able to do that with Italian. Like when I hear Italian, I might notice, okay, oh, I know what that word means, or that word probably is X or Y. But I can't make sense out of sentence in Italian.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah.
It's not as close as Spanish. Spanish is just like a twin of Portuguese.
Yeah.
It's
Pretty much. Yeah. Absolutely. I agree.
okay. So I mean, you say you speak Spanish. Is that your native language or
No, no. English is.
okay? We'll learn it later.
Yeah. 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 Well, my parents are from Spain, so it was
Okay.
sort of spoken at home a lot. But growing up in the States, yeah, it was. Even though I've also lived in New Zealand for a number of years, but, yeah, so English has been my first language for sure.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, dude. I'm sort of avoiding the whole "what's your cosmology" question because I honestly I can't be bothered to get into that topic at the moment. But
That's fine.
yeah,
That's
I'm
the wrong
guessing.
it's the wrong voice channel then. But go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. But at the moment, it's pretty chill. There aren't that many people in here, so honestly, it's like it doesn't. Don't you find that it takes a lot of energy to debate that topic with people? Like to me, it does. Like it's just like so draining, dude.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. I think it's more about not the topic itself. I think it's how how strongly and deeply connected to this topic people get both sides, because from like mainstream perspective, flat Earth is just something so stupid. No one should bother even giving it attention. So if you face, if you're coming from the mainstream side, you face a flat earther, you better quickly dismantle their argument. So if you don't, now you start feeling stupid, and I don't know. I think it's just too disruptive of an idea that just makes the debate so much more intense.
Absolutely. People inject their passion and their egos into it, so it makes it intense, and you feel like you have to rebut everyone's point. And like you said, if you don't do it well, and you don't do it quickly, then you feel like you said, you feel stupid. So
Yeah, like
I
this
agree,
should
man.
be easy. Why am I struggling?
Yeah, you're just like, what? These guys are idiots. Surely, a few sentences should end the argument. But you find that it's not that case. It's not that simple. And I believe that both sides have decent arguments, decent retorts to each other's points. So it sort of makes it an ongoing discussion. It's hard to just like end it with a few simple statements.
Right.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's because like it's evolved into like or people's arguments have developed into intricate statements or hard to answer questions. I don't know if that's the fact, or
I
yes,
think
it's
that's
sort of
probably.
hard. Yeah.
I've seen the argument evolving. Like when I got here, wasn't that long ago. Like there are people in this arena for like 8 and 10 years. I think that's my third year debating this topic, and the arguments I hear now are not the same ones I used to hear 3 years ago. 3 years ago, I heard some arguments that were gradually being like thrown away because or evolved into more sophisticated arguments. So even if one side comes up with an argument that is not that great, the other side is going to point out the flaws, and it's not
Yep.
going to immediately change. But if they keep doing that, and the argument is going to be phrased in more and more a way that is harder and harder to be responded, like it's like each side is giving the other side a selective pressure for better and better arguments, and they slowly evolve over the years this topic has been debated. So if someone just gets in the conversation today, it's going to face arguments that are being refined for 10 years. So it won't be an easy task to debate them.
Yeah, absolutely, dude. Agree. And that's been my experience, because I've only been in this for 6-7 months or so. There are a lot of topics that come up that I just stay out of them, because I honestly don't have any idea, and I'm not just gonna involve myself in something I have no clue about, because I respect both sides, and I don't exactly have the time to look into a lot of these arguments. So I just stick to what I know, and anything else, slowly, perhaps I'll gain some understanding. But yeah, it's just a lot of it's just like, what the hell are these guys talking about? No idea.
Yeah, I think that's a fair approach.
Anyway, dude, it's been a. Go ahead.
You would say goodbye, because I would say goodbye as well. It's I have
I gotta get ready for work too, dude. So yeah, it's been a pleasure, man, and have a good day.
Oh, likewise. Bye.
Thanks. See you, dude.
Earth is a globe. And Into the Break believes Earth is a globe. Don't you Into the Break? Okay.
Mm.
Very quiet today. Very quiet. Jesus. What's going on? Is it ending? What's going on? What's up? What's up?
Ah.
Hello.
Well, very quiet today. Very quiet.
Well, let's change that.
Huh. Just someone wants to talk. What's up? What are you doing?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I am working.
What do you do?
I am a software developer. I'm not developing any software right now. I'm analyzing some data, trying to figure out why things aren't matching the way they were supposed to. I'm basically trying to find what is the mistake that other people did in their software.
Gotcha.
Oh, are you the surveyor? I think I talked to you. Say you were a surveyor. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not licensed yet, but yes.
Or you're in the process of getting licensed?
I'm not eligible to take the test yet.
All right. Do you own a theodolite?
Do I own it? No.
You have
Do I use
access to
one?
one?
Yes.
Right. Is it possible that you might take some star sites for me?
Star sites?
Yes.
Uh, I doubt it.
Or maybe a sun site? Or moon site?
Exactly what you want to do, because in order for you to use that information validly, you would have to know my location.
Well, if you give me 2 of them, I'll know your location.
Oh. Why is the Earth? How can you prove the Earth is flat? That's what I want to know.
Well, you investigate the shape of the Earth, and what comes out of that, it's what comes out of that.
I've done investigation, and my investigations have led me to believe the Earth is round. And I'm curious why someone would think the Earth is flat. Like, what evidence they have to suggest the Earth is flat?
Oh, is it okay if I ask you about your investigation?
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, what was it? What did you
Investigation was I went on Google, and I Googled why the Earth is round, and I looked at all the information, and I determined that it's correct. And now I'm trying to seek out. I'm trying to seek out information that would suggest the Earth is round.
What kind of information?
Or sorry, flat. Sorry, I'm trying to seek out information that's just flat information. I feel like my question is more important because the fact that the suggestion the Earth is round is the popular opinion. So I feel like it's not really my responsibility to sit here and defend the popular opinion. I feel like you should probably defend if that is your opinion, why the Earth is flat, like why that is a fact, I guess, you know?
Hey man, I'm with you. I measured it. It's round.
I think it's still a fair thing to do to challenge what led
Right,
you
but
to that
what I'm saying to you, right, is my information is the publicly available information. Like anyone can go and look at it. Anyone has access to it. It's been debated against for years. It's been debated on for years, talked about for years, run through studies and research, test groups, all this shit, like talked about in the scientific community for like millennia, since you and I have been born, for sure. And I think what is more important for this discussion is getting into why people who believe in flat Earth, why they think the Earth is flat, what evidence do they have to support that theory? Like people
Right.
always ask me when I come, I've
Let me
asked flat
answer.
earthers, and all right.
Right. So you're right. That's publicly available information. We actually, most of us here, we've looked into this, the same things you've looked into, and at the same time, we didn't all reach the same conclusion. So it's not that we are looking to different information. It's that the conclusion we're drawing from them differs, and then we have to figure out why. So that's why I was asking about what led you to that conclusion, because that same
Fair enough.
information you found.
I will say, like, I haven't really like I can't point at one thing and be like, this is the information that points me to believe that the Earth is round. I just kind of look at the suggestions that science is putting out, and I believe what they say, essentially.
Right.
I
Well,
have no
in
reason
that
to
case,
doubt it. I should say I have no reason to doubt it. Where like I don't have any reason to believe in flat Earth. Like there's no good suggestion to like to say that the Earth is flat, in my opinion.
if the reason why you saw this information and you don't doubt the scientists that are telling you that information, and that's how you get to your conclusion, then there's not much to debate, because like we can argue against your trust in what they're saying. What we can argue
Well,
is
I'm just asking for like what would be compelling information to convince like that you could say would be like, oh, the Earth is flat. Like this isn't about like an argument or anything or a debate. Like this is me asking you why you believe the Earth is flat. This has nothing to do with what I believe. This has nothing to do with what science believes. This is what you believe, and I'm asking what you believe.
right.
Can I ask you a question, sir? The guy asking about why we think the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
What if you could go out to a beach and see something like a landmark over 10 miles away that should be hidden by Earth curvature, but you can see it? Would that be compelling to you?
Hold on. Let me look this up.
At 10 miles, you got approximately a 66-foot drop in elevation. So if you see a lighthouse, it's like 150 feet high, something like that. See the bottom of the
I think the curvature of the Earth like takes effects over a longer like distance than just like however many miles. Like you know what I mean? Like if you're looking on the Earth, there's no obstructions or anything. Like typically, yeah, the Earth curves, but it's like to the effect of it, you're not gonna see like the fucking Earth like drop off because of the curvature. Like from our perspective on the Earth, it's all relatively flat.
Really? You sure about that? Do you know what the curvature rate is that they tell us?
No.
It's 8 inches per mile squared. So at 10 miles, you're looking at a 66-foot drop in elevation. That's like a 6-story building, correct?
Yeah.
That's just not true, though. It's not 8 inches per mile squared.
I said it's not true. Give me the one that's true then. The claimed radius is 3959 miles. Is that correct? Hello? Who said that isn't true? What is the claimed radius of the ball Earth? Sir?
He's been muted.
That's for Apple. That he said that he looked stuff up. So did you look up the radius or not?
The radius, like how how large the Earth is. You want to look at how large the Earth is?
Well, you said you did this already. So why don't you know it?
I did this like years ago. First of all, let me say like I don't have a journal like a binder in front of me. I don't have like my notes or anything like in front of my face where you can just like cite me.
In front of you. Do you know the radius?
The Earth? No, I can look it up though. Like I can just be like, what's the radius of the Earth? It's 6,371 kilometers. I don't see. I find it very like I find it very infantilizing that you're gonna ask me this shit. You could just look it up too. Like you could just Google it too. Like you know what it is. You could just say it.
What do you think that the claim size of the ball that you're living on isn't that an important fact? The size that they claim.
Listen, buddy. Listen. I just came here to ask
Well,
one
you're asking us why we think what we think. I'm trying to tell you. We went out and
it's
we
6,371 kilometers is the radius of Earth.
Well, if you go to a beach, I don't care who said something about the formula being wrong. It's correct because that's if you do the math, the drop should be 8 inches per mile squared from any point A to any point B on the Earth.
They say it's
If you
3
do the math
miles. They
together-
say you can see roughly 3 miles until you can see the curvature of the Earth.
So if you go to a beach and you see something that's 10 miles away that should be hidden by curvature, would that be an issue for you? Would that be compelling?
If I did, I guess. I mean, science is saying right here. You won't see that. You're not going to see that. And I mean, I guess that's makes sense. I guess, right? I thought otherwise, but I thought it'd be a little farther than that. But
well, the horizon, the actual edge of the globe Earth should be at 1 foot observer height. It should be about 1.2 miles away, no matter where you're looking over water. But see, the problem is we go out to look and we never see that. We never see the horizon where it's supposed to be. We always see way further. So that's the most compelling thing that we.
Wait. So you're saying this is based on like the sun? You're basing this off of like the sun?
No. Did I say anything about the sun?
You're talking about the horizon, dude.
Horizon is the edge of the ball Earth, is it not?
What you're talking about? Yeah, you're gonna see the horizon like on the ocean as far as you can see. Like, yeah, dude.
What is the horizon? Is it the edge of the ball, or is it as far as you can see?
It's like a. Is it not like an? And this is completely my speculation. Is the horizon not like an illusion of like the fucking the light and like light reflecting off the sky or some shit, or the ocean or some shit like that?
Let's agree on the basic definition of horizon. How about that? Is it where the Earth appears to meet the sky?
I suppose.
Okay. Where the Earth.
This is where I feel like it gets tricky because we're talking about like we're talking about like what we're defining as definitions, and we're talking about like fucking. Well, I did the math, and the math doesn't line up. Like, I don't like those kinds of arguments because this shit's been talked about, bro. Like, people smarter than us have been talking about this, but like when you look this shit up, there's not like a fucking, oh, dude, the case has been blown wide open. You think like if this was widely, if you think if someone had cracked the case on this is a compelling enough argument, like it'd be more talked about. But like it's just not.
Man, if you're being sincere right now, the way you're thinking is the way most of us came into this. We thought it was the stupidest thing we ever heard of. There's no way the Earth's flat. Smart scientists figured all this out for hundreds of years, right?
But more?
Then you go outside. Listen for a second. You go outside. And the claimed radius of the ball Earth that they say we live on is not there. It's not there. The horizon is never where it's supposed to be. It's just
what do you mean?
I mean that if we're actually on a ball that measures, 6,000 kilometers or 3,900 miles, whichever number you want to use.
But like what I don't understand is where you're getting that from. Like where are you what are you basing this on? Like you're saying, okay, based on the size of the Earth, the horizon should be here. Like where are you what specifically like how are you determining where the horizon should be?
You can do the math. You can use the Pythagorean formula, I think is what it's called. People have figured it out. You take the claimed radius and it boils down to at 1 foot observer height, the horizon should start to drop off. The horizon should be 1.2 miles away from a 1 foot height observer over a body of water. And we've seen. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just feel like I feel like you just like cooked that up, dude. To be honest, because like I'm looking this up and I can't find nothing about that.
Look it up.
Let me try to bridge the gap.
Go ahead.
The formula he's describing tells you how much the surface drops given a certain distance. That's not a formula for the horizon. And
what do you mean? What is the horizon?
It's just what you described, where the Earth appears to be
on a physical ball. If we're on a physical ball And the horizon should be 1.2 miles away if we're actually standing on a physical ball. Is that correct?
Not exactly. Not exactly. No.
How's it not
Wait,
correct?
before we get too deep
that
into this,
formula.
I pose
go
a
ahead.
second question.
What we do here is we take one question to a full logical conclusion. So hold off on the second question. We're still in the first one.
Okay, who has the floor here?
Yeah, go ahead, Bacon.
All right. Okay, so yeah, the formula you use to get the distance to the horizon, simple formula assumes no refraction. It assumes the path of light is taking straight paths. So that might work or might not work because light doesn't exactly take straight paths. So based on how the weather conditions are affecting the path of light, you might get a further or closer horizon than that. So that formula is not a rule of thumb. It's just a...
Okay. I'll concede there is some validity to what you're saying, Bucky. But if we are on a physical ball, the horizon should appear pretty close to where it predicts the horizon should be when we look out. Correct? Is that correct?
Within some variants, yeah, it should be close to that, but it might not be. It depends on the weather conditions. We have to take that into account.
Should it be over 10 times farther away?
I find when it comes to flat Earth discussion, like the math is always like you can bend the numbers to have literally any conclusion you want, and I feel like it's kind of like fruitless to involve such depth, like in-depth mathematical discussion. Like genuinely, it just goes in circles. Like
you're not getting the point.
I don't think so.
You're not getting the point, man. We're using numbers that the globe people claimed and gave us. They told us the size of the ball.
But he's basically saying like your shit is not taking into full account of like the different factors when they're actually taking real world equations and doing real world calculations.
Light refraction is a thing. I agree with that. I don't deny refraction happens. But if we have a physical horizon, it should appear pretty damn close to where it's supposed to be. And it never is. And all they do with refraction is use it to confuse people like you.
But you just admitted that there is a factor in play that you're not accounting for. So I'm sure there's a variety of other factors you're not accounting for. And you're just like, and if I bring them up, right? I'm sure if I challenge you on every single one, that you're willing to concede on them. Like you don't seem like you don't seem like someone who's not willing to admit they're wrong. But it's just like, dude, you can bend the numbers any way you want.
You don't seem like you're willing to accept the fact that they claimed the size of the ball, and all we did was go out and check for the ball, and it's not there. Does anybody else want to take this over? I got to go.
No, I think I got a conclusion. This guy's just bricked.
Oh, he just said like there's a factor at play with light refraction that he wasn't taking account of. He's like, yeah, you're right, I wasn't. You don't think there's other potential, like based on that makes him sound like an unreliable narrator.
I acknowledge the fact that refraction exists. I'm not claiming it does not exist.
But
I'm saying
you were basically like...
Let me finish my sentence, please. I'm saying it doesn't do things like move a horizon 10 miles further back than it should be. That's bullshit. Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, I'm complete. Yeah, this guy isn't going to get it. He doesn't understand anything. Doesn't matter who's presenting, either a flat earther or a globe earther. So we're just gonna. I'm okay. I'm complete.
All right. Well, then
he had a valid answer there.
I have another question. To what ends is the government, the authority, powers that may be, hiding that the? Why are they hiding that the fact the Earth is flat? To what end? Yeah, no one.
If you were a detective, you walked into a crime scene, you saw blood everywhere and a body on the floor, would you still investigate it even if you didn't know why somebody murdered them?
I mean, yeah, but like,
okay,
I feel like, I mean, I don't want to say like, if you believe in flat Earth based on like numbers and statistics and like facts, like quote unquote facts and stuff, you come to conclusions. Like, I feel like that's different from what I'm getting at. I'm getting at like some people seem to blindly just, they think that the government is hiding the fact that the Earth is flat, and I'm kind of getting into that.
About a deception that's over apparently generations. You're asking us to get in the deceiver's mind, decipher why they did what they did. We don't know that. We can give you all kinds of speculation. The main thing, there could be more land and resources that you don't know about and you'll never know about. You think you're on a limited ball. There
I
could
like
be
that.
land out there.
I like that
Anyway,
explanation.
you still there, man?
Yeah, I'm here. There's just nothing to do. There's just no place to go with this guy. He's added all kinds of his own content. Doesn't know what the shape of the Earth is. Doesn't know what the size of the Earth is. Says he researched it fully to a full logical conclusion. Doesn't want to field any questions at all.
Yeah, I looked up. I said
when given answers, he completely bricks the answer. Doesn't understand it. Hears what he wanted to hear, and it just leaves it at that. I mean, you can't get blood from a turnip. This is a fact. This guy's all worked up that somebody disagrees with his worldview. He's a Karen. He's a Karen on the globe. That's what I would say. Explain that. Explain to me why you care so much that someone's a flat earther out there, if you know the Earth is a globe. Just start there. Because how am I going to get into his worldview and answer questions inside his worldview when he simply refuses to present anything at all? It's like, hey, I want you to answer these questions, flat earther. Why? Why do you care? You don't. Oh, you don't care. But you do care. But you don't care. But you do care. But you're mad about it. See, I don't know where to go from there. How do you get somebody to pull the nose up when they're crashing, when they think they're flying high, no danger in sight? He's going to need somebody who cares about him to help him out. Someone's going to have to unfuck his worldview that he cares to listen to. Not that he carens about what not to listen to. He doesn't care it doesn't matter what you say. It won't matter one shred of iota. Nothing will land. He won't be able to understand or process anything. So why try? He came in here with needs and wants that even he didn't care about. I want flat earthers to answer questions. Do you want answers? Well, no, he doesn't.
Okay.
They pretend like we're all St. Peter up in this bitch. You know, like, into the break, are you trying to talk? Your mic's like, I'm not sure if you're hot micing or... You there into the break? Yeah, you're not coming through if you're trying to talk. Simply put, his proof that he wanted answers was that he doesn't want answers.
Is he still here, Crit, or is he just...
No, he left.
No. Yeah, I agree with your assessment there. He's read some stuff on Google. He knows everybody thinks it's a ball, so it must be a ball. So what's wrong with you guys? Basically what he was asking, right?
Yeah, pretty much. And he's not going to take any answer other than, like, you know, basically some sort of self-emasculation that you're going to bow down to the systems of authority and science and admit that you're sorry. That's the only answer he'll ever hear.
He couldn't get past step one. He wouldn't even try to absorb or acknowledge the claimed radius and that whole thing.
Didn't even know it. Didn't even know what the radius is. You go, oh, you live on the ball, do you? Yeah. And you looked it up? Yeah. What size ball? Well, I don't know. Someone else looked it up for me.
Smart people got that. I don't have to worry about it, right?
Well, not only would he not accept any answer, when he came into the room, maybe before you guys got here, he came in with the opening statement that he doesn't need to prove anything because he believes what the popular opinion is.
Yeah, 51%.
That's what made me.
So he's not going to accept any answer, and he's not going to prove his own claims. I mean, how impossible is that?
Yeah,
Exactly.
if he thinks basically his worldview is whatever 51% thinks, that's right. And anyone who thinks out is for 50% or less, they're done. They gotta prove it, and they can't. In his worldview, you can't prove it because 51% proves it. So if you're any idea that is less than 50%, you have to prove why your idea is right, and you can't do that if you're less than 50%. So basically, his is a massive takedown of virtually any minority group. He's a populist. A popularity contest.
I think it's sad when somebody like that comes in here and tries to ask us why we think what we think, but then doesn't listen to the answers. That's the most frustrating,
Yeah, it's interesting. They ask a question, then it should be time to listen. He doesn't. Okay, so you want answers, yeah, but you're not listening, yeah. Fix that and come back.
Have you been into the conspiracy room just above that's been opened up? I'm not sure who opened it, but I was just in it a second ago. It's an absolute shit show. No moderation. Everyone's just speaking over each other. I thought for a second there might have been some hope that it's interesting or run well, but it's not at all.
Yeah.
They got to keep it moderated.
They basically only moderate TOS. It's got to be like basically a TOS thing. Yeah, it's quite interesting. It shows you when people join these rooms why they come in so hot and they come in so motor-mouthed. Because they're used to that. They're used to basically you got to talk and fight for every second you got the mic. But here we take turns. You say, okay, you talk, I talk, go back and forth. They're not used to like some sort of basic decorum.
Yeah, it seems like that for sure. I mean, in that room, it's two guys speaking 100 words a minute, just going at it at the same time. So you don't know what you don't know what either of them's saying.
And it was interesting too. Like you'll have like 4 conversations going on, and all they do is the people in that conversation just turn down anyone who's not talking with them. So it's just constant. You can't make out heads or tails of who's talking to who even, unless you're there when it began. Like person A and person B are talking at the same time. C, D, E, and F people are also talking. It's a completely different topic, and A and B just turn them down. And same thing with the B, C, D, E and F. They turn A and B down to 0. And you're like, how are you able to even parse any of this out? And then also too, like the people coming in just blurting some random crap that you get so it's like, yeah, it's impossible to follow anything. That's kind of their goal, though. A lot of the people there have a worldview that nothing is knowable. You can't know anything at all. And so they join these chats where you walk out more confused than you entered because it was just complete utter chaos. They're like, see? I'm like, see what? Dude, you just had a bunch of freaks yelling at each other.
For me, when they say, we can't know anything 100%, it's like a bottom of the barrel, last ditch debate tactic. You've proved me wrong almost completely, but we can't know anything 100% for sure, so we'll never know. It's complete nonsense.
Yeah, so if you can't know anything, why are we even talking about this?
Imagine if you placed a bet on a football match and your team lost. And the bookies were like, yeah, you need to pay now. And you're like, wait a minute, we can't know anything 100% for sure. So there we go.
Yeah, but the football match and the universe are completely two different things.
Anything was the key word. That's what they say. You can't know anything for sure.
Yeah, but when we're talking about the universe, I mean, this is a place of
But
granted.
I wasn't talking about the universe. I was giving an analogy.
I feel like I want to make a YouTube channel, or account anyway. That way it's easy to save videos instead of just links. You know, like I could have like playlists and whatnot.
I have this issue that humans try to dumb down things for our understanding, but it's like not everything is meant for us to understand. Why can't we just accept that?
Yeah, that's they call that with I'm trying to blank now. It's materialistic, but there's a name for it. Where everything on Earth has been discovered, cataloged,
Labeled.
framed, labeled.
Yeah. We do that because there's a discomfort in the unknown, and this has always been a thing for humans. We have a natural fear of the unknown. So when we can surround ourselves with familiar things that we can all identify, there's a sense of safety that derives from that. Like when I look at nature, or when I look at anything, all I see is expressions of creation, expressions of God. But we tend to just say, oh, that's a tree, that's an apple, that's we want to label things to familiarize ourselves so that we feel comfortable around these things. But in truth, we genuinely don't understand a lot of things that we say we understand or think we understand. I could agree with him real quick before I get off the mic. You're making a valid point, man. This whole globe deception is because men wanted to think they knew about stuff in the sky and label it and measure it, the distances and everything. They wanted to assume that they could figure all that stuff out. We don't know what the fuck it is. Anyway, you're making a good point. And I'm not saying that I have an issue with the development of science or, technology or just, creative innovation in general. But at the end of the day, it's like it comes down to a point where we just have to accept we're never going to know everything. We're never going to know the answers to everything. And we can even make the argument that the more we know, the more we try to figure out the universe and understand it, the more we find ourselves in this never-ending rabbit hole of information and knowledge and just constant information and knowledge. And it's like the more you know, the more you don't know. So it's just one big paradox.
You remind me of that famous quote by somebody: rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned, right?
Oh, that's a great quote.
Yeah, was that Feynman?
So is this is flat Earth, right? Or so is that what so was there a topic or a discussion that was happening? Or
Main thing we discuss in here is the claim of the globe, and we dispute that the globe exists in reality. Do you think the globe exists?
I don't know.
Have you looked into it?
Yeah.
What have you looked at?
You probably don't want my answer for this. So I'll be honest, you don't want my answer.
Let me shorten it. Have you been outside to look? Have you been to a body of water or anything like that?
Of course.
Have you seen something over a body of water that should be hidden by curvature, or have you done any calculations or measurements or anything?
Um, yes and no. I have not done exact calculations on these things, but a lot of things that are quote unquote like over the curve are just simply things that have been pushed out through a significant distance and require some type of like magnifying glass or device to detect, but they're not completely gone. They're just far off in the distance. There's actually only so far our eyes can see, actually. So,
I agree with that, but I mean, feel free to find real information. At this point, there's hundreds, if not thousands, of examples of things being legitimately seen much, much further than it should be if they were below the curve. But anyway, I can't stay on here. I just thought I'd
that's not even that wouldn't be like my reason for it. If even if I thought the world was flat or anything like that, that wouldn't be my reason though. That would be more so just like something that I would add to it.
Well, that's fair enough. I mean, but the main reason this server was most, if not all of us here, we all used to be blow believers. That's what we all got taught, right? But then we actually went and checked the claims of the actual size of the ball and the motion of the ball, and we can't detect anything like that. We haven't found the curvature or the motion.
No,
So
I just
if you got anything
yeah.
for that, feel free to share it. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the only thing I would say that would indicate that the world is flat, like without a questionable doubt, it's just the way that we travel and traverse the planet. For example, pilots they don't have a mechanism or system that they use to like travel the curvature of the Earth. They just go from point A to point B, port to port. They don't actually have like no. There's not a system for traveling over the curvature of the Earth. They just travel it as if it's just like a flat plane. Same thing with boats, same thing with cars, same thing with any transportation device.
In fact, while you're saying that, most, if not all, flight instruction manuals instruct pilots to treat the Earth as level and stationary.
Yeah,
They're going to
that's what I've
successfully fly
noticed.
a
And
plane
I've talked to
across.
pilots about this.
Yeah, if they're going to successfully fly a plane across it, they have to treat it as level and stationary. They have to adjust for topography and the elevation. Obviously, they can't fly into a mountain. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
They don't.
I'm
Don't
not
lower in.
globe. Yeah, but I'm neither globe or flat though. If I'm just clarifying, I'm a little the way I think is a little different, but I can
It's
see
all
evidence
good.
for it.
All you gotta do is do you. You think for yourself. That's what we're here to tell people to do. We don't want you to believe a damn word we're saying. Just do your own research and come to your own conclusion. Anyway, I'm sorry, man. I gotta go. It was good talking to you, though.
All right, man. You have a good one. And does anyone else have any opinions or beliefs on the topic or anything they would like to add to the conversation?
Hopefully, somebody will chime in with you here in a second. I'm literally gonna be roboting here in a minute, so I can't even try to continue. Sorry.
No, it's fine. What about you, Into the Break?
Boy. Hi there, little goofy boy. You playful boy. You playful boy. You like to play. You like to play. You like to play.
clue.
It's awfully quiet in here.
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you guys like have a sound argument that sort of establishes the conclusion that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, dude.
Okay. What's premise one of the argument where the conclusion is that the Earth is flat?
The Earth is observed as flat and stationary.
So that's going to be a proposition, all right, and that's not going to be a premise, right, that leads to the conclusion. What I asked you for is a premise, right? A premise is a proposition that's leading to a conclusion where the conclusion is that the Earth is flat. So what's the argument for that?
Yeah, observations.
Okay, premise one, observations. By the way, observations isn't a proposition, okay? So that's just going to be a confusion. Proposition or observations don't have the ability to be true or false. The word observations, specifically.
Dude, we don't
speaking
need
to.
fucking lesson, man.
Oh, so when I ask you for a premise and you give me like a noun, well, obviously you're going to need a lesson, right? That you're just confused on what a premise is that leads to a conclusion, right? So
Just shut the fuck up, man.
yeah, so that's actually not going to be a premise, but I'll write it down anyways. So premise one would be observations.
Let's do this real quick, Kill. Just go make your own observations and leave me out of whatever meth-fueled symposium you're in. Let's just cut to the chase real quick. No, thank you. Whatever bullshit you're trying to spread, you bricked both answers I gave you. See, my epistemology is, if something's not understood, I take words away until something's understood. So I gave you a full sentence, you didn't understand it. I boiled it down to one word, you still didn't understand it. There's no place to go from there, other than just caveman-style grunts. Or like a clicking of a bell or something.
Hello, hello, hello. Riddle me this, F.E. Batman. What is worn across the entire oblate spheroid-shaped Earth and also was once used by the Romans as an ancient torturing device? Bee-ba, bee-ba, boo-ba, boo. The answer is the crucifix or cross. Welcome to the newest person who's also server muted. Yo, guys, what's AMA? Sorry for my ignorance.
No, say again. What?
What's AMA? Is that
Oh, ask me anything.
Oh, I don't know normal acronyms. I only know ones for the world's oldest profession.
Prostitute.
What'd you call me?
You said you have the world's
What?
oldest
Wait,
profession.
You're putting words in my mouth. You can ask me anything, but not if I'm
There's nothing wrong with sex work.
well, if it's down a rabbit hole. The bad rabbit hole to be down.
How'd your event go?
Oh, it's about to happen.
Oh, okay. I thought it was yesterday or last night.
Oh, I have an event. You know how well? Let me ask you a quick question. Guess what question number it is?
Number one.
Well, number one doesn't have. I don't ask anyone question number one. There's no question number one. There is a question number 2,410. And that is there always a sunset everywhere or a sunset everywhere you go? Riddle me that, Batman. Oh my God, is this true? Feds now acting as social media police?
They've probably been that way for a while.
Hashtag question number 5. Do you now or have you ever worked for any of your government's secret intelligence agencies, including alphabet agencies, also known as 3-letter agencies?
What about 4 or 5?
Also known as 4-letter agencies as USIC, United States Intelligence Community,
Or United States Post Office, USPS.
which is their feds. They're looking at your mail. They're seeing who's coming and going. Military agencies, intelligence agencies, federal executive departments, national security, foreign policy, intelligence activities, all are in the group of United States federal government intelligence agencies and subordinate organizations, both separately and collectively, to conduct intelligence activities. Respect the authority. So I would say, I thought a Fed only knocked on your door, as in a federal bureau of investigator, if you had a pipe bomb go off in your neighbor's mailbox, right? And you're like a kid, right? Teenage boy. You get to talk to the FBI. Or like any hacker out there is someone who's young enough and dumb enough to like just use someone else's hack, right? Like the guy who hacked the Windows update system, right? Oh, it's a 14-year-old boy. And the FBI couldn't find him for an extra 3 weeks because there was letters in his name and they couldn't correlate the letter, a number to a letter, right? like spelling hater with a H4TE3R, right? So do you think the feds are, or the FUDs, as they would say? Do you believe the FUDs are censoring certain propaganda of the shape of Earth? It's the first form of social media in America, the United States Federal Postal Service.
One more time. I had to take my headset off for a second.
What was that?
Did you ask something? I had to take my headset off for a second.
Yeah, was the first form of social media the United States Postal Service.
Well, I'm not sure if you know this, but the post office is enumerated in the Constitution. Benjamin Franklin thought it was important that the government do that to have a way of, preserving correspondence. Maybe
Right.
the first, social media was like the town square where people would go and talk, or the local watering hole.
Now they said that if it was at America's conception around that time, that people wouldn't travel more than 10 miles from their farm because they didn't need to.
Yeah.
And or for a majority of their life, let's say, like for me, it's like, yeah, you go on vacation, you average that all out. We're blinking for half the day, and we're looking for a phone the other half, and we're doing bodily functions the other third, right? So you look at time differently when you grow older, because the summer isn't 5% of your life, like when you're 10. 3 months now is just like what, a half percent of your life?
Yeah, it's like when you're only a day old, a day is a very long time. That's, doubling your whole lifespan. But when
I was
by the time you're 40, a day is like, you know, much smaller, like a day would be like for a newborn who's a day old, a day is like, half their life. So a
and
40-year-old would be like a day for them would be like, from the newborn's point of view, would be like 40 years. It
yeah,
just
and
keeps
then
getting watered down until eventually.
and then people would say, "Oh, I feel like time's flying by," right?
Yeah, because they're not really being aware. They're not being
Hash,
present in the moment.
hashtag no pun intended. It's all about perspective, right? So the time, let's say dog years, right? They live 7 years for our every one, right? So we have 24 hours in a day. You take that one day, you divide it by 7. You got 20. You got, or you divide it. Yeah, you divide it by 7. How many? You got about 3.5, 3 1/3 hours, right? Is a dog's day, right? That's why they're sleeping all the time. They're napping for 20 minutes. That's a full night's sleep for them. The misnomenclature of working like a dog is, and then sleeping like a baby afterwards is. It's funny how we learn English sayings. Everything always leads full circle back to the flat Earth and Antarctica. Why?
Why?
That's a good question. Let's talk about something and see where it leads. We know a fly has a lifespan of 3 human days, right? And
I have to go.
depending on
Marty, I have to go AFK for a bit. I'll be back in a bit.
depending on when a fly is born, a majority of its life could be spent in day. And that's all it would know. It's like the men chained up in the cave with the fire and the shadow on the wall. And that's all they see their whole life. What up, me Meg? What's up, paraplegic?
What's shaking, man?
Shit. Just in here hanging around.
Uh,
Are you on the East Coast?
well, now I'm going after my girls in Arizona and in the middle of June.
All right, in the middle of the summer. Well, as soon as you get out here, you'll want some Barlow's pizza, huh? Or some good Mexican food, huh?
Dude, like it's funny. I've got a really good Mexican place in Maryland. It's fine. It's like wonderful. Uh, like legit Mexican stuff. But I do have a couple places out there that are really good. But they ain't got. There's no place that has pizza like my brother's pizza shop
There's
in
no place
Arbutus.
like home.
But
I'm just looking forward to having my Glock on the side of my chair. That's what I like about Arizona.
Dude, I walk around like I'm have a gun in my pocket like 90% of the time, and people are looking at me. I'm just like holding up my pants or like, 2 stone or something, and I'm like, I know these motherfuckers think I'm carrying like constantly out here because you just can. Now, is it concealed carry that's not in every state, but it is licensed to get it, or open is
Maryland had some shit where you could get it. You could get it a little while ago, but it wasn't guaranteed, and you'd waste a bunch of money on the application and shit.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, well, you think freaking they'd give me one? I actually got shot by a motherfucker.
Right? You gotta defend yourself. Well, you won't be in that position again, in the hood, on a motorcycle, fleeing.
I mean, but I could be in a shitty neighborhood freaking getting gas again. I mean, you never know.
Could you be eating an ice cream sandwich right now?
What? Ice cream sandwich? Mm-mm. I'm eating granola bar.
Granola bar, something with some fiber in it.
Dude, I'm freaking literally. I've been losing weight, so I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I'm a big fat F, but I've been trying to stick to like under 1,200 calories a day, and it's working. As long as you just keep doing it, it looks like it's working.
Yeah, as long as you're feeling better, and keep doing what you're doing.
Like I've always tried to exercise, but I haven't been doing that lately because I've been too busy on coffee. But I've never really tried to stick to like counting calories and staying under 1,200. And I've only been doing it like 3 weeks, and I can already tell. So
yeah,
it's not that hard. It's not like you're eating nothing either. I just eat a bunch of chicken breast, avocado, and some hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah, it's like low carb is great too, and if you got to have a little.
Oh yeah, I haven't been eating any bread. That's another thing. So you're gonna get less inflammation and all that shit.
Dude, I love being able to have a urine strip and test your ketone levels, and you'll see the strip getting more purple and purple, where you're burning fat. And they say you burn fat while you sleep, dude.
Yeah, especially if you work out before you went to sleep, right?
Yeah. And they say that 1 minute of high active cardio is like the equivalent of 20 minutes of walking around. So tell that to the.
Check this out. I got a guy that you may watch him. He's Thrive and Survive. He talks about flat Earth and the Bible, all kind of stuff. He's on YouTube, Mr. Thrive and Survive.
Send me a link. I'll DM you right now.
He's my buddy, and he's in Arizona. I met him while I was out there, but he's from Baltimore. We got a bunch of old Baltimore stories, which are fun to, we always bullshit about Baltimore, but he used to sell cotton candy at Memorial Stadium, which is just funny to me. He loves the Orioles. He loves talking about that. Well, let me see what we got here. Let's see where. Here we go.
See, I need real flat earther. I need the bear in my name somewhere, like you got yours. That's what I'm missing, a built-in bear name.
Built-in. Get verified.
My Japanese friend I met in San Diego. She and her neighbor, who was a black lady, they would call me Bear. It was my nickname because they didn't. She'd get all wasted and then hang out, and she would names.
He talks about Bible. He talks about flat Earth. Talks about just all the nonsense that is mainstream. He used to be in the Navy, and and he is a meteorologist, so he kind of has some insights into, if you ride around a freaking damn boat for like 5 years straight in the Navy, you usually start to figure stuff out, or maybe you don't. But a lot of it's like you didn't know why you're there, but then thinking back, you're like, oh, you know what? I mean, I hear stories about like they will ride around, like literally waste time to make sure that the trip matches the freaking longitude and latitude system, like rather than just going straight to their destination. Because in some cases they get there too quick, and you're like, well, "Wait a minute, how the frick?" Like I just googled that. How far is it if you if you drive your boat from here to here, and then you go, well, wait a minute, that was supposed to take 6 hours. Why are we here in 2? Like, because you didn't. And then you go look at the AE map, and it's like, oh, maybe that's why.
Yeah,
that whole thing.
Clear as day, and there's obviously trickery where they say it's harder to, or it's easier to trick a man into believing your lie than it is to trick him to believe that he was lied to by someone else, right? So
basically, to wake him up, it's just easier to just keep him in the matrix than it is to wake him up.
The best word before ignorance is blissfully ignorant, right? So they're happy what they're dealing with. Now, if they want to be a globeling and come in here and be like, wag their finger at you and call you choice words, then they don't get to hang out too long.
And there's some people are just crazy, absolutely nuts. I don't know. I'd say about 70% of the world is just absolute batshit crazy.
And then how many of them are Christians?
Christians?
Crazy Christians, right? The crazy Christian gives everything away. The crazy Christian helps people. The crazy Christian doesn't need help from others.
Well, I don't know.
Or the crazy Christian gets the help, right?
I consider myself, I don't know. I guess some people might consider me a crazy Christian because I think the Earth's flat, and that I don't know that the Israelites weren't freaking the people that are living in Israel right now or something. I don't know. I guess I'm not even supposed to talk about that crap because this is I don't know. This is a politics server.
We don't need to discuss the people who practice religion, James. But yeah, it's something where you can be a hater and be a part of a haters club, or look at something realistically.
Yeah. So it's been quiet in here.
Yeah, I just been talking to myself.
Oh my gosh. It was last night. There was a Tim. Is it Tim Osmond? Tim Osmond was in the 24/7 flat, not the politics. The regular one. And
I've been banned from there. I've been banned from there more than I've not been banned from there over the last 7 years.
From the regular one? For what?
Yeah. Well, look at my name. It's Real Flat Earther, right? And then if you
Why?
do, like,
Wait, you're talking about the 24/7 flat Earth?
Yeah.
Why? Real Flat Earther? Why is that bad?
Well, they see my name and then they go, ooh. And I enjoy when they play music over there and sing and shit, and not being able to do that at some servers is like, yeah, you can have an event for it, but anyway, yeah, I enjoy seeing certain people over there that I still see them around at other servers, so it's like I think I can't think of their name right now. Oh, Lemon Bird, right? Like I haven't seen Lemon Bird around, and I would usually see Lemon Bird over at 24/7, but I guess Lemon Bird hasn't been around.
I like the crew over there. I wish Healy would get back. There's a lot of people, a lot of good people over there that aren't there anymore. Dang it, man! I'm so freaking tired, man.
I just see your pronouns.
What?
Heterosexual Christian.
What?
Mine are
Some
they
guy
saying
asked
days in quotes because you know what they say.
Some guy asked about that. He's like, "What the hell is a base heterosexual opinion?"
Oh yeah,
and I'm like, "What do you mean?" A lot. All right, do you know what a heterosexual Christian is? Well, yeah. Well,
you know what
the
base means?
I'm like, well, I mean, yeah, this means
Like how dumb. The question you have to ask him are two more questions, and the third one is, "Are you mentally challenged?" Yeah, like my profile has my Twitter, and it says "grown ass Anglo-Saxon male," right? And everyone knows what grown ass means, right? Grown ass man. And then sometimes they ask what an Anglo-Saxon is.
Well, go ahead. You tell me what Anglo-Saxon is, because I couldn't just spit off a definition. I know it's not black.
Let me pull it up here on my Oxford Leather-bound dictionary. Let me put away the N and pull out the. What was the word we were defining?
Anglo-Saxon.
Let me get the A out.
Gordon.
Anglo-Saxon. Noun. Person, place, or thing. The Anglo-Saxon male originates from northern Great Britain,
47 York Road,
where they were the original and best slaves. The Anglo-Saxon male migrated to the Americas and was spat on as if they were the immigrants now, and the cycle will repeat forever. That's what the Oxford.
What?
You ever just picked up a Bible and started just like saying random stuff and people just believe you?
406. Jeez.
Say, oh Jesus.
Hey, me? Is that what you're asking me to say? Huh?
Say, oh Jesus.
What? Jesus. You've heard me say that before?
Well, yeah. This is real flat earther bear.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. No, I knew that. But no, you said real. I thought you were real flat earth dude. Okay. Yeah, you're the one in Arizona. Well, what part of Arizona are you in again? What part of Arizona? What part of Arizona? Did I send you coffee?
No. If you
Why
want to
not?
send, if you want to send my dad some, I'm sure he would love it.
Oh, you don't drink coffee?
I can't because I got, it's like I'm staying away from caffeine the last like 3. Well, it's been a while since I've been staying away from caffeine, but yeah, it's been a.
Is it you just wanted to quit because or are you allergic to it?
Yeah, like basically, like I haven't been drunk, thankfully, for like over a decade, or had a hangover. That goes on.
Oh, you're like trying to stay away from just any mind-altering, mood-changing
But,
drug or something.
well, not really. I'm not saying that. I'm not straight edge at all.
You know
But
what? That's what AA and NA would be like. Look, we're preaching it. You should stay away from any mind-altering, mood-changing drug, and they're all
right.
like sucking down cigarettes, pounding coffee. I was like, what? Wait, what are you guys doing? But you know,
dude.
they're good programs. They really do help a lot of people. So
Amen.
I'm
Yeah,
not,
and I completed
I'm not slamming them,
steps.
but
You know,
it is funny. It is funny to see that that nonsense. You know what I mean?
the dude
Like when
comes with all the sugar with that coffee too. So anyway, so yeah, I've been
you know, freaking use sugar. I don't use sugar.
when I quit drinking, I was on those cigarettes and coffee, and now thank goodness I'm not. And so I found it to where if you just gradually quit doing something, like you said, you know, it's been 3 weeks and you're already feeling better, and doing, you know, no bread, and it's like carbohydrates just drag you down, you know. So for me, it's like anything in life, you moderate it out and then you
Dude,
cut it
I know,
out.
but the bread is so good. People are like, just do the carnivore diet. I'm like, I don't know about freaking just constantly eating meat. Dude,
And
there's
what
some
you're doing, you're counting your calories. Just when you like, you know, fucking comb your hair and brush your teeth and wipe your ass, you know, it's like that is all like it takes energy, you know, it's energy, right? And calories are just getting up every day, right? So that's all burning off.
yeah.
And I see it the
I
more
got
like I weigh, it's like you're just working like your legs the whole time. Like you have to be strong. Like, you know, the ladies say, "Oh, you have a strong back." I'm like, "Yeah, you know, it has to be. It has to be strong."
Yeah, well, you know, it I just wish my stomach muscles worked or something. It'd be nice. But, you know, it is
I've
what
been
it is.
feeling
It's all good.
I've been feeling the weight coming off my you know, like the top of your gut, right? You know,
Yeah.
it's always good to trim, feel that.
Well,
It's about feeling better too, and feeling just good, right?
I
Opposed to just
I mean,
not as useful.
I know I've probably lost like maybe 15, 20 pounds, which is, it's good. But I gotta lose like 80 more, you know? Like,
Yeah, if you're 20% of the way there.
yeah, I just gotta,
And then, you know
just
what the
got
hardest thing's
to
going to be? The hardest thing's going to be just keeping it off once you get there, and then it's really going to be a struggle.
I was like 410, man, years ago, and I just cut off, I stopped drinking Lipton iced tea. I used to drink like a 6 pack or a, you know, like 7, 8 freaking iced teas a day. I just suck them down. That high
16
fructose is
ounces.
terrible for you. Well, no, 12-ounce cans of Lipton
Yeah.
iced teas, and at least a 6 pack a day. I'd just be sucking them down, and I'd be eating Pop Tarts and freaking pizza goldfish and zero bar. Well, you know, all kinds of junk. And
Folks, I'm telling you right now, I drink 10 to 12 Diet Cokes a day, folks, okay? No sugar, all the caffeine. They put more caffeine in Diet Coke, a third more than they do Pepsi. It's unbelievable.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. But dude,
That's the truth,
aspartame's terrible
though.
for you. Aspartame's terrible for you. Like Diet
Oh
Coke,
yeah,
terrible.
I've been staying away from the diet sodas, dude.
Way
Luckily,
worse than high fructose.
it's been like
Uh,
it's been like 2 and almost 3 years away from the diets. Whereas that's always
yeah,
sort of a clutch, right, or a crutch.
yeah, it's just
So, so
terrible
back
for
to
you.
being like allergic to things, right? You asked. So just staying away, like, okay, let's say I'm eating high fructose corn syrup and Sprite because Sprite is caffeine free, right? And I've just been drinking less sugary sodas because of that, right? Or less soda in general because it's so sugary, it like bogs me down, after the meal, and I can like feel it, right? So you want to feel good after you eat, not like you have to go right to sleep. So being allergic to things like hops, I remember I was 25 and I had an awful hangover because I was drinking some IPAs and like Bud Lights, right? And I was like, Jesus, I feel awful the next day. And now, luckily, like I can have a beer with the boys and not have to get buzzed up at all, and enjoy a hops beer, knowing I'm just gonna have like one and not feel like bad after it. Where I think beer sometimes will like flush you through, like as far as like your urinary tract, and
Yep.
keeping that healthy. The older you get, it's like, dude, it's like I remember my grandma was 80, or maybe she was like 77 or something, right? And I was living there my senior year of high school, and she was like, "Oh, the doctor said to get some beers, right?" And she had the beers, and she just put them in the pantry. I'm like, "Grandma, don't you want to put the beers in the fridge?" And she was gonna drink them later to flush her system out, or a few, she said.
Yeah. I got a buddy that's paraplegic like me, and he slams like a 12-pack a day, and I was like, "You got any problems with UTIs?" He's like, "Nah, man, my piss is clean and freaking perfect." He's like, "Back before I drank a lot of beer," he's like, "I was on antibiotics all the time," and I was like, "Dang!" So just all that alcohol going through you, it probably just the sheer amount of it, 12 beers, and the fact that
Yeah,
there's
it's like
alcohol. It's
I
not
started
great for your
drinking
liver, but
when I was like 15 and a half, right? And then it's like, oh, a $5 all you can drink kegger. It's like, yeah. And the hot chicks from high school there too partying. So it was like those were the days, and it's like you can leave those behind.
yeah.
It's like you weren't a man unless you had you drank your entire 30-pack of Bud Lights all to
Oh
yourself.
shit! I
You know.
mean, man, I could never do that, bro. I could do I could drink one right 2 lanes to turn on. All right. Yeah, I could drink well, maybe 2 Coronas, dude, and I'd be buzzed.
Yeah,
I'm
that's all
so
you need.
lightweight. I'm lightweight, but I don't like drinking, man. It doesn't taste good. Never understood
Yeah, and
why
then those
anybody thought it
hops,
tasted
dude, those
good.
hoppy beers, they don't want like I'll drink them and then it's like, it's like not spicy, but it like bites back. And then I'll just sort of try, and then it's sort of hard to enjoy a little bit, but yeah, it just like I'll be hanging out and then looking like a normal person, I guess. With I can enjoy. Well, I can eat a peach for hours, and I can enjoy a beer for a good 40 minutes. Could you
Why is
imagine
it
drinking?
taking me this way? This doesn't seem like the right way to my freaking doctors. This is pissing me off. If I'm
When
late
did you
for this
start?
appointment,
When did you start trusting AI?
nah, I took it here last time. I just don't feel, man, maybe it's just taking me the back way. It's just pissing me off.
As
Jesus,
long as,
churches everywhere up here.
as long as it's not pissing on you.
Oh, dude, like what? I'm going to get Botox injections today.
Oh yeah, you're gonna make those cheeks
Yeah,
a little bit higher and tighter. Do you have any
nah,
Native
I don't do
American in
that.
you with those high cheeks?
I don't do that shit, dude. It's for my bladder. It's for my bladder. I'm trying to make my bladder look younger.
What
No,
happens when they shoot
it stops.
Botox
It
in you?
stops bladder spasms. Stops bladder
Oh yeah,
spasms. Yeah,
so
works
you
really
can laugh
good.
safely and not piss your pants like a woman.
Yeah, yeah, it works freaking. It helps you retain more. It helps you have less spasms, which are freaking kind of painful. You know, it's uncomfortable, painful, and it's just it gets on my nerves. It's annoying, really annoying.
As long
It
as
doesn't
there's a
really.
solution, right?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't recommend people that use Botox in their faces and shit. It's kind of stupid. Like if it helps with migraines, I could see it doing that. And it is one of those drugs that's like, I think you're good. You know, it's not like, I don't know if there's a lot of side effects. I trust it way more than like go getting on some freaking like torvastatins or something. Why I gotta take my handicap spots? Freaking, oh man, I just want to go up and be like, man, I'll push them out of the way.
If I could walk, I would kick your ass.
I'd yank that fucking car out of their spot, little bastards. Dude,
That's why
like you see, like, oh, you got a handicap placard. Why? Look, you're overweight by 50 pounds. You got a freaking note from your doctor. What the hell? Oh boy.
High
And look,
risk.
there's not any little ones on the end. How much time do I got? I'm here pretty early. I should just wait for one of them people just to get that. I don't want to have to park all the way up here. Holy crow. Wait, there's one on the end. I could use that one. I'm literally a quarter mile away from where I need to go. Son of... Gotta park all the way up here. This is ridiculous.
So what's your best conspiratorial thoughts you've been hearing recently?
That they knocked down the Baltimore Bridge so that they could say that, like, when the Russians come to invade us, that the ships can get in unimpeded by the bridges. I'm like, what? Like, dude, there's not that many ships that are that tall that it really matters. Like, what? They gonna bring a aircraft carrier? There's like ships. The really tall ones are aircraft carriers. There's a couple really big battleships.
How many blades of grass are in your front yard? Because I know you got a bullet behind each one, right? So do I. So does Crit.
A boat.
So does fucking Mackie.
Did you say
Mackie, how many bullets you got?
Bullets?
How many bullets you got? They say you can't invade America because there's a bullet behind every blade of grass.
That's a good point. Yeah, there's a couple rifles in America, that's for sure. I can't believe I'm gonna have to park all the way up at this a mile away. You know what? And if it's pouring when I come out and I gotta push through, oh my lord, I'll get wet as shit. I didn't bring an umbrella. I'm really not freaking prepared. I'm really not prepared here
at all.
These sons of bitches taking my freaking crippled parking. So I got to come up and scramble for the
saints, all right. Their mother could be angels in heaven.
I don't know. Should I just like keep doing circles until so yeah, there's some crippled ones, but man, they're like all the way up here too.
Well, which one can you roll to?
These sons of bitches taking my crippled parking, man. I'm not picky. I can take the ones on like the end, you know, where it's like the end of a row and my ramp can come out. That's cool. It's not like I'm picky. I just need a freaking spot, you know? What the hell is this? Compact cars only, my balls. Unbelievable.
Oh, Jesus.
No freaking Jesus. Oh man, we gotta have a freaking Arizona meetup, dude. We gotta. I'm gonna.
As soon as you get back in town, because I'm gonna go to LA. Like in after you get back. So between me going to LA, we're doing a flight. You should. Well, I don't know if you want to take your girlfriend on vacation.
To where? LA?
Well, I want to go to a place called Jalama Beach and do some observations over the tides, across the
We're
tides.
not,
You know,
we're
everyone
not
looks
going
down
anywhere.
the tides
No, we're
from
not
the
going
attic.
anywhere, but that'd be neat. I wish I had time. I'm always too busy with coffee, but I would love to have
Yeah.
them meet up. I got Wayfair Bear will probably come down. I know that Arizona Bear, my boy Arizona Bear, will come down. I know that Gucci Flip Flop Bear will come down. I think Hot Rod Scott's out there. Maybe a couple people from Vegas. They might think about coming. I'm not sure though. But we gotta have a little get together. I got another buddy named Andy Arizona. He's like Bear Jason. He's cool.
Bear Jason.
Yeah, Bear Jasons are cool.
I can get some Bear Jasons. Well, what's a
Yeah,
bear? Is
man.
Bear Jason someone you know that would probably be a bear, but
Just anybody who's like,
chill and
yeah, if they're not boosted and they're not like, oh, where's your mask? Anybody that's just not completely asleep, they don't have to be flat earthers or anything, but they do
yeah.
have to
None of my friends
agree with
in
us.
real life, IRL, are flat earthers. Like they don't believe in the moon landing, which is like a big step towards
Right.
flat Earth.
What the hell? You don't believe in the moon landing? Well, dude, once you figure out the moon landing's bullshit, then
Yeah,
you watch a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, then you go,
mm-hmm.
oh,
100%.
the circle window. Oh, well, why would they do that? Why would they want to take a picture through a circle window? Well, possibly to make it look like it's a ball from far away. Possibly. Like, come on, man. Whatever. All right, man. I'm just gonna have to roll down from up here. Look, I'll be listening. Hopefully, gosh, I don't even want Peter to come in, whatever his name is. Is it Peter? Oh, that guy gets on my nerves. Man. Peter, Pumpkin Eater.
What's up?
Is Peter in here? Is Peter in here? For real? I hope not.
Oops, was I hot micing? Sorry. What's up, 3D property print? You guys 3D print homes out of concrete? Scott Mackey, you know all about CNC, right?
Hello.
Batman.
Are you talking? Oh no, you're talking.
Batman, you're hot micing. What's up, Will? Oh, Jesus.
What's up, everybody? What's up?
Mic check, mic check. Anybody there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So you crit. Yeah, I was concerned. I went on to several different servers. I heard no one speaking anywhere, and got no response. So I'm like, what's going on with you, man? Okay, keep your secrets then. Hey, Sonny, that was odd. He was there and then disappeared. Who was that said I'm here? I thought it was Crit, but then
I'm here.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I didn't see you light up the first time. I must not have been paying attention. Cool. All right. Hey, Flatman, how's it going? Sorry, had to find my button. Good. All right. Mom took her to her eye doctor appointment yesterday, I believe. Her birthday's tomorrow. And her left eye is really bad, so they're going to do that. And then they're going to put a new lens on her right eye. They did a surgery on her right eye last year, but this time it's a lens. Laser surgery. Right. That's pretty amazing that they can do that. But thank God for our eyesight, right? I'm grateful. Mine's... Yeah. And she's got paperwork to get herself some new teeth going. So I keep bugging her. She's got to get out there and meet a fella. Once she's all put together. That's funny. She just got back from like a meeting with some of her siblings. That can be trying at times. I mean, all those personalities and families, like. Yeah, she says our family's like the Hatfields and McCoys. Half and half. Yeah, I have to go to an appointment pretty soon here. Have to leave in about probably 30 minutes. Are you waiting for this solar eclipse that's coming up here on the 8th? To be honest, I'm kind of curious what's gonna go down. Is the path
Like-
near? Are you near the path of totality? No, not really. I wish, but I'm gonna be viewing things. There'll be a lot of coverage online and stuff, but I'm pretty much expecting a regular, like, just an eclipse. It's a little longer than normal, but everybody else is expecting to go running around the streets acting like fools. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's supposed to be about 60%. So if it's a clear day, I should be able to see it. Of course, you can't see it, but I learned a long time ago. My father taught us how to because we had several eclipses when I was growing up, and my father showed us how to make a pinhole in a piece of paper and then hold another piece of paper below it, and you can see the actual shape.
Yes. I'm gonna use my welding helmet. I took some welding courses, so I got a welding helmet. If I can, I'll use that.
Yeah. Are you the middle part of Canada or the west side?
I'm about 10, 15, 20 at the most from downtown Ottawa.
Ottawa. So you're pretty much in the middle then, aren't you?
Yeah, like what's it called? The path does look like it's going to be getting close. So, and then I have a neighbor or two that were like saying the best place to sort of get a view of whatever we can. So I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to do. I got a few more days to figure it out, but I know for sure I'll be watching the online coverage for sure.
Yeah. So let's see. I was looking that up. The eclipse path. So here we go.
Now, as you were saying, the totality thing, is that where the X mark is? Like where it's crossing the path from 2017 or something?
No, it's the path of totality is where it's completely blacked out.
Okay. So like
and,
you have
and this time, so what they're saying, check this out. What they're saying is the diameter is only 110 miles, bro. It's only 110 miles wide.
For the shadow.
Yeah.
Wild.
And so look, it's cutting a swath here from Mazatlan, Mexico, up through central Mexico, central to northern Mexico. Then it's going up through Texas, by Houston, pretty close to Houston, Fort Worth, Oklahoma City's not too far, Fayetteville. Where's that one? Iowa. Let me see. Hold on.
And there's like something like 7 towns that have the name, I think it's Heaven Backwards, Nevada or something like this, that are supposed to be
Coronas. No, a whole bunch of Coronas. Like all along the path, there's every Corona city it's hitting in North America almost. It's like pretty crazy.
Okay.
And sun, different words, different cities with sun in it. Eclipse is another one. It's going pretty close to Memphis, up through Illinois, below Detroit, hitting right close to Toronto, going right past Ottawa. You're close to it in Ottawa, man.
Nice. See, I was in Windsor for a while. That would have been close to the Detroit, but yeah, I think I'll get out and do something.
Yeah,
maybe try to get.
You're going to be almost probably 90% or something, man. I was like, it's close, and then Montreal is in the path of totality or whatever, and Quebec's close. Then it's going to go out past St. John, and then the island of Newfoundland, and then offshore into the Atlantic.
Montreal's only 2 hours away. I got a 4-cylinder. That wouldn't be too much in gas.
But you're close enough to it, I think, where you are.
Nice.
Yeah, you're closer than I am. Way much closer.
Yeah, maybe I'll go out and try to get some of my own footage for the inner weed.
Yeah, I think you got a good spot. Like as long as you can get a clear skies,
I'll have to get a hold of my local Illuminati rep and tell them clear skies, please, April 8th.
Yeah, I know. Make the weather good. I seriously wonder about that. Like, I don't know, man. When I started noticing that a few years ago is when I was looking at like how the moon would be up in the daytime through several days, and then when it started getting closer to the sun, whereas like let's say the next few days would be the sun up in the sky and the moon would be approaching and becoming closer and closer to the sun, then those days where it would be close or crossing where the sun's path is, it's a gray day almost every time.
Well, brother, I'll tell you, in my journey towards the truth and searching for the truth and truthful stuff, I saw some footage. This gentleman had time-lapse footage from his window, and like this was touching on the HARP stuff and the weather control stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so the gentleman's time-lapse footage showed the clouds forming and dissipating in the exact same places in his sky from his view day after day after day. Like the clouds didn't, and they were in certain types of patterns too. It's like, that's too unnatural to be
Weird.
natural. Yeah. So it's like they use radio frequencies as well, and I guess those radio frequencies is what causes those cloud patterns that were happening day after day.
I literally hear those frequencies, man. I hear frequencies like when I'm laying down and it's quiet, I hear nothing but a bunch of frequencies. It's not a white noise. These are actually in motion frequencies.
You should
like
probably
can
see
hear
a
the
doctor
motion.
about that, maybe. You should probably see a doctor.
What's that?
You should probably see a doctor if you're hearing frequencies when you're lying down. I mean, that's bad thing.
Yeah, I lived in a downtown area, so it's got hundreds of
Frequencies
antennas.
all over the place.
Antennas are all over the place here.
Oh, those antennas, they're all over the place.
Yeah, there's hundreds of them just in a close, like in a few block area. There's hundreds of them.
Bloody government putting antennas all over the place.
Yeah, I know. But I don't. The way I see it is, I don't care. I'll fight them off anyway. Like I think, I think the awareness and becoming more aware.
Don't take it like that. Haven't you seen Erin Brockovich? Didn't you see how, like, she took PG&E down? Like, you can take the antenna people down.
Erin Brockovich, yeah, that's true. That's true.
Come on, my son, do it. Do it for the well, wherever you live, the people of the town, or wherever you live.
Yeah, it's kind of. Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say it's kind of wild. Some of the other stuff I came across was like using those frequencies in the water, and you see the surface of the water's got this pattern. It's like, wow, man, they're messing with nature large.
Wait, what? What frequencies in the water?
Like the military put frequencies in bodies of water and cause, like, to see what they how.
Do you mean waves?
Sorry, I was in the middle of a sentence. What's that?
Do you mean waves?
I mean, they put energy frequencies into a body of water and see how they can manipulate the body of water. And on the surface of the water, you can see how the frequencies are affecting the water body.
What's that got to do with flat Earth?
Well, what do you mean? What does it have to do with flat Earth? Maybe nothing. It has to do with me on my journey to truth, finding evidence of different experimentations that they're doing with nature.
Yeah, but what are you trying to prove?
What do you mean trying to prove? I'm saying on my journey to truth, I came across evidence where they manipulate water with frequencies. What part are you missing? I'm missing your journey to truth about what?
Flat Earth.
Ah, it was flat Earth. Right. Okay. Fine.
Just flat man, you experiment with that make water curve. Sorry.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Have you found an experiment where they make water curve and stay in a curve? I'd like to see that one.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I've seen frequency, like water is making frequency go up and in a like pigtail motion and whatnot. Like
Oh, there
I've
you
seen
go.
videos.
There you go. There's an example.
I've seen videos like that, like how frequencies manipulate water for sure, and the direction of water too. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. In research to disprove the lie I was told and to find the truth, I came across many different bodies of information and video footage of different things that like you just don't see. You know what I mean? Like unless you're looking for it, you're not going to see it. And that was one of the things I came across, how the military uses radio frequencies to manipulate bodies of water. It was pretty wild. And in my mind, I'm just thinking, I can't even imagine what the fish are fucking reacting to that like, or...
Wish.
So incidentally, do you think you live on a spinning ball and literally nothing?
Wait, sorry. Do I think I live on a spinning ball? Is that what you said?
Correct.
Yeah, sure.
Why? What's your best reason that you live on a spinning ball?
Well, should we start with the ball first and then go with the spinning, or do you want to do both at the same time? What do you want to do?
It's your choice. How about the curve? You got proof that
Let's
body
go
of
with the
water
curve
can
first. Good point. Do I think it's curve?
curve.
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
You did. Go ahead, prove it.
Prove it to you.
Yeah,
Prove
show
that
us
a body.
Show us your proof of
the and its ability to stay in a curve and maintain the curve. Go ahead.
Whoa, hang on. You asked if I believed it.
Yeah, that was his first question, and you said, yes, I do believe I'm on a ball spinning in space. And he said, okay, which would you like to prove first? The curvature of the Earth or the spinning? And you said, let's...
do the curve, right? Okay, fine.
Well,
But
what's your...
I believe it or not? Yes?
Yes. What's your proof of the curve that gives you your belief?
That's to prove it to you. I believe it. I don't need to prove it to you. What are you talking about?
We're asking. I think he's asking, like, what do you support that belief with? Is there information you have?
Yeah, enough for me, but nothing that it would prove it to you guys.
Okay, so that's all he's asking is, what does it prove it to? What is it you have that proves
for
it
me,
to you?
it's to prove it for me.
Yeah, for you.
Right. I'm not trying to prove it to you, right?
No, what proved it to you?
Okay, fine. As long as I'll show you something that proves it to me. But I'm not proving it to you, right? Or
exactly. We're not. I'm not asking that myself. I mean,
okay, good. As long as we're not. As long as
incidentally, man, you can relax. There's no pressure here. We just want to know why you think you live on a ball.
Okay, fine. But this is proof for me. This isn't proof for you.
Listen, brother, if you can provide proof that the Earth curves, we might just shut down the server.
No,
We've been waiting.
No, do not do that. There always has to be debate.
Whoa, calm the fuck down, Linda. I said we might. We've been waiting for years for thousands of you thousands of you globers to bring in proof of your curve, and none of you ever do.
Yes, well, I don't want to change your belief because I think that there should always be...
You're not going to change our belief because it's not a belief. We have an understanding. We have knowledge. We know what we're standing on. Fine. You have a belief. You believe... Fine.
But you asked me for belief. I gave you the reason why I believe.
Calm down. I see that, Linda. You believe because of what you've been told... You're on a spinning ball in space. That's fine. We understand.
Fine.
I don't want to shut down your channel. I don't want to shut down your beliefs.
Okay,
I
let's
want
not,
you guys
hold on, let's not get sidetracked. Let's not get
With
sidetracked here.
actual proof, that won't happen.
Can we
Sorry?
can we
Say
just
that again.
know can we just know some things that cause you to believe it? That's all. Like, well, you must know something that keeps you on the globe, and so we're just asking what that is. What is it you have behind the belief that supports or validates that belief that would make you think that it's a globe or to believe it's a globe? So
As long as it's what is it that convinces me, and I'm not trying to convince you guys. As long
I
as
don't know
we're
how many
agreed
times-
on that.
How many times can I say it? So yeah, you're not going to be able to convince anyone of anything. That's an impossibility.
I'm not going to be able to convince anyone in here of anything. Yes.
Nobody can convince anyone of anything. So that's up to the individual.
Well, I mean that's okay, fine. But I'm not going to be able to convince anyone. Well, anything that I put in here isn't going to have an impact on what they believe at all, right?
No, we're just curious minds. Curious minds want to know. We want to know what makes you think you're living on a globe. So go ahead and
So I
tell us.
I just put a link in the side chat. That's one example. If that helps.
That's a hump. That's a hump. That's not a glob.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but does that give you a better view as to why I would believe in it?
So you have what's called a live stream of Earth from space, and the space they're talking about can't exist because it's a second law of thermodynamics violation. And the other thing is about
what do you mean second law? I don't know what the second law of thermodynamics is.
Yeah, that's a big word.
What the hell does that mean? What's the second law?
Gas pressure requires a container.
That's not the second law of thermodynamics.
Yes, it is. High pressure goes to low pressure. More hot goes to cold. Yeah. Entropy will increase.
Entropy? What's this got to do with entropy?
Yeah, so let's just move on. Just continue. Who wants to talk about the NASA live stream? I have to leave in about 10 minutes.
Are you so is it okay, fine.
I have to leave in about 10 or 15 minutes.
You have to leave?
Yeah, I have an appointment.
Well, so are you just saying entropy and that's it?
Well, hold up. I guess what we need to do is slow down. And you posted a video of a
live stream. The live stream, yeah.
So how can you validate that live stream that it's actually in the place that they say, and that the pictures it's taking or whatever, the film it's taking, video it's taking is actually of the thing they're saying it is? So we got a couple of things. Is it where they say it is? And
because I'm part of the team that puts the live stream up.
Because that looks like a tiny little ball Earth to me.
Yeah, so you asked how I can verify it. I'm part of the team that puts the live stream up, like takes the images from the ISS and puts the live stream up on YouTube. That's how I can verify it.
So what about it having a fisheye lens?
No, there is no fisheye lens. That's part of.
How do you know that they don't have a fisheye lens?
Because, like I said, I'm one of the people that gets the raw data and ensures that it is live streaming, so it's not fisheye. Does that help?
Yeah, I would like to see that information, but that's okay.
Okay, so okay.
I just don't understand how you can believe these so-called films from these people that have.
Well, people. I'm one of the people. I'm one of the people.
But the people at NASA are known to have lied about what they've said. They've been actually upfront and saying that they can't go and do these things. Like they said in 2015, the Orion project, they said, we can't go there till we solve these problems.
Go where?
Go to the moon.
I'm not talking about the moon.
They were saying in 2015, the Orion project, NASA was saying they can't
I'm
go
not talking about the moon. I'm not talking about the moon. Forget the
They're
moon.
saying they can't go below. They can't go above low Earth orbit, and that
This is
that means
yeah, fine.
they
This is low Earth orbit though.
So where is it?
Low Earth orbit. So
Yeah, low Earth orbit. So according to the experts, you can't see the whole Earth. You only see 3% of the Earth at the ISS. So you wouldn't possibly be able to see any curve from up there, according to the experts. Even
can you see? Can you see curve?
I see curve like my guitar has curve on it.
No, can you see curve on this live feed? Can you see curve?
They're purporting
I
it to be
I see
curved
exaggerated
Earth.
hump.
Can you see
It's
curve?
hump actually. It's
Can you see
exaggerated hump.
Yeah, can you see curve?
Accentuated by the lens that's used.
It's a lens, yeah, the lens.
Hump sounds like curve. Can you see curve?
But
Not
mostly
any-
this is just a cartoon.
Can you see curve?
Yeah, we see a photo, we see a video imagery
of curve
that is causing it to curve because you can tell
you can see
everything else
curve.
is curved.
Good.
You can tell everything else is curved. The sides of the satellite wing there, that's up above to the upper right. And actually that satellite that's in the left
I see
actually
satellite.
has curve to it too. So how do
I
those
see a
things
satellite.
curve?
I don't see a satellite there. Okay.
How about the curve of the opening, the aperture? The curve of that aperture looks like they're looking out a window. That's curved too.
Okay, fine. Yes, everything's
So
curved.
everything is curved. Even the sides of the satellite are curved too.
Anyway, does that give you an example of why I believe?
Yeah. So you've fallen for cartoons, is what that shows. But thank you.
You're welcome. I mean, I wasn't trying to convince you. I was just giving you an example of.
I wasn't intending on being convinced until I see something.
Of course. Well, of course you will.
I will choose what I'm convinced about.
You will choose what you're convinced about. Like that's,
yeah. Once I see
that's a really good way to do.
When I see further,
really good way to do science.
I'm the one that gets convinced, not you, not from somebody else. I don't.
I wasn't trying to convince you. You asked me what convinced me, and and then you started arguing.
No, we're not trying to be convinced. Yeah. So
yeah, I know you're not trying to be convinced. I'm not trying to convince you.
We're just trying to get information. Trying to get information of why you believe the Earth is built. Now we know the first one. First one is videos from space. Okay. Do you have anything else?
Do I have anything else? Are you gonna like cause an argument if I give you other stuff, or?
Well, your proofs to the ones that proved it to you. That's what we're still on about.
Oh, I saw it myself.
You saw what yourself?
The curve of the Earth.
Okay, so you saw a curve of the Earth yourself. Where was this?
Concorde, from Concorde, when it was flying, when we were flying.
When you were flying on the Concorde. Okay, I hear you.
I'm not expecting that to convince you because that's my personal experience.
I've been on aircraft and I've never seen any curve, even when I was a glober and believed it was a globe. I didn't see any curve still on the aircraft all the way across the Atlantic.
Do you know Concorde used to fly a lot higher than regular commercial aircraft?
Yeah,
make a difference. If you notice the photo in the live stream, that's what I do as a hobby. There is no curve from airplanes. Thank you very much.
Okay. There is no curve from airplanes.
No,
I didn't say airplanes. I said Concorde, but
it's not high enough.
Okay, I saw the curve.
Okay, you thought you did. Look, I thought I saw the curve at the beach before on a cliff when I was standing on a 300-foot tall cliff overlooking the beach, overlooking the ocean.
I asked if you were going to cause an argument, and you said no. You just wanted to know about my experience, and here you are causing another argument.
Listen, I'm steel manning.
You've never been on the Concorde, and you never saw curvature.
Now I'm a liar. I've never been on the Concorde.
Plain and simple, you are.
Yeah, I'm not doubting that he's been on the Concorde. The whole thing is,
Well,
I'm
the
still
other
hold on.
guy is. He's a bit jealous.
Well,
Sounds
whatever.
like he's jealous that he never got to go on Concord.
Whatever. People disagree about all kinds of things. So what? Who cares?
Yeah,
Move on.
he sounds a bit jealous, though, doesn't he?
So
It
I was
sounds
steel
jealous.
manning your.
Yeah,
premise
keep doing it.
that
Keep
you
doing
thought-
it. Keep doing
Hold
it.
on. I was steel manning for a moment. So listen, I stood on the cliff and looked out over the ocean. I thought I saw curve 2.
Okay, well, I'm talking about being 64,000 feet in the air. So.
Yeah, I thought I saw it at the beach.
Yeah, well, that wasn't 64,000 feet in the air.
Because
oh, it's the jealous guy again. No, it's the jealous guy again.
Listen, Linda. Military airspace is from 50,000 and above. You were not at 60,000 feet. Please, not on a commercial flight. You are full of it.
Oh, I'm full of it now. Oh, he's so jealous that I was in a Concorde and he wasn't. Well, I'm not surprised, to be fair.
The Concorde's maximum height would be maybe 40,000 feet. You would never go above.
Is it? Oh, why don't you look it up? Why don't you look it up, you douchebag?
Linda, it would not go above 40,000 feet, plain and simple.
Of course it wouldn't, but I guess I'm lying then.
You just said you were at 64,000 feet, so yeah, you're lying.
I guess I'm lying.
Good, you admitted it.
I did. I admitted it to you. You win. Well done.
Good job.
They're
You
saying
don't see
that-
the
they're saying
curvature
that
of
it
the
could
Earth
go up
2
to
millimeters
60,000.
above the beach ball. Neil deGrasse
Yeah,
Tyson. So you could be twice the height of the
I can't hear it when a
and
bunch of jealous
you're
people
not,
are all talking at the same
and you're
time.
not
Sorry,
seeing
one
it.
jealous person at a time.
Well, you're now doing it. You're now doing it, and
Well, I'm not
he
the jealous
yielded.
one.
No, you are now doing it. I'm saying you don't see the curvature of the Earth 2 millimeters above beach ball. You're fighting a ghost, man.
I guess I am. I guess I'm lying.
No, you
Well,
just think
geeks,
it's
we
true.
all know you are lying.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
maybe
that's
they
why.
don't.
That's
why.
why.
Okay,
That's why I
I'm gonna
said.
be quiet. Have
That's
your
why I
fun,
said.
geeks.
That's why I said I'm lying. I mean, I was asked what what convinced me. I gave you my personal experience. Apparently, I'm lying. So yeah.
People that have military backgrounds and a large amount of information as far as flights and jumping out of planes and etc. So yeah,
We already clarified this. I'm lying. I'm lying, right? So leave it
bullshit is
alone.
spotted quickly. Okay, Linda?
I don't know what a Linda means, but I guess I'm lying. Thank you.
No, you just believed it to be true. That's all.
Believe it to be true, lying, all the same thing.
No,
And
they're not.
Melinda kind of pisses people off though when I say I have personal experience, and they're like, "You're just a liar."
Well, you kind of you do revert to Linda behavior quite often, like very
I don't know what that means.
like a Karen or something. You're always caring about color commenting on like the tone of
I
voice.
don't know what that means. What does
But
that
it's
mean?
okay. I don't want to get into the weeds. I have to go in about 5 minutes here. But
Wait, I don't know
Linda's
what
like the British
Linda.
Karen?
I don't know what Linda or Karen behavior means. What did I say or do that indicates that exactly? Just by saying, I'm not going to argue with you. You're right.
I'll let Flatman elaborate on that if he wishes. I have to go soon. I have to get ready.
Hey, good hearing you, subdued sea bro.
So no one's going to explain it. Okay, fine.
It's basically when you're allowing your emotions to control yourself and you're repeating the garbage you already repeated in the first place. Like, stop letting your feelings get into it and deal with the information. Facts. You didn't see, and nobody ever sees curvature from any plane at any height, ever.
God, this guy sounds like a fucking Linda. You didn't see anything because I know better than what you saw, because I know you better than you know yourself.
See what you just did? That was Linda behavior. Karen behavior. You're acting like a freaking chick, man. Linda, well, that was an interesting story you told about being on the Concorde, and what sort of excited you to sort of come in and tell stories, weave a yarn?
Well, to be fair, we did elicit him to speak up, and we asked him what his belief of the globe was based on. So, what kind of proofs? What proved it to him? And so that's why we kind of like drew it out of him, if you will.
Well, that's what's funny about geeks is he knows everything he believes in is bullshit. So
His first, when we inquired why do you think you're on a spinning ball and in space and all that, his first answer and or proof he presented us was live images from the ISS, and then his second proof to confirm that he knew he was on a spinning ball was his claim that he was on the Concorde and witnessed Earth's curvature from the Concorde. It's like, why would you not come in with that first? Well, first off, I was on the Concorde and I actually saw the curve with my own two eyes. Plus, there's the NASA ISS images that I look at. Why would you start with NASA instead of your actual life experience? I think I would start there first.
well, that's what he said. He's like, no, I actually am a technical engineer. I'm receiving the data from the satellite,
Oh, he works at
transcribing
NASA.
it for YouTube, for your YouTube viewing pleasure. Like I'm the guy that puts it on the YouTube. That's
Okay, he works at NASA as
hilarious.
well. So maybe you could tell me why we don't see any planes between the ISS and the surface of the Earth, or any satellites, or anything in between the ISS and the Earth. Why do we not observe any of that? I guess if he's an engineer there and does all that, he could answer that question.
I'm sure he's got a yarn to weave about that one as well.
He never presents any data or facts. He just tells you stories, anecdotal
He'd
stories.
probably, he'd probably begin with, the ISS is 3 times the size of an airplane and 250 miles above Earth's surface, and the airplane is only 6 miles above and 1/3 the size, and you think you're going to see the light from an airplane? And then my answer would be, well, if I can see the lights on the ISS... Or the alleged light of the ISS. There's that light moving, and it's supposed to be the ISS. I know when I'm in that live stream and I ask questions like that, they block my comments right away. Shouldn't we be ships? Shouldn't we see shipping lights in the shipping lanes on the oceans from the ISS? Shouldn't we see this? Shouldn't we see that? And then I get blocked.
Anyway, I got to go. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. I'll be back in about an hour or so.
Have a good appointment, son.
Yeah, later.
Later, Sonny.
Take care, Sonny. See you.
I've been looking for footage of an airplane flying from horizon to horizon, like in a single like pan camera view. I don't know where to look for that. Been trying to find it though. I've been looking at like air show footage and stuff. Yeah. You know, Because I've been thinking about, like, if you're standing at the beach and that horizon cutoff point, that edge that things are dropping off of is only 3 miles in front of you, would be only 3 miles in front of you. So that means an airplane would travel, but it would still have to be, like, physically obstructed by that hump that's 3 miles in front of you. I'm very interested in this airplane, horizon to horizon camera view. I don't even think it's possible. I think your local area is more than 6 miles.
Has there been any good debate yet today?
No, it's been quiet.
And quiet
This
as
morning,
hell.
this morning there was some stuff going on, but
I mean, what are they going to say at this rate? I mean, have we not covered everything by now?
Yeah, dude, Greggy, you just piss them off with your monotone frickin' acts, you know.
And I don't talk that way like in real life, like all the time. Like I've mastered that rhetorical technique after listening to them. Like without them, without doing any evil against them. I'm using their irritating tone, condescending tone back at them. I do.
It does get on the nerves, dude. I think it's funny. Well,
Because
I
they're
just
so
went to
determined, right? They're so devout to try and persevere to be condescendingly unimpressed back at us. It's like, no, dude, you're the one that's wrong. You're the one that's in the pathetic, untenable position, not me. Just because you pretend that you have intellectual superiority doesn't mean you really do.
Yeah, it literally gets to the point where they're like, well, after they start getting just destroyed, and they're like, wait a minute, I don't have any. This is what they're thinking in their head. Man, I'm really getting my ass handed to me. They're going, well, I don't know why I'm freaking listening to a bunch of stupid flat earthers anyway.
Yeah, given my ignorance, therefore you're stupid.
Well, I just went and I went to one of my doctors, and my doctor I bought him a bunch of coffee, and I bought him like $100 worth of coffee. He just gave me $150 check. That was nice. Hell yeah.
Very good.
Yeah, it's a good day. Good day, gents and ladies. Hope all is well.
Damn, that's cold. Yeah, no, we're doing all right. Had a bit of a row with a bit of a nipple head earlier. What up, flat man? I was about to pull your finger, but I can see someone already took care of that. Yeah, I was holding it for a while. Trying to think of what I'm going to do for my mom. Her birthday's tomorrow. 72. Happy birthday to mama. Yeah. Maybe take her to a restaurant for dinner or something. Grab my sister. That'll be a nice little outing. Yeah. There's one place that's reasonably priced and it's quality food on Maryville. If I can remember that we call the name. Stone Mills, I think that's it. Stone Mill Restaurant. Take her there. How's your weather out west, Flatman? I'm on the east. I'm in Ottawa. It's snow. We got about half a foot in the last 2 days. Yeah, bro. That's weird, man. Like I'm down in. My bad. I thought you were like Midwest or something. Yeah, here in Ontario, or here in Ontario. I'm such an idiot. Southern Ontario, we didn't get squat, bro. We got like a little bit of snow, but like mostly rain. That it's never. Sorry, go ahead. No, I insist. I was just. It's super weird for me this year because I've seen it snow on my mom's birthday in the past, but it literally was like the grass was green and everything. It was like a flurry or a little something. It was gone the next day. And I think in my 52 years on Earth, maybe once or twice I saw a little snow after the 5th of April. But this is weird. This is really weird. I totally agree. Like it's still snowing right now. For real? Oh shit. Yeah. Man. I mean, sorry. Oh snap. Damn. Yeah, I'm very, very perplexed this year. I'll stop and see if there's any fights on the table. Push on, but blessings to you, man. And if I don't talk to you prior, have a blessing birthday with mom tomorrow, man. Yeah, enjoy your weekend, brother. Right back at you, bro. Be well. Peace. Boy, I'll tell you what. Holy shit.
What?
Uh,
What do you got to say?
yo, Grit. Well, what do I got to say? Uh, you know, I plumb forgot. Imagine that. Right.
You really? All right, bye.
Oh, what a weirdo.
Yeah. I got something to say. Say it. I forgot.
Hello.
Hello.
What up?
Anyone there?
Yeah, man.
How are you?
Hanging in there.
So, what do you think about this picture? Please tell me your opinion. With uh, yeah,
It's you, the dimensions, portals, whatnot.
you remember?
I remember you, man.
You
It's
remember
been a
me?
while. Oh my god. What you got
Yeah.
for us
How are
this
you
time?
doing?
I'm good, I'm good.
Uh, another new thing that recently blew up my mind.
Uh-huh.
In the side chat.
What's that? I don't see it. Did you post it?
Are you seeing that?
No, maybe it's still loading from your end. I don't see it.
There you go. Do you see it?
Yeah. See it.
Hello. So, what do you think about it?
How do we know what that is? Do you want to describe it?
Do you have any idea what can that be?
I mean, I recognize some of the star names.
So, No.
That's the body map of the Kundalini system using planets and the solar system. That is such a joke.
No, it is not a Kundalini system. You're Indian original hybrid. I don't know what should I say. It is from the Kabbalistic tree of Sephiroth.
And they're replacing that idea with using the stars and planets. That's hilarious.
The tree of the Sephiroth can express or can be uh, view multiple kind of reality. It can view from the emotional and structural reality of the human body to the mental body to the planetary reality to the solar system to the galactic reality even to the universal and dimensional reality of the heavens and earth. It can just it can be used to show many realities.
So I guess the underlying idea is to give you the idea that the universe is within each of us. Is that the idea?
No, the thing that I want to say tonight that after I saw this picture, immediately something came up in my mind that those lines are like are look like pathway to connect one one place to another place, like a stargate, like a channeled portal pathway. So
Sure.
and it is showing that the sun it connects to different places of in the space. So
Yeah, you're looking
then
at it.
I was wondering, can the sun be a actually be a portal? And then suddenly my mind was blown when I uh, remember sun in alchemic tradition, yeah, or hermetic tradition, is called soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, and suddenly I remember reading an article of spiritual channeled knowledge from ascended master or something, a channeling a channeler. Uh, he said that one of his story that he was very suffering and um, having a hard life, and and he prayed a lot throughout all of his life, but and suddenly one time his prayer got answered, and he saw a vision. He saw a vision where saw that uh, a sun is being the soul portal, is the portal of the soul. Souls, human souls or the soul came through this world through the sun. Sun being a portal or the gateway to the soul coming up, coming to the earthly realm or this realm from the higher heavens. So in this vision, he saw that uh, thing and described the sun as a portal of the soul. And then I remember that matched the same name, the sun being soul in alchemical tradition. So it is similar. So I believe there can be chances that sun is not actually a, a sun but a soul gate. Yeah.
Sure.
Like
In inspecting your image closer, it seems odd that the galactic center is where it is. It should be more in the center, no?
I am not talking about the Mayan. I don't know where this image came from.
The image you posted an image of a star map.
Yeah,
Mayan
that is just
interdimensional star
yeah. That
map.
I'm not a Mayan. I'm not a pagan or pantheist. I'm a
I'm not
Sufi.
saying you are. Oh, I'm just saying in closer examination of your image, the galactic center should be where Pleiades is, in my opinion, because it's not in the center of anything. I didn't say you made it. I didn't say you're believing in it. I'm just examining it,
I
and where
know.
the galactic
Yes,
center is seems odd. It's not
yes.
in the center.
I can explain. I can explain that.
Well, I
Yeah.
don't really want an explanation. I'm just.
I will forcefully explain you that it is only because it is only showing solar reality and some galactic. Wait a minute. And not the whole reality of the universe. There are higher maps. There are higher maps.
What
It
I
is a
see there is a bunch of gobbledygook. It doesn't make no sense to me. Never will. So please stop
whatever,
trying
man.
to. Thanks. Yes.
Whatever. Because it is a simplified map of the higher. There are higher version of this map. There are maps. There are realities beyond galactic. Yeah. Hello, anyone there? Yeah.
I think this is going way over people's heads, man. Most people's. Don't stop though. Keep explaining. I appreciate it.
I mean, we'd rather hear measurements of the curvature. That would be more interesting. Yeah.
This is a flat Earth server.
Yeah. We need proof of measurements of that claimed curvature.
Yeah, we need flat Earth debunked. Go ahead. Provide us the curve. We need this done and dealt with. Hurry up.
I honestly think most people, even if they knew or whatever, coming here to find out why the flat earthers think it's flat, really.
Yeah. Because water is, and it's obvious. Come on, get your head out of your ass.
Because space have shape.
It really is that simple. I mean, you've seen water, right? You don't see it bend, right, or tending towards a curve over the surface.
Water is upon the space of the earth, which is curved. Space have shape, but it is how should I say? Our vision is also curved and sensorized with the curvedness because
Yeah, I'm gonna need an interpreter. Somebody else step in.
He's saying because our vision is
I think
curved, the horizon is curved. Like, I don't know what he's saying, to be honest. Vision, oh my god. Space have shapes. You understand me? Space, SPACE, space have multiple shapes.
Space has ships.
Shape, oh my.
No, I don't think I get it.
shape. Yeah. Yeah, I'll try. Space has shape. Does time have space? Does time have shape? That's what I meant to say.
Recently, there was an experiment of double slit experiment of time instead of space. Does anyone hear that? Double slit experiment or in time, not in space.
In time, not in space.
They recently had an experiment, and the scientist got Nobel Prize recently.
Huh?
Who?
Scientist.
Which scientist?
I don't know.
You can search it on the Google. I don't remember the name.
What was the experiment? Or what did he get a Nobel for?
Double slit experiment
The
in
double slit.
time.
Oh my god.
In time, not in space.
In time.
Not in space.
So conceptual. Wait, did he manipulate time?
Mod.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me from this end? Hello. Is my
Yeah, I
signal
can
receiving?
hear you.
You receiving my
Yes.
signal? Hello. Hello.
Yes. I'm receiving your single, brother.
Golly.
Or these people sharing in the chat.
Yeah.
Flyers.
I'm rolling a fatty because I know this is going to get good.
Oh yeah. Oh.
It looks like a non-starter to me.
Yeah. The double slit experiment. But he said time. I haven't heard that one before.
He also said space is shit.
It has a shape? Oh.
Shit.
Shit. Oh.
Yes.
He said shit.
Yes.
Okay.
We've known for a long time gravity doesn't exist. It's time to yell it. What the Dr. Eric Valine, physics professor and string theorist, Amsterdam University.
Yeah. Interesting statement.
Earth is not a ball. So easy. But I saw it on TV.
I saw it.
Most of these quotes are like he said something else, but you think he said this way, so you have to check if that's actually true and he actually meant this.
Hey, Cleander, what's up?
Hey.
The sky.
The sky is up.
If I understand the image he posts, I guess what he's trying to propose here is the Earth is that ball at the bottom of the image, and then the sun and those other two bodies to the right and left of it are above the Earth. And he's trying to say that the sun is like a soul gate to get beyond the sun to those other images above the galactic center, the Omega, which is the father galaxy, the Alpha, which is the mother galaxy. A bunch of gobbledygook.
Googly googly gobbly googly.
Yeah. Can't prove any of that shit anyway, so. Just a fairy tale.
Like the flat Earth?
Dreams are made
Like a
of
fairy
these.
tale.
Who am I to disagree?
Do you have any evidence for globe, AT, since you said like flat Earth?
Oh, what's the statement? What's the question?
No, it's not a question. You've been here before. You're not that stupid.
Wait, I have a question. I have a question. For flat earthers. Is there anyone here?
Yeah, you can ask. Go ahead.
Okay, so when there is a spring on the North Pole, according to our shape, okay. When there is
So
a
seasons. We're talking about season now. Oh.
Yes. When there is a spring from in the North Pole of the Earth, the whole what is it called? The whole air, like there's a pressure difference because of the temperature. So the whole air from the South Pole is going up to the North Pole. That's why in the spring there's like windy weather and like more rainy. So how is that explained in flat Earth? Why in the spring there's like more windy? Why is it like that?
What?
That was a weird question.
Yeah, why is that, flat earthers?
Yeah. Flat earthers have to answer for this.
They didn't understand. I have to explain it again, right?
Yes, you have. They're kind of slow sometimes.
Yeah, it's okay, AC. You can quote in the background.
Let me explain it in a better way. So when there is like summer in North Pole, there is winter in South Pole. Okay, so when there is a spring in the North Pole, there's a pressure difference between North Pole and South Pole. So when there's a spring in the North Pole, the whole pressure on the South Pole is rising up to the North Pole. So that's why in a spring it's like more windy, and there's like more thunder and more rain. So how is that explained in flat Earth?
How is that?
Can you explain it on a globe?
Explain on a spinning ball.
I don't understand how that proves a globe, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, sometimes in the spring it's windier due to changing weather patterns, It's getting warmer, so there's going to be pressure differentials and air is going to flow from higher to lower and what have you. So well, I don't know what it has to do with the conversation of whether the Earth's a globe or a plane or what have you.
Yeah, besides, April showers bring May flowers.
Can you please explain it why that has anything to do with the Earth being a spinning, tilted,
because
spaceport?
if it was flat, some such thing would not happen. Like there would
Why?
be no pressure.
Why?
There is no pressure difference because there is no temperature difference. The sun is.
Why? Why not?
Okay, explain how your sun works.
No, you made the claim that if it's
your
flat, there
sun
won't be any
works.
pressure or temperature differential. You made the claim. No, you made the claim. So you tell us why there won't be any difference. What are you talking about?
Like when there is a spring in the North Pole, it's like it gets more sunlight, so there's pressure difference because the temperature.
Yeah, and so it can't be flat and have that pressure difference. Why?
You realize there is still a sun in flat Earth.
Yeah, there's a sun. You realize that all the things going on outside, like the seasons and the day and night cycle, they're all happening. They're all happening. And water's still flat.
Why is the day length is longer in summer?
Okay, so now you're pivoting to something else. Your claim a minute ago is there won't be any temperature differential on a flat Earth. Why is that? No, it's not. You're talking about day and night cycle. Your claim is that temperature differential won't exist on a flat Earth. Why?
because the length of the days are different in different seasons.
No, they're
Well,
not. Okay, yeah, they're exactly what they are in reality.
Yes.
So
how is that? How is that?
that's a temperature differential right there from day to night. Why won't that happen on a flat Earth?
What's the prerequisite for that? Like to happen?
I want to know how we
I
have a
asked
pressure
you a question,
differential.
you
in-
answered
Pressure. Where do you get pressure from on your globe?
What?
Exactly.
Yeah, shouldn't have pressure in the first place on your globe because it's in a vacuum. So all that pressure should just disperse into the vacuum.
Where's the globe
enveloping it.
pressing
Well,
against?
guys.
Where's the globe pressing against if it's a negative? If it's a negative pressure, how is that possible? How can you have positive pressure without a barrier to negative pressure? Can you demonstrate that?
He actually got it completely
Relativity?
backwards. You wouldn't have these weather patterns on a globe because it's in a vacuum of space. So you wouldn't have the air pressure to have the weather patterns in the first place. So you flipped everything around.
The Earth
There
will
is
just
something
look
called
like the
gravity.
moon.
Introducing you to gravity.
Define
Oh,
it. Define
Amazing.
gravity.
So gravity is the magic thing that makes gas
It's not
pressing
magic.
against nothing. How can pressure, which is determined by it pressing against something, work in an environment where it can't press against something? Is gravity like a magic replacement to press against? That doesn't make any sense.
Well, it's not magic. It's
Well, then explain it.
it's gravity.
no.
What's
It's the
gravity?
space-time being bent because of a mass. There's a mass.
Okay.
It's bending
Nice.
the space-time, so
Okay.
it makes gravity.
Now,
it's-
can you
it's bending
demonstrate
a
the bending of space-time? Can you demonstrate the bending of space-time due to mass causing air pressure? Able to demonstrate that with a scientific experiment?
I'm not a
No, you can't do it.
you know something? I'm not a math guy.
Okay, I didn't ask for math. I asked for science.
Yeah.
So apparently you're not a math or a science guy. You're just saying
Yes.
things. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I just say things that I've learned.
You're just regurgitating.
So, guys, if we didn't have gravity, everything would be floating.
If we didn't have the bending and warping of space-time, everything would be floating? How do you know that the bending and warping of space-time causes things not to float?
Wait.
Yeah, have you manipulated gravity? Oh, space
So
time.
you mean if there was no gravity?
No, the bending and warping of space-time, no, I don't think that exists. I think that's just
Yeah.
hocus
if there was
pocus.
No space-time bending, there was no gravity.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of conjecture.
But how do you know?
Religion. It's religion.
Yeah.
No, it's not religion.
Yeah, but how do you know?
There's no experimental evidence for it, so why should I believe that?
Oh,
Well, yeah, there you go.
I don't know what else to say.
Thanks. Thanks for coming out.
Well, you could say I have a belief, since you had no proof of it.
No, I don't have a belief. I know there is a proof, but I cannot provide that. If I can't
Okay,
provide
so you say I have a belief for now then.
Hey, that's not logically consistent. You can't
Until you find one.
One second, you can't simultaneously say, I know that there's a proof, but I can't provide it. So you don't know that there's a proof since you cannot provide it.
Yeah, that would be honest. That would be honest
Yeah.
way I say.
So
Not only
wait,
that, you have
let me
a
ask a
belief in
question.
pseudoscience because it doesn't follow the scientific method. All you have is the philosophy, which makes it a religious belief because you hold to it zealously.
Yeah.
Wait, so
You just
why-
have to admit it.
in your model, why when I drop my phone it falls in the ground? Why is it like that?
Who cares?
What do you mean who cares?
Doesn't really matter.
If it doesn't matter, then why are you like questioning me about it?
Well, you're the one bringing it up, things falling to the ground. What does that tell you about the surface of what we live on anyway? Why even go there?
Why are you closing your eyes on it?
It's irrelevant.
It doesn't prove the shape of the Earth though. Without
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm
No.
saying. It doesn't prove a shape.
You say why do things fall. I say why do things go up. I put Doesn't
helium
it
in a
prove
balloon,
the
and I drop
gravity
it, what happens?
at some point? Doesn't it at least prove the gravity? If a ball's when you throw a ball, it comes back to Earth.
Yeah.
Does gas
Why
go
is
down,
it
go
whenever
boom
I
boom?
drag the beach ball to the beach and I blow it up and I throw it, it goes up and then it comes back down? You'd say gravity. Well, then why is it whenever I take the same ball and I walk out into the water that I went to go play in and I force it on water, why does it pop back up? Is that gravity?
It's because of the force.
What force?
Buoyant
I
force?
don't know the name of
Say the
the.
force be with you.
So if it's buoyant
When it,
force, that means it's
when
not
it
gravity.
comes down, like there is the.
But not everything
My-
comes down though.
My vocabulary doesn't support to explain this.
But not everything comes down. So where's
So-
gravity?
I'm not
Well,
a
I mean-
native
Yeah.
speaker.
This guy just asked a second ago, you
I'm
throw
gonna
something, it comes down. Doesn't that prove gravity? Well, the way that gravity was just defined was the curvature of space-time. So no, throwing something and it falling to the ground doesn't prove that the curvature of space-time made it come down.
Well, it does.
No, it doesn't. It's a bunch of mathematical abstractions that you guys came up with, or well, Einstein did, or whoever he stole it from at the patent office, because they need some kind of story about how the mechanics of all this works for a ball in a vacuum of space. That's all it is. It's just philosophy. There's no experimental evidence for it, no physical proof whatsoever. It's all in your
Theories.
mind, dude.
Theories.
It's all in your mind. Yeah. Okay, where is it? Show it then.
Okay, so during the World War II, Einstein had a friend in the UK. I don't know his name. So, in order to prove this gravity, that is space-time bending, warp, I guess that's what you say. He wanted to prove it, so he captured a picture from the sun, and there was like two stars behind the sun. So it was like if those two stars behind the sun were like visible at a certain time because they were behind the sun.
Okay.
But they could see it because the light was bending.
Okay, the light was bending. Okay.
Yeah. So
Okay,
they
what
could
about
see
what
those
about
stars.
okay? What about space-time? Was that bending?
What?
What about space-time? Was that bending?
He's wrong. The light wasn't bending. It was the space was bending.
Okay, how do you know? How do you know the space was bending?
Because
He guessed, and first he guessed that
Yes.
a space-time is bending. Then he tried to find this experiment, and the experiment was that to take a picture of the stars when Earth is behind the sun, and after that in the other side of the sun. And then and then they compared these two pictures and saw that the light doesn't come in a straight way.
Yes.
Okay, therefore space-time bent.
Yeah,
That's
the sun is bent, the Earth is no. They thought that the light bending, but
So
the space that light is traveling is bending.
Okay, so the actual space itself bent. Okay, it's an affirmative
Yeah.
the consequent fallacy.
It's not the fallacy,
What?
dude.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's
Right.
circular reasoning. Yeah, it's a circular argument basically. If space-time bends and warps, then I'll see this phenomenon in the sky. I saw the phenomenon in
the
the sky,
sun-
therefore the space-time bent and warped.
The
Yeah, okay.
sun bends the space-time. That's why the light
Yeah.
came to Earth. There was a solar eclipse.
That's an
So
affirming the consequent fallacy.
It's not a fallacy.
Yes, it is. It's just straight up circular reasoning. If space-time bends, I expect to see this. I see this, therefore space-time bends.
I mean, that's kind of how you experiment, isn't it?
No. You would vary and manipulate your supposed cause. So you think that the bending and warping of space-time is what caused
Then there should
is
be
what
another
caused
reason.
is what caused the light from a star to bend around the sun or whatever you're saying. You think
Look-
that it's the bending and warping of space-time, right?
Yeah.
So it would be the manipulation of the bending and warping of space-time that would demonstrate that cause and effect relationship. That hasn't been done. It's just been asserted.
But it could be an answer to the light traveling doesn't travel in a straight way.
Okay, so could be. could be.
Yeah,
could be.
As far as we don't have another answer, it's the best we got, and we should stick with it.
Not really.
To say the Earth is flat, and anything that, without any experiment.
If the solar eclipse happened and the two lights were behind the sun, and the sun went into eclipse, and then the stars that were behind the sun were able to be viewed on the sides of the sun. And that means that the light bent around that sun, right? You could also take an object, put it behind another object, rapidly change the temperature of the surface of that object, and watch something happen watch the image come around the warped temperature on that object, because people like to say, well, refraction, so therefore I put a canister between me and a candle, and then I dump a lot
but they consider all of those.
So then maybe it's the case that the temperature changed rapidly, and you watched the image of the object that's supposedly behind the sun come around the sun, and it's due to temperature change, not because of space-time warping.
But they consider all of those things that they could change. It's not like they don't know the temperature of sun. They know that.
So what about the eclipse that they manipulate? What did they change?
What if they change we change our module? That's how science works.
So
if they were wrong, we say we were wrong. If they were wrong, then everything changed. We come up with another module.
Model, not module. Model.
Sorry.
Oh,
no worries.
Because I was like, what module is being changed in a solar eclipse? If it's that makes more sense.
Oh, got him. He said module, not model. You win.
But English is not his first language. Come on.
I know.
Okay.
That's...
Yeah. Be charitable.
It's module or model. Sorry.
There is another picture that proves that the space-time is bending. So the light is changing its direction because of the gravity. You can see at the first James Webb's picture, it was from a cluster, galaxy cluster. So
James Webb.
But the problem is, I don't believe in satellites. So.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. There's an instance where James Webb gave us a photo, said it was real, and it was out of the Photoshop.
What if I show you a video that my astronomer friend captured the video from the...
Well, let's try to bring it home. Is that astronomer friend's video going to prove that the bending and warping of space-time is what causes gas to remain at the surface of Earth?
Well,
yes.
That video just proves that satellites do exist.
So would that be a yes or a no?
No.
Okay. Because that's where we started here. And now we're talking about light bending around the sun, and maybe it's due to the curvature of space-time, so we haven't really got anywhere.
We are trying to prove that gravity exists so we can prove that Earth isn't flat. That's what we are trying to say. If
light is just photons. It's not magic.
Light is just photons. It's not magic. That's not true.
Yeah. Why wouldn't it be able to be? Why wouldn't it be able to be affected by outside forces? I don't understand why is that so weird?
Light could be magic. Light could be magic.
Okay. Prove it.
How come?
How could I prove magic?
Go to Vegas.
So that's unverifiable. You're just talking shit.
Light has mass, right? Therefore, it's attracted also.
I mean, in some sense, light is weirder than magic.
I just used a lot of magic tricks these days, though.
I'm not sure this guy knows what light really is.
Isn't light energy?
Couldn't we consider the phenomena that happens during the double slit experiment as magical?
No.
So is that bending and warping in space-time?
That's electrons. It's not photons.
Space-time is bent. That's why things are traveling through the bend. So you can see the bend.
How do you know that?
Electrons.
So how do you know
Look, the light is bending.
Okay,
Why
the
is
light's
light
bending.
around the
be
mass?
quiet. All right, so this is going to be over for you really quick. The light's bending or the space-time is?
Yeah, the light is bending in the bend.
Okay, so the light's bending. Goodbye. Thanks. Go ahead, whoever else.
May he not defend his position?
Wait,
Oh, no. He's been in here
that's a
wait, what
headshot.
happened? Wait, what happened?
Yeah.
I'm
He's
just
been in here
wondering.
obfuscating for
Wait.
months. We're going to talk to new people. I'm not interested. He was here since the very beginning.
Wait, what happened?
Playing those tricks.
What happened?
Forget it. It's really none of your business, dude.
It
He's been
then
here.
got muted when he made a claim. He got not a chance to prove it, unfortunately, for some reason.
Okay, you can prove it then. The
Well,
space-time
I'm not the
bend-
expert at it.
Okay, goodbye. He's another one who's been doing that. So
Yeah.
we're going to
You
talk
guys
to
have to pay attention to what's going on here, okay? If your
Yes, sir.
idea is that light is bending around a curve to present it as flat, that sinks your battleship because you claim not flat.
Doesn't make sense, man. What are you saying, Creed?
Wait.
There's
wait.
a fact, right? It's
you're
called
just-
gravitational
you're just-
lensing. That's like proof for gravitation.
Wait, hang on a sec. You're just muting people when they try and.
Shut the fuck up. Who else is new?
Oh,
Come on, people. Wake up.
Yeah, I mean, we've had Talon in here for months, derailing every single time we have new Globers to talk to. He wants to elbow in and just steamroll the place with his gibberish on and on and on. We don't have to justify it to geeks. He doesn't run shit around here. Yeah, we're just going to do our thing, and if you have a problem with it, well, you'll get muted too.
I'm just wondering how far back you guys are going in science. Like, you definitely don't believe gravity exists. You don't believe that GPS and things like that probably doesn't work. How far back you guys are?
Well, the thing is, things are contingent upon each other, right? So if you're going to claim satellites, then you have to affirm that they're in an orbit, and you have to affirm orbit is a constant free fall, right? And this free fall is going to be based on a radius value, which is a curvature measurement, which means you have to first provide curvature measurement to get your orbit, to get your satellite. Then you claim that satellite is in outer space, which you also claim is a vacuum. Then you have to affirm that you can have a gas pressure in a vacuum without a container and not have entropy happen. So then you've got two things that need to be verified in order to have your claim made that you can have a satellite in space.
I
So
know. I'm just
direct-
trying to
I
find
just-
a common ground. Like, we have a common ground? Where we start
Right.
to prove?
Yeah, and I'm
So
explaining.
I
it.
just,
I'm explaining.
I just have a question then. How does GPS work?
They basically, what the paper says is it only works in the globe Earth, the way it works.
I understand your position, but I'm trying to understand the flat Earth position of how does GPS work on a flat Earth then?
Which GPS do you refer to?
Global Positioning System.
I know, I get the acronym, but which system are you talking about? Are you talking about Google Maps on my phone? Are you talking about
Google Maps
a satellite phone that has a GPS attached to it to triangulate itself?
I mean, I guess Google Maps does use GPS. Yeah. So how does Google Maps work on a flat Earth?
How does triangulation happen? Right? You'd have 2 or 3 points, and you're found between 2 or 3 different points, right?
Okay. So
And
where
hold on, right?
these
Yes or
3
no?
points?
Triangulation is used for GPS. Yes or no?
Well, so what are these? I'm asking you how it works on a flat Earth.
Yes, and I'm trying to
want an
talk to you about
explanation.
how it works on the flat Earth, but I want to know what it is that you understand about GPS, or are you just throwing a Hail Mary and you don't understand what it is that you want to discuss?
Well, no, I understand how GPS works on a round Earth, right? I understand like a global positioning
GPS
system.
using
I
a
just wanna
triangulation. Is it
Okay.
triangulating your position?
Okay, so how does that work on a flat Earth?
I'm trying to walk you through it, but you don't even want to give me a yes or no.
I know how GPS works on round Earth. Like I understand the math and the science. I just want you to.
But somehow
to
in your
explain it to me
head,
on it.
you think that GPS doesn't work the same way, right?
You think that because it's not on a sphere, somehow GPS doesn't work. And I'm trying to find out what it is about the GPS network that has you so confused.
So
you're saying
that
if
you're
it's
saying
a
that
triangulation
okay,
hold on, I
the
can defend myself.
triangle.
If the triangulation is how the system functions, then you're only going to argue about the method of triangulation, right? If I want to say that there's something flying in the sky that's helping you triangulate your position, then we're going to argue about method. How is that thing in the sky, right? If it's ground-based towers, triangulation, then we're still arguing about method, and you still need to prove that the curvature of the Earth exists.
I'm asking you how it works. I'm not asking like you to disprove how it doesn't work around Earth. We have GPS right now. I can go on my phone and I can use GPS to figure out my position on the Earth.
Bird, I have to ask you, what in GPS provides evidence of geometry or the shape of the Earth? What in GPS does that for you?
I'm just asking you how it works on a. I'm
listen
not saying that
to
it
what I am
proves that.
saying, Bird. Listen to what I'm saying.
I'm not saying. Wait.
Bird. What in GPS provides evidence of the Earth's geometry? What in it does it provide?
I'm not saying that it proves.
Okay, so
trigonometry.
okay, stop. Okay, so stop.
Wait, you haven't even let me finish.
No, we're not going to let you finish. If you tell me that the GPS provides evidence of the Earth's
You're
geometry,
yelling.
you may continue. If you don't have evidence of Earth's geometry via GPS, then you can't continue because there's not evidence of Earth's geometry. We're looking
I never
for.
said it did.
All right, then let's table that. Right.
GPS
put a pin
uses
on it.
trigonometry.
Let's put a pin on it. No, it doesn't. This man doesn't understand that, right? So we're not going to go into it if you don't understand how it provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. We're looking for, now pay attention closely, for evidence of Earth's geometry, that they're telling us that it's an oblate spheroid. So you have to bring us evidence that that's the case. So something that you think might work like on a globe doesn't provide evidence of its geometry. We need to find evidence of how something provides evidence of its geometry. Now, if GPS doesn't do it for us, we're not going to go into it. It's fruitless for us to have a discussion on something you think works on a globe.
It does use trigonometry. Satellites use trigonometry.
I'm not talking to you just now.
I'm
going to mute you. New Dawn, I'm going to mute you. Stop.
I don't care.
I'm talking.
Please mute me because I'm not going to stop.
All right, then, because you need to shut up. Somebody needs to muzzle you like a child.
Okay.
All right, so Bird, if you don't have evidence of Earth's geometry via GPS, it's going to get pinned for another later discussion. It's not one we need to look into.
That's not my question.
It doesn't matter if it's your question. You don't ask questions. Sorry, Bird. Sorry. You don't ask questions in here. We do. We want to know how evidence of Earth's geometry is provided by the GPS that you're bringing up. Now, if you have evidence of that, you may speak. You can tell us how it does that. If you don't have that, we'll go to somebody else who can, like New Dawn. We'll go to New Dawn because it sounds like he knows what he's talking about. You don't. Understand? El comprende? If you don't have evidence of Earth's geometry, no, you're not going to ask any questions unless you have evidence, because you're coming in here saying, how does GPS work, guys, on a flat Earth? You're not saying, hey, look, I know how this provides evidence of Earth's geometry, therefore I'm going to tell you how it works on a globe. And it then shows me that it cannot work on a flat Earth. But you're not doing that. You have to establish.
It's odd that you're so unwilling to answer basic questions.
It's not odd. What it is that we're getting you to be honest, and you're not doing so by saying, you're just going to telling us, how does it work on a flat Earth? How do doorknobs work on a flat Earth? How does a carpet work on flat Earth? You're not telling us how things work on the geometric shape of the Earth being a globe. And that's what you need to do.
Well, I would like to my basic questions answered of how
but that's not important right now. That's not important right now. What's important is people that think that the Earth is a globe provide evidence that it actually is. That's what's important. So we're going to go to people that can substantiate their case of the Earth being a globe via whatever method they want to. So long as they're in here telling us that GPS provides evidence of geometry, we're going to allow them to speak, not asking us questions like, how do cars work on a flat Earth? That's dumb. We're not going to entertain that. So you need to get with the program, Bird.
reformulate your question and come back in again when you have something better, because that's not a good way to go about it.
Okay, well, I do have
Understand?
other questions.
Well, here,
can I
Bert.
ask-
Here,
If
Bert,
it
let me.
relates, if it relates to the Earth's geometry, you may speak. You can tell us how it relates to the Earth's geometry. If it does not, it will get pinned to a later discussion. It's as simple as that.
Okay.
Hey,
Sure.
Bert. Let me try to help you out real quick. All right. So your question was framed in a way that you don't know the answer, but you said you do know the answer. So you have to clear this contradiction. If you have answers, provide the answer. Don't provide a question. Like you're some
Sure.
sort of like
I
deep
know.
thinker trying to get people to contemplate something to get to some talking point that you want to talk about. Just cut to the chase. Present your evidence. Present your answer. You said you know
I'm
the
asking
answer.
you for your evidence.
See,
though.
he's
Like,
not gonna. He's just barreling through.
Why do you
Crit. He
care?
doesn't. He's
If
just
you
gonna
because
keep
got
I,
barreling
I
through,
find
brother.
it I find it interesting. Your
I know you
reasoning
find it interesting,
for
Crit. I understand this minds. Okay,
Yeah.
I know he's gonna barrel
Like-
through you.
like
He
what?
doesn't want to know. He thinks that he's just gonna ask, "Well, how do doorknobs work on flat Earth?" And then we're gonna entertain that whole dialogue.
I mean, I
and it's
wasn't
not
gonna
going to happen.
ask that
It's not
question.
going to happen. It really isn't going to happen.
But
Not
there's
here.
like some really basic questions that if you're not really
Okay,
able to
so-
answer, it seems a little bit silly, don't
Bert,
you think?
Bert, no, it doesn't, because you don't know how it provides evidence of the Earth being a globe, do you, Bert?
I'm not making that claim, though.
There you go.
I'm
That's my point. That is my point. So my point
Okay,
is, you don't have any knowledge of how what you're saying provides evidence of the Earth being a globe, and that's your fault, not mine. You got to come in here with some evidence of globe, and if you don't have that, we'll move to
I thought
somebody
this was
else.
a flat Earth channel. I thought you had
I
like
know that.
evidence and
We're done. Let's see if New Dawn can do what he said he can do. Oh, see, we spend enough time spinning our wheels with people like Bird that don't have evidence of Earth geometry, and then we're just going to keep going back again to his point, his talking point, which doesn't have any substantiation of what he's coming in here and saying. GPS needs to provide evidence of geometry. If it does not, we're not going to entertain talking about flat earthers. Tell me how GPS works. That doesn't help us, because if you don't give me evidence that it provides for you guys that it's about Earth's geometry, then there's no need to discuss it. Because at the end of when we tell you how it works, you're going to be like, well, that doesn't work on a flat Earth. And that defeats the whole time of us telling you. It's wasted time. We need to get to the crux, which is you telling us how that talking point tells us how the Earth's a globe. And if you got that, I'm going to unmute you. So just type in the text channel, if you want to be unmuted, that you're going to provide evidence of Earth's geometry. That's simple as that. We're not going to spin our wheels entertaining your little talking points.
Yeah,
Does
it's not
anybody
like,
have evidence of Earth's geometry? Go ahead, Crit.
yeah, this isn't like Jeopardy where you form all your ideas in the form of an answer, and then someone else has to give you the question. Like, say what you know. Stand up, like Alpha says all the time, on all 10 toes for what
Yeah.
you believe in, and present it.
So translation, what Crit's saying is say what you know. If you come in here with a talking point, your talking point better relate to the geometry. Understand what I'm saying? It's so simple. I come in with a talking point. My talking point has to relate to flat Earth. Your talking point has to relate to your positive claim of the Earth being a globe. And if you're not doing that, then you're going to get muted, because we're going to move on to somebody who can do that. Yes, DJ? Do you have evidence of Earth's geometry?
Suggest? Sure. So,
Okay, you may speak. You have the floor, sir.
You lagging, boy.
Example, I can think
Your connection is bad, DJ. You might want to reconnect.
Can you?
No, dude, you're cutting in and out. There's no way to hear you. Yeah, word to the room. If you have evidence of Earth's geometry, I'll open up your mic, but you have to substantiate it. You're not going to ask us how things work on a flat Earth if you can't substantiate your own globe. So it's just that simple. Not going to keep rehashing this. Go ahead, DJ. Is your connection better?
Oh, I don't know. Still bad. Oh fuck.
Yeah, it is actually. All right, sounds good. You have a talking point relating to the Earth's geometry, Bird? Here you go.
Sure.
You have the floor.
Yeah, like this really, really basic one. So when you're watching at like a beach, let's say, right, and you watch as a boat sails away from you, and then it gets to the edge of the horizon, where you can begin to not see it anymore. That boat begins to disappear.
I joined the delusional room. Oh shit.
That boat begins to disappear from the bottom up.
Excuse me, Bird. Nobody needs your side commentary. Just leave the room. Not you, Bird. The other gentleman who chimed in here.
He did a hit and run.
So this would
Go
be
ahead, Bird.
this would be evidence that it is disappearing over the horizon and going over a hump. That is to say, that is going over the other side of a ball.
Anybody from FE want to take that talking point? It's up to you guys, or I will.
I'm gonna take a shower, man. I feel dirty after all this talk.
I mean, yeah, I'm not even sure where to go from there. This guy is completely lost in the sauce. Like, he's using talking points that were debunked in the 1400s. I mean,
1400s.
Yeah, when
when
Columbus tried to sail the ocean blue, he got the wrong sides of the Earth, noting bottom-up obstruction. That is an optical effect, not a physical effect. So
yeah,
what,
it's
you are
similar to the gift.
You are
go ahead.
600 years behind the story.
I think
hold on. You just
hold on. Yeah, hold on, Bird. I think Flatman. Hold on, Flatman. I'm just clearing the room for you. Flatman wants to respond to you, Bird. So just let him respond.
Yeah. So you're saying that it went over the curve of the Earth, the boat. I just posted a GIF there for you, showing you that the boat can be brought back into view, hull and all, the whole boat. It zooms in beyond your supposed curve. That's a modern observation.
Okay, so what if? Well, that's not a modern observation. We had telescopes back in the ye olden days where we could do this as well. But if you keep
they were zooming went over the curve back in with telescopes back in the day?
I wasn't done. If you keep watching, that boat will begin to disappear from the bottom up. If you keep watching that boat as it sails away from you.
You're funny, my friend. The guy's standing on the ground, zooming into a boat supposedly beyond your ball of water, your curved water.
I've seen this.
How is he zooming in over your curved water?
What? Okay, so obviously that there is a horizon that you can't see past, right? So if you zoom in on that horizon, you're just going to see a closer image of the horizon.
No, you're going to see further than you can without it. You're going to be able to resolve beyond what your naked eye. Yeah. Okay. So your naked eye, your naked eye observed that ship go over the ball of water, over the curve of water, and then the gentleman's technology brought the whole ship back into view by zooming in on it. So it's not gone over no curve of water. That's the point.
You're looking at a stationary boat in this. You're just like zooming out of the picture. I'm saying watch the boat as it leaves. As you watch that boat will disappear beyond the horizon, bottom up.
But it's not over a curve of water. It's just because of what your eye can resolve.
No, I'm saying, okay, I'm talking about this picture, right? Leave it zoomed in on this boat and watch it as it disappears, as it begins to sail away from you at this point.
Okay, and you're missing the point that
as it sails away, dude.
Excuse me. You're missing the point that from the position of the observer on the beach, you're claiming that boat is hidden behind water. It's gone over the curve. And I'm telling you, this gentleman is showing you he can zoom in on the boat beyond your so-called curved water. It's not beyond curved water.
I understand that. And then you watch it.
You're not going to make the water bend by pushing that boat further out. You're not going to make the water bend by pushing the boat further out.
Flatman, I'm talking about that. Let's say that we have that person zooming in on that image of a boat, or not that image, that boat, with a telescope or a binocular or whatever you want to talk about, zooming in as much as you can, and continue that. Wait,
hold
dude,
on. According
let
to
me
what
finish.
you're telling
Just
me,
let me finish.
they shouldn't be
Let me
able
finish.
to. Yeah, no, they shouldn't even
Just
be
let
able
me
to bring the
finish,
boat
man.
into view.
Let
You're
me.
not letting
Well,
me.
I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing with you.
Oh my
Your
God.
eyes are pitiful. They're one magnification, right? And let's say that we have a magnification of something bigger. Let's say we use a telescope to magnify to 200, right?
All Globers' eyes are pitiful, okay? Because all you Globers are claiming that
Everybody's
boat.
eyes are pitiful.
And I'm trying to tell you, brother.
Oh God.
You shouldn't be able to bring the boat into view with any object, be it a telescope or a camera or anything. If it went over your ball of water, it went over your curb, nothing should be able to bring it back into view from the shoreline. Nothing.
Well, so
It's gone
that's
over the bulb.
then obviously this boat hasn't passed the horizon yet. It's just that again, our eyes are very poor at looking at things far away
so
because we
really
weren't we. Okay, hold
so
on. Wait,
bigger
dude.
than
I
what you
just want to
thought it
finish.
was.
I just really want to finish. So I agree with you that if you zoom on
I'm
things
trying to get
that are
this straight.
outside
You're
of.
telling me Earth
Oh,
is
I
larger
just
than you thought it was. Is that what's up?
no. I know that Earth is very large. Earth is like it's the most massive thing that I've ever seen with my own unaided eyes, right? But when I'm talking about this, I'm talking about the boat disappearing from your view because your eyes have poor magnification. And then you said,
Well, so
okay,
what we
let's zoom in on it. And I agree.
so what we
Let's
were
zoom in
told for
on it.
centuries was wrong.
What?
So what we
So
were
what
told
we
for
were told for
centuries was
centuries,
wrong then.
yeah. So them telling us,
I don't know what
went
you're
over.
trying to say.
For centuries, you've been telling us the boat went over the curve with naked eye visual confirmation. For
I
centuries,
never
the
said
global.
naked eye. You said naked eye.
No, you don't
That's
need
what
to.
the
It's been
Globers have
already
been
been made
saying.
for you.
Yeah,
What?
the Globers have been saying that. Here, somebody else take over
I
because
don't.
this guy's getting on
I
my
don't
last
know.
nerve.
I don't
Yeah.
know what. I don't know
No, you're
who
all right.
Globers are.
I
You're just
think
kind of like providing this
okay. Look,
gen.
Well, let
Wait, I
T-Dub.
just want to finish. I just
Well,
want to
let.
finish
Yeah,
any
you'll
statement.
be
Can
able to
I
finish.
please?
Bird, hold on. Yeah, you'll be able to finish. I'm just gonna pass it over to T-Dub. T-Dub will then be engaging you, and
I have so many like disparate voices. Okay, go ahead.
yeah.
I
So
just
go
want to
ahead,
say
Bird.
that I think
Uh,
something. I think something that simply needs to be identified to put this argument to an end is when
What you got?
we see curvature, Bird lawyer. That's the question you should ask. Like
Yeah,
when
let
are we-
Bird. Yeah, it's
Sorry,
his
guys.
talking point, so
But I
he'll
mean, you're
take it.
never going to
Hold
see
on, Bird.
curvature.
Hold on, Bird.
Okay,
Hold
go
on. It's his talking point, so he'll take it to the his logical conclusion, I guess I could say. But we have to let him engage the flat Earth community. So if he's gonna engage somebody, it'll be that side. I don't know who you are, sir. So, Bird, continue your talking point where you left off.
Sure. To see any proper curvature, you would have to go up miles. You can't see the curvature from where you're at, just sitting on the Earth. It's too large for your eyes to see. So when I'm talking about these things, hold on. When I'm talking about these things, I agree that we can't see a boat disappear from the bottom up with our single magnification eyes. But if we have a telescope or a camera or something and zoom in on the boat disappearing, when it gets to that horizon and it starts to disappear from our vision, even our magnified vision, those things disappear bottom up.
Okay. So, so can I just so if we're able to observe something past the drop of curvature that we're not able to see, would that be enough proof of you for the idea that the Earth is not, or the horizon is not geometrically where they say it is?
So when we're talking about these things, there is going to be a bit of variance in how far you can see, depending on atmospheric conditions and the like. So it's not a single formula that you like, oh, you just can't see anything past this point. That would exist on like a perfect world with no atmosphere and no other conditions kind of blocking your view, but that doesn't exist on like the real world because there's.
So how about this? Something starts to disappear bottom before it even reaches the horizon. Did the horizon block it then?
Well,
There's things that disappear. Hold on.
I want to ask you, Bert Lawyer, why would you even invoke the idea of boats?
Okay, so something disappears bottom up before it even reaches the horizon. Did the horizon block it?
I don't know what you're referring to.
So it hasn't even reached the horizon, a boat, let's say, but it's starting to vanish bottom up. Hasn't even gotten there yet. Did the horizon block it?
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? Because
Yeah,
I don't really understand.
It's approaching the horizon, but has not reached it, thus hasn't gone over it, so to speak. But it's already vanishing, appearing to disappear bottom up. Is the horizon blocking it?
Is the horizon? I still don't understand the question.
Wow,
Maybe...
dude, it's simple.
Correct, dude. Okay, I'll let the other guy get in then.
Yeah, it's really simple, dude. Bert, he's just saying that if a boat's going away from you, like relative to you on the beach, if there's a boat moving away from you and it starts to disappear from the bottom up and it hasn't not reached the horizon yet, is it disappearing because of the horizon or something else?
I would say no. It's probably another like a trick of the eye or something like that.
Okay. That's what he was asking.
I'm still kind of confused by the question, but
answer that I can. Hold on, sir. Svet. It was actually Heretic's point. I was just clarifying. So if Heretic wants to take it again.
Well, yeah. So that effect isn't proof of Earth curvature, then, right?
What I wanted to ask you,
Svet, why would I'm serious, dude. Just let other people, dude. I know you want to come with. I want to let you just let him finish responding to this talking point, and then we'll go to you because I know you were.
So why would
and you can do your thing then.
Why would a boat disappear from the bottom up on a flat Earth then?
It doesn't matter why. If we can show it didn't go over the horizon, which would be the leading edge of your curve, then we can show that it's not due to that.
You made up that example, right? I don't know what to tell you. If you make up, if I tell you,
no, there's an actual. I'm sorry, Bert. There's an actual demonstration of that. We can prove it.
Okay, sure. Go ahead. What's that actual demonstration?
What was it, Heretic? What was the name of the observation with the National Geographic?
Yeah. Okay, I'll post it.
All right, look at this example, please, Bert, in the text channel.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Post it. I'll look at it.
And notice, you understand what the horizon is, right? Before we continue, because it's going to defeat the purpose of him point. Okay, so what is the horizon?
The horizon is the Geo.
You can look it up if you want.
Hold on. Nat Geo proves. I'm sorry. I can't. This is like the blurriest image I've ever seen in my entire life.
I know, but there's a video that precedes that image. It's not just an image; it's a video too.
Okay, sure. I'll watch the video. Holy shit! It's a 9-minute video. Are we gonna?
I know.
Wait.
No, you can.
We have
you
to watch a
skim through it.
9-minute
no,
video.
No, you can skim through it if you want to, and just get to the juicy bits when they're actually showing what you see there.
Okay, but when is the juicy bits? I don't know. What's the?
Yeah, dude. 9 minutes. You have to have everything. How about double speed? So it's 4 minutes. Is that still not enough time for you?
I can't watch it at double speed.
I just watched an hour and 15-minute video today.
What?
Because of a globalist asked me to talk about spacesuits and the buoyancy lab in NASA's neutral buoyancy lab.
Do you want to stop the entire conversations for 9 minutes so I can watch?
No, listen, because we're here 24/7. There's no rush, dude. But you can look at the whole entire video and get some context, right?
Okay,
you'll know where we're coming from.
What point do I go to?
So
to
it goes. Listen, yeah. So going to Heretic's point, what it's showing you is that before the boat gets to the horizon, where everybody thinks that ships are disappearing behind, the bottom-up obstruction starts to occur. So that's before it reaches the horizon, and that's to the point that he was making.
Okay, so it's an incredibly grainy video photo, but it's very obvious that this is atmospheric.
But can you see? What the thing Crit was on about is that you're not even going to give 9 minutes the time of day, and so it's like you give more than 9 minutes to other things, right? So the video, it's 9 minutes long.
Oh yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm just like. But we're in like the middle of a debate, and you want me to stop?
I know, but
watch
like
a
it's not
9-minute
gonna
video.
because
A
you're gonna be.
debate.
No, here's the thing, Bird. It's not a debate, but what you're doing right now is like,
I guess
nuh-uh,
sure.
this isn't
discussion.
true, Bird. You're saying, nuh-uh, this isn't true, and we're telling you, yeah, it is. Look at, there's a demonstration here, and if
You can
you
still
don't
see
the
the
video,
bottom of this thing. Like
I know, but like
that's the thing.
point,
it's
the point
it's
was
not even behind the curvature of the Earth. Like you
I
can
know,
clearly
Bird.
see the bottom of this.
No, you can't see the entire bottom of it. Do you know that little flag that they're carrying around, or whatever, that sheet or whatever it is? So they have lines on that thing, and as they're going away, some of the lines you can't see them anymore. The ones at the very bottom. So what's happening is there's something occurring, right? So you have to describe whether it's
atmospheric. It's atmospheric.
What?
Like it's the atmosphere. It's
okay.
It's
all right.
It's
yeah.
Can I just say what I wanted to
so
say?
if you can, just a moment. If you can see that occurring in that video, and you can describe what phenomena that is, then we're all good over here.
Yeah, it's atmospheric scattering.
That's the point.
It happens all the time. Like you could go outside and look at atmospheric scattering.
Okay.
Right?
Good.
That's why the sky is blue.
Okay.
I just want to ask you.
Let me let the other guy. He's really desperate to come in here he's chomping at the bit. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, I just like because it's something that he said earlier on. He was talking about how it's not really dependable when we look at the horizon because there's inconsistent atmospheric conditions. Well, if that is your idea, why would you even bring up the horizon as an argument for globe Earth?
Well, we didn't want to lay it out that far in, man. We wanted him to come to that conclusion. But thank you for spoiling the fun for him. Because he didn't realize that until you just said that.
No,
now
I do realize that, and I even mentioned it.
I don't think so.
Like just now, we're talking about atmospheric. Like if you go out on a clear day where it's less humidity, which is kind of hard on the ocean, but a very low humidity day, and you watch this phenomenon, not what we're talking about. You won't see the issues with as much haze on the horizon. There is that kind of to take into effect of like, hey, this atmospheric haze is going to make the horizon look different, and look where the object that you're viewing is disappearing different than where the actual horizon is. But you are still seeing the object disappear from bottom up.
Yeah, so you don't see curvature then.
Yeah, it's not due to the horizon.
I'm not saying that you see curvature. I'm saying that you see an object disappear from the bottom up.
Happens without it being blocked by the horizon, which to you is Earth curve.
Yeah,
but no, that was our point. That you still see it. Okay, so you still see it disappearing from the bottom up because of the curvature of the Earth, but you see it differently on the horizon.
Record scratch.
Yes, you do.
No,
yes,
wait.
Yes,
no.
So let me just finish
You're
real
mixing,
quick.
you're conflating.
Really
hold on,
quick.
You're conflating.
Really
you're
quick.
Conflating.
Let me just finish.
No, you're conflating.
So the
you can't
issue
continue.
is.
No, you can't continue. Sorry. No, you can't continue.
Okay,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you're double speaking.
Go ahead.
Dude.
No, you can't continue because it is double speak. On the one hand, you have atmospheric scattering, like you're claiming is happening. On the other hand, it's curvature. It can be only one or the other.
No,
it can't be both.
I'm saying that it still disappears at the horizon line. So
no, it doesn't.
The object,
the boat is not at the horizon line, Bert.
Yes, it does.
Did you
so
see
let
the
me
video?
finish.
Okay,
let
where's the boat? No, where's the boat? You have to tell us where that boat is. Like in the middle of its process.
The boat is going behind the horizon line, but because of atmospheric scattering,
it's behind the horizon line.
I know it's behind the horizon line.
How did you verify
what I'm
that
saying
in the
is,
video? Like, wait, stop. How did you verify it's behind the horizon line if we don't see the horizon line? The boat is clearly before the horizon line.
Because you're seeing a reflection of the boat on the atmosphere. That is what's happening. Yes.
What?
So that's not curvature.
That is curvature.
No,
you're just seeing.
That's called total internal reflection.
The thing that is below the. So I'm talking exclusively about the picture, right? Let's talk just about the picture, so we don't have to talk about the 9-minute video. If you look at this picture, the red line is the horizon. That is where the boat is disappearing behind.
No,
the
it's
blue
not.
line.
It's before that,
Hold on,
dude.
wait, hold
Whoa.
on. Let me finish. Let me finish.
No, dude, you're just lying.
I'll
You
explain
said-
everything. I'll explain
Building up
everything.
a premise of a lie, dude. We can't just let you go
Wait.
on with it.
You really
Okay.
can't continue, Bird. There's no way you're gonna be able to.
Wait,
You can't
just
get
let me
yourself out of
finish.
this. No, you
Let-
can't finish. You can't get yourself out of this.
Hold
You're
on.
either
If you're
gonna- you're gonna either-
stopping me from
There's no
saying,
curvature.
We have to. We have to. It's important. Your talking point is built on the fact that
I
you
just-
think you can explain something when we're clearly demonstrating to you, and you describe what the horizon is. You did.
okay, wait.
you also
So if you're
describe-
so correct,
and you-
if you're
listen, you
so correct,
also
you should
describe-
just let me able to finish.
No, you also describe what atmospheric scattering is. So you made two examples of something that is on the one hand you have boats disappearing behind a horizon. On the other hand, atmospheric scattering is happening prior to the boat arriving to the horizon. So you made an example of something happening before it reaches the horizon and something after it reaches the horizon. So two examples, two different, very distinct examples in your case. Now you're trying to conflate them, and
No,
it's
I'm
not
I'm
going to
just trying to
happen.
explain. I'm just trying to
Yeah,
explain.
explanations are not
what
helping
the
us here. You're
phenomenon
conflating
that's
the fact
happening.
that the boat is not disappearing behind the horizon due to the fact that it is disappearing behind the horizon. That's double speak.
Right.
You can't
It's not
do
double
that.
speak. You're just not
Yes,
letting
it
me
is.
finish.
I
It's-
kind of came in late to this, guys. I hate to butt in, but I heard our Glober
Yeah, go
friend basically describe bottom up disappearance without curvature.
Yeah, that's what he
no, I
did.
didn't.
Yeah.
So
And then he said
I'm
it's
trying
due to curvature.
Wait, so let me just explain real quick. If I can get 10 seconds, right? So the boat is disappearing behind the red line. But because of atmospheric disturbance, the boat appears to be in a place that it's not, because you're looking through basically a hazy mirror, or not a mirror, like a hazy glass to see the object, which distorts light rays that are bouncing off the object and distorts where the object appears to be. So it appears to be disappearing behind the blue line, but in reality, it's disappearing behind the red line. This is
So you just described a phenomena with light scattering. Did you not?
Yes, that is a light scattering phenomenon.
All right. Is that an
but
optical
it's not
effect?
causing.
Is
that
that,
is
an
not.
optical? Is that an optical effect?
That is an optical effect. Yes.
Okay. Stop. Full stop. Full stop. Don't continue. Stop. All right. It's an optical effect. Therefore, how do you know physical earth curve, like the dirt, like water, like anything else, can obstruct if something that you think is an optical phenomena is occurring? How can you tell it's
Hold on.
physically? Huh?
Okay, so
make the connection.
You're just using really imprecise language every time you speak.
Imprecise.
So
No,
just really
you're
confusing.
saying you're telling the whole room here. You're telling the whole room that it's an optical phenomenon. I got you to say that. Now you said it. You can't undo it and then push it back into it being also something that's physical obstructing, because what you're seeing is an optical phenomenon, light scattering, according to you, right?
Yes, light interacts with things in the atmosphere, like water, like dirt, like
so how can
particles.
you tell? So if it's an optical phenomenon, how can you differentiate that it's not something that's physical, like the earth getting in the way? How do you know it's not the earth or it's something optical? Because you just described something that's
so
just
confused.
completely optical. Have you ever seen a mirage in your life? Anytime? An
Yes,
inferior
I've seen mirages
or superior mirage. Okay,
yes,
you've
I've
seen a mirage.
mirages in life.
Is what you're seeing exactly what it is? Does the
No.
earth look wavy? Okay, why? Why is that?
Because there's things in the atmosphere that are distorting and bending light rays.
Okay, so you understand that that's an optical phenomenon, right? Yes?
Sure. It's again, you're using kind of imprecise language here, but yes.
Imprecise.
Sure.
You're the one agreeing with me. What do you mean it's imprecise?
Yeah, because okay, I wouldn't call it an optical phenomenon. I don't know what that even means.
It's optical. You know what optical means? Yes or no?
Yeah, in relation to the eyes.
Okay, what is a phenomena?
Phenomena is a hold on, I'll have to look this up.
Look it up.
Phenomena has a number of different definitions.
Okay, and in context,
could I give an alternative example?
A remarkable or extraordinary event.
Okay, so optical phenomena. Put them together, and what do you get?
An extraordinary event that has to do with the eyes.
Awesome. So we've got there, right? Now you know. We've clarified what the thing is, so you're not confused any longer. So we're looking at something like a mirage, which is an optical phenomena. Do you agree in context?
Yes.
Okay. Now moving forward, how do you know that optical phenomena is not actually just the phenomena or something actually physical obstructing? Because you made a whole case about seeing the
Wait,
bottom
those
of
are
this
mutually
appearance.
exclusive.
Okay, then, if we understand that, then why are you conflating them?
Wait, you're conflating them. That's
No,
what I'm
you
saying.
are.
No,
You're
you
saying
need
that
to
it's optical.
differentiate.
Let me finish.
You-
Just let me get.
you're
You
let me
need to
saying it's optical.
differentiate curvature
Oh, God.
from an optical phenomenon.
Yep.
I'm not.
That's
Wait,
what you need
I'm
to do.
saying. Wait. So they're happening both at once.
No,
The
that's where
the
you're
object
see,
is
you're saying
disappearing.
it. Wait,
All right,
stop.
what
Stop.
percent
So
of this is due to
you're
curvature?
saying it.
God.
Do you hear yourself? You're conflating, Bird, not me.
No, I'm
You
not.
just said it
I'm
right
saying
now.
that
You
they're
just
happening
said it
at
right
the
now.
same time.
You see? You just said it again. Why are you saying
Wait.
that I'm saying it? You're the one saying it.
So now they're not mutually
Because
exclusive.
what you're saying just doesn't make any sense. First of all, second off,
You're the one
what I'm
agreeing to
talking
it,
about.
dude. How am I the one saying it?
You're telling
Because I'm
He's
agreeing
telling
with
us
you
Earth
to move
looks
the
flat due
conversation.
to
Like
optical
what
phenomena.
you're saying, like
Mhm.
I can parse through it and try to like move the conversation on, but like you're using incredibly imprecise language, and then when I'm confused,
You
that
just
you're like
looked
using
up the term.
different definitions.
You just looked up the term.
I'm just gonna. Can I just really? I just want
No,
to.
dude, we
I
can't
just
move forward
wanna-
until you listen. If you're gonna be
I
dishonest,
just
when
want to.
you-
I want to go
you
back to
looked
the
up-
beginning,
I
so
know
we're not
you want to
confused by
so
this.
badly. You want to so badly, but we can't. You know why? Because you're not doing diligence of like the conversation and parsing out what the information. Like I gave you these terms so you can understand. We both can understand what we're talking about. If
But you're
we're having
using
a
these. You're
if we're
using these
having-
terms as
Bird,
like a
okay, you don't know how to
cudgel.
stop, do
You're
you?
not even
Here's
trying
the
to
thing,
like.
right?
Well, I mean,
You're not
they're two distinct
Stop.
things that we're talking about. There are two claims on the table: optical phenomena and geophysical curvature. You are saying that both are present, and I just want to know how you know that.
Go.
Okay, so we know they're both present because we know the Earth is an oblate spheroid, and
No.
B.
Stop right there. How
Stop.
do you know it? How do you know? Stop right there. This
Yeah,
is now
how do you know?
circular reasoning.
It is circular. How do you know the Earth's an oblate spheroid? We haven't demonstrated that in this boats going over the curve with you conflating optical phenomena and Earth curvature at the same time. How do you know it's an oblate spheroid?
The two. I'm not conflating the two. I'm explaining
Yes, you
that they're
are.
both happening.
That's not the question, Bird. Focus on
We know
what we're
that's the
asking.
claim.
That's your claim. You're trying to let me explain. We're not going to do that. We want you to tell us how did you differentiate that it's not an optical phenomenon, that it is Earth curvature, an oblate spheroid. Tell us how you got to the oblate spheroid part so that we can establish how you can differentiate.
Okay, so these things are happening simultaneously.
Once again, you're conflating the two. We don't need that. We want you to establish.
Yeah, we know that's the
again,
claim.
That is the claim. So you need to establish how you got to the Earth curvature oblate spheroid part. That's what we're interested
Yeah,
in.
gotta
If you're trying to conflate
qualify
optical
your-
phenomena and the Earth's curvature, it's not going to happen in this chat. You're not going to continue. We're not going to allow you to. We're going to stop you, and you have to clarify how you can differentiate between the two. Go.
Okay, that's not conflation. Saying two things.
Stop. We're not going to let you continue. Go back to telling us how the Earth is curving in a way that it doesn't use optical phenomena. Go.
Okay,
Qualify
so you
your first
want
premise.
evidence that the Earth is a oblate spheroid?
Yes, please.
Okay,
Go.
we have
Continue.
taken pictures of the Earth, and it is.
Okay, we need to stop. And the reason why I want you to stop is because you're saying pictures. We've taken pictures. Now, I need you to substantiate any image you want. Can you drop any image of what you think the Earth is in the text channel, and we'll talk about that image. First of all, we have to
Just
get
to follow up
context.
and clarify, this means that the evidence that you think exists in the image doesn't. Am I correct?
What?
The image that's on the table, the evidence you need for Earth's oblate spheroidness is not present in this image?
I'm sorry. Wait. Say that again?
Since we're going to move on to different pieces of evidence, are you going to concede that this image with the boat and the so-called two horizons does not produce the evidence that you require?
No, it does. You just want me to provide evidence beyond that that is an oblate spheroid.
No, you said it was an optical phenomena, and you said it's also Earth curve. You cannot conflate the two. Give us a way to differentiate that it's not optical phenomena and it is curvature. Tell us how we can know that. Do you understand what I am telling you, Bird?
You're asking me to choose one or the other, but I'm telling you it's...
No, I'm not saying
just
to choose one or the other.
differentiate.
Differentiate. Tell us how they're not alike. Tell us how they're separate. Tell us how they don't equal to Earth curvature, because one is an optical phenomenon that's happening, that's distorting the light scattering or whatever you said. Okay, you made a case for that. Now make a case for it actually being Earth curve. So we're telling you to give us the differentiation of how we know the different. They're both different. Go.
Okay, so the light scattering does not cause the boat to disappear from the bottom up. The thing that causes the boat to disappear from the bottom up is going over the horizon.
Yeah, what does that mean? Is it going over physical Earth curvature?
Yes, it is
Okay.
being obscured by the horizon.
All right, we got that much. That's a claim. Now
that's the claim that I've been making.
Yeah. Now the claim, you need to relax, dude. We understand your claim now. It's fully understood. You don't need to rehash it over and over again. We know the claim. You just said optical phenomena happens. Yes? You said that does happen, right?
Yes, they're both happening.
They're not both happening at the same time. You went back to conflating when we're trying to separate them to how we know it's not optical. Because if you're conflating them, we're just going to say it's optical. That's all we're going to do. Every single time you say, well, it could be optical and it's curvature. No. How do you know it's not optical completely? How do we know that it's not optical phenomena completely, Bird? How do we know that it's also Earth curvature?
Because the optical phenomena doesn't cause the boat to disappear.
Okay, so the optical phenomena does not cause the boat to disappear. So what do we see happening when you look at a boat disappear from the bottom up? Is the light scattering, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, then. So what we got from you is that light is scattering, there is an optical phenomenon, and we still see the boat disappearing from the bottom up, right?
Okay, I want to make this clear.
No, I need you to answer the question, yes or no, what I just said.
I am answering the question.
No, you're not.
It's
answer
just
yes or no.
not a...
Just answer yes or no. We need to move forward, but you need to concede either what we're saying is what you're saying.
It's not a simple...
It is. Because when we're saying that the boat's disappearing from the bottom up, and it has to do with an optical phenomena, then you need to also agree or disagree with that. So we need to make a distinct point here that you're agreeing that it is an optical phenomena that we're seeing light scattering, right?
Okay, so I've already said this.
Yeah, but you need to agree with it, Bird.
I'm trying.
Just agree.
You can't
no,
mute
you're
me
not
up.
trying. You're not trying. Just agree or disagree, sir. That's all you got to do.
Trying
Just
to
agree or
weasel
disagree.
out of...
Okay,
already
just let me finish.
Not really. So agree or disagree that it's an optical phenomenon that's taking place when we're looking at the boat disappear from the bottom up.
It is an wait. So
Thank you. We got the concession. It is an optical phenomena. Now, if we're gonna say that it's Earth curvature, how can I know that it is and not that it's optical? Because you see the optical phenomena that you just agreed to right now. You see it happening. Well, how do we know it's not just the optical phenomena? Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so can I say more than 10 seconds?
Yeah,
10
as
words?
long as you tell us how we know it's not just the optical phenomena.
Okay,
go ahead.
We know it's not the optical phenomena because there are times when the optical phenomena is lessened or doesn't exist, and we still...
Okay. Now, my question to you then would be, how do you know that's occurring here in this image, that it's not the optical phenomena? How did you make that distinction, Bird? How can you tell by looking at something that it's not an optical phenomena?
Go ahead.
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so let's break it down pretty slowly for you. When you looked at this video, the 9-minute video that you got, and you looked at the boat disappearing from the bottom, or the stripes, how did you make the call that it's not an optical phenomena happening? How did you know that? Go ahead.
Okay, because we at other times have seen where this optical phenomena doesn't exist, or
okay, so at what point does the optical phenomena of light scattering not exist? So let's drill down into this point. How do we know light scattering does not happen when we look at something? Go ahead, Bert.
So light always scatters, no matter.
Okay, so light always scatters, which means in this case, optical phenomena is always taking place. Light's always scattering, light's always taking place, scattering. So that defeats the thing that you said, there's sometimes it doesn't happen. Now you're saying it always happens. You see what's happening, Bird? Your argument is falling apart. So sometimes it happens, but not always, because it doesn't happen, is what you're saying. So you're telling us one thing and then saying a whole entirely different thing. So what we're trying to figure out is, how did you know in that video that optical phenomena of light scattering is not taking place? How did you know that?
So it's funny that you keep muting me, because that's...
Yeah, just answer the question. Muting by moderation is just something we do so we can get people to be concise. So if you are making a case, I want to know how you differentiated when you looked at that image of the video, right? How did you know it's not light scattering? What gave you that? Are you looking at some specific model, or how do you know?
Okay, so these discussions, these
just answer the question, Bert. Let's not get too tied down with like what moderation's doing. Just give us the answer. We just want to know. How did you make that call?
The problem is your moderation is...
Yeah, I know. Everybody has complaints about it, but just answer the question, because it makes things go faster, right? So how did you differentiate that it's not light scattering in this video that was given to you? Go ahead.
So me just answering question after...
Yeah, well, we'll just go to somebody else, because we're not going to waste our time if you don't have an answer. It's really simple, Bert. You either have the answer and then you give us the goods, or you don't. So how did light scattering, how is that not occurring in the video that you were given to watch? Go ahead, Bert.
So can I go on a little bit of...
No, sir. You need to answer my question. We're trying to get concise here. We're not going to get lost in the weeds with your endless talking points. So how was light scattering happening in the video or not? How did you make the call? We want to know. Go ahead.
These discussions are longer.
Okay. So last attempt. This last time I unmute you is going to be the last time that you get to speak, and we'll let somebody else take the point.
Here, can I try something?
And then listen, I'll unmute you after the talking point. Somebody else picks it. If there's another Glober in here, can pick it up. But I won't let you attempt one more time, because I want to give you a fair shot, right? But if you burn this bridge, then you'll be muted until the next person finishes their talking points, and then I will mute you again. I'm not going to leave you muted forever. Right,
let me try something with them before he gets one last shot. Let's make sure we're on the page here, the same page. So, hey, Bert, you there? Or,
I'll get him.
Okay.
Guess I won't get him. You try to get him.
All right. Did it say overridden? Okay, there we go.
No, it's my thing lags.
Okay, so did you get a chance to read the rules for this channel?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
You guys have as much moderation power as you want. I'm trying to have a discussion.
All right. I think that line of questioning probably wasn't done there, and you're trying to carry it off on a tangent already.
Yeah, it was like as soon as I wanted to go through with him to make sure his read and my read and everyone else's read is the same, he decided to start talking about whatever instead. It's like
he does that. So Concave, I don't know what you're chirping about in there on the text channel, but he's not answering the question. So your little snide comment didn't help anything. I'm just letting you know that, because I saw it even after you deleted it.
So when I'm discussing these things, there's
nobody cares, dude. We just wanted the answer to the question. Now you think that we want to hear your life story? Forget it. Okay,
Yeah, we'll
but
we'll move on
these
to the next
quest-
Glober. He just continues, like, as soon as you give him the mic, like, let me just finish where I left off. No, that's not gonna happen. Okay, so listen, if there's any person that wants to take over for what Bird was saying, or kind of tell us how you could differentiate when you look at something disappear from the bottom up at a distance, that it's Earth curvature or an optical phenomena. And yes, the terms that I'm using are correct. Bird actually sussed them out, so we now know. So if you want to take this talking point over, that's fine. If not, then it's up to you. Yeah, I deleted nothing. You just typed in there, Bird lawyer, repeat after me. I'm a flat earther, forgive me. Shut up, dude.
Who said that?
Concave man, he typed it in the text. He's making it sound like Bird lawyer has to concede to what we say because we're making him concede. Like, say you're a flat earther. It's not what's happening here, Concave. Obviously, you don't know how this room works, if that's your attitude.
Holy fuck, that's turquoise.
Yeah, it is. I don't know
Yeah, it's turquoise, bro.
why these guys get behind this kind of dishonesty. Like, Bird lawyer is just blatantly talking past us, blatantly double speaking, blatantly evading the simple questions that are being asked. Like, I mean, he's being a dishonest scumbag, and you want to go to bat for that. So what does that say about you?
Exactly.
You want your mod back or your gold or whatever back on 24/7, and you do that. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, that's pretty weird, dude. Like, how do you think he'll react to your ideas of concave? You think he's angry and deflecting? How about this? We can test it. Turquoise and Bird, make your own concave channel and let him bombard you with questions about how every single thing works in a concave when he's already going to tell you every answer you give him is wrong. And see how long you enjoy it. And see how long you hang on. And then we're like, oh, holy crap, this dude is not just a Bird lawyer. He's a Bird brain. You'd be like, no shit. Why did it take you so long to figure that out?
I don't know, man. Like, it's just people sit in this chat room and they support these guys and they have no reason to do it. All right, so Concave, can you pick up where he left off? How about that? Pick up where he left off and support his case for him. If you think that we're being unfair. Because I'm all about it. Hey, if you think that you got what it takes to stand up and say what he was saying, then go for it. Otherwise, stop chirping in the text channel. How about that? Can do without that. Coach him. Go coach him on another channel. This channel is for 24/7. The people that have built this place is meant so that others that can come in here can have a distinction between what reality is and what it's not. It definitely is no concave Earth. So I don't know what you're going to coach him on. It's not going to work. You'd probably just be diverting away from your... Yeah, you guys can have it in another channel. Take him on a private call. All right. We got some people in here. We got Mr. Dot Inane, I think his name is. Dot, welcome. Who else new in here? Flatsy's in the house. What's up, Flatsy? Plum Bob, what's up, dude? Shout out for your name. Says who? What's going on? Sunny's in the house.
Hello.
Varun. Hey, what's up? Chilling, man. Guess Heretic, are you at work? You must have been off.
Not really. Yeah. Sort of. I'm not really working.
Kicking your feet up.
But I'm at work.
Working on
But
your
I will have to work quite
people.
soon.
Bad Boy Uncensored. Hey, you said something the other day too, Bad Boy. Don't forget, you were white knighting for somebody that was in the channel. You said you wanted to take me down, in quotations. Go ahead, man. If you want a shot at the title, unmute your mic. No? Okay. We got GF6 Felix. Felix, you're still with that GF6? Come on, bro. I thought you were better than that. You're slumming it with the clan, huh?
Ever since QE, you and him had an interaction, dude, you went GF6. That's, I don't know why. No, Mike, dude. You know that excuse is lame. No, Mike, come on, bro. Do you really? Oh, Effie. Well, I'm gonna push you off the fence, bro, one way or another. Because you do have a good mind to like kind of think of things. Because the applications that you're using in reality show you that everything is conceptual when you think about the Earth being a globe. It's all conceptual. There's nothing that you can actually measure, test, or verify that the Earth is a globe. Whatever, dude. Let me speak to him. You know what? Put me on speakerphone when your coworker's there. I'll deal with them.
Yeah, pull up.
Yeah, just unmute your mic. I will fucking. You know what? Just let Heretic talk to him for like 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks.
Drag him around by his short. What's up, CB?
Well, it's good, man. It's good to hear your voice.
All my fellas.
What's good?
Now we're just,
Who are we cooking right now? Bad Boy? Is Bad Boy getting cooked?
it was actually Bird Lawyer, but he's got a bird brain, like Chris said.
That's my catchphrase. Y'all owe me royalties.
And we'll pay you at the end of the month.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, man. I need my money up front. But hey, what's going on? Good to be here.
Yeah. No, we're just the chat's open for anybody that wants to bring evidence that the Earth is a globe. We got
Who is
from Bird
Varen?
Lawyer. Oh no, he's been hanging around. Has he
Varen?
spoken before? Varun?
Varen. Varen.
I actually got a dip, dude, because working that. But...
Quit right now.
Boo. Fucking hell, dude. Yeah. All right. Well.
All right.
Nice try, though. Thanks, Alpha.
Yeah, nice try. Yeah. You guys have a nice day, gentlemen.
All right, Mickey.
Ladies.
Later, Mickey.
Later, bro.
See ya, man.
Bad Boy. We got Bird Lawyer.
We started a discussion a couple hours ago with geeks. We had geeks on here earlier. We had a long discussion with geeks about
he's on vacation for 2 days. So
what proof did he have that proved the globe to himself?
Yeah.
And so he brought up a couple of things. That's how this discussion started. I didn't hear about an hour's worth because I was gone. But
you didn't miss anything, Sonny. Don't worry.
Yeah, okay.
We spoke to him before, and Sonny, there was a clip playing of you and I on 24/7 just now as well. It was all beautiful. It's good to hear your voice here as well. But yeah, geeks, we spoke to him before. Anyone can get cooked. Who's next? Who's DJ BZDK?
Is my mic working?
We can hear you loud and clear, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, sorry, I guess there was something wrong with it earlier. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
It's going, man. Are you friendly or enemy?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think I'm a nice guy. I'm a Glober, but I hope that's still cool.
Oh.
Enemy spotted.
Kicking me out. Enemy spotted.
Don't target me.
Enemy UAV spotted.
No drone strikes.
Let's get him. Are you... So,
get him, boys.
Well, give me some stuff that, like, what is it that you stand on that makes you think it's a globe? Like, what do you stand on?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm no expert, that's for sure, but I don't know, I guess, like, for me, like, so say, for example, I'm watching, like, Monday Night Football. Every once in a while, I'll be, like, watching the game and talking to my brother-in-law. I live in California, he lives in Hawaii, and so, like, I'll be watching it, it's dark, it's still light out for him, so to me, that feels like a pretty solid piece of evidence that, like, in favor of the Earth being round, right?
No. No. Wait, you got to consider all the flat earthers in the world live in the exact same world as you, and we experience the same thing as you. So, like, the world as it is the flat earth. As that's what we're saying.
So you can't be like, well, the sunset, so there it's globe. Like, no, we see sunsets too. We're flat earthers. So I don't really think
Well, I
that
guess.
you can point to reality and say, well, that's the proof. Because we
Well,
both
I don't
see
know.
the same
Maybe I
thing.
don't know if my example is clear, but to me, it's like I'm talking to him on the phone, so I know it's like this. We're talking at the same time, right? So to me, if it's dark right now for me, but it's light outside for him right now, it,
How
like
does that how does that make the
Yeah,
Earth? How does that make the
right.
how does that make the curve? How does that make the Earth's surface curve though?
well, I guess under the globe model, right? The Earth is round, so the Earth is on the other. The sun is on the other side of the
Oh,
horizon, from my perspective,
I
right?
thought we were talking about
That's weird.
reality. Sorry,
That's weird.
sorry, man. Yeah, I thought we were talking about reality, not models.
But you're,
I guess I'm
but,
confused. What?
let me translate what you're saying. You're essentially
Sure.
saying if the Earth was flat, we should see the sun always.
Yeah, it's hard for me to understand how under like the
That's
flat
silly.
model of the Earth, it would be dark for him, but
We
light
don't
for me.
no. We don't have a flat model, dude. What I just said
There we go with
prior to
models
you
again.
saying that, we just go outside and that's the Earth where it gets dark. We're also flat Earthers, like on the Earth where it gets dark. So you can't say, well, it's dark, therefore it's not flat. It's like, what do you?
No, but I mean, I guess like
Because
is my
model.
example.
Because model.
Well, I don't know. I feel like my example makes sense, but maybe I'm not explaining it well. So, like,
Well, don't
if
use a
the Earth is
model.
round, so under if the Earth is flat, how could it be the case? I guess that at the very same time, for my brother-in-law, it's light, but for me, it's dark. Like, how would that work on a flat Earth? Is my question.
Because the sun's not as far away as they told you it is. It's much closer. It's a local light source moving above us, over the top of us.
But really, what you're doing is you're imagining something in your head and going, that doesn't make sense to me. But what you need to do is go outside and go, huh, so this must be the Earth that they're talking about. This is the flat Earth. Even when it gets
And
dark and there's a sunset and all that stuff, that doesn't, this is the Earth we're talking about, not the Earth in your mind where you're thinking like, no, can't see how this would work. You got to go
I don't know.
outside. That's the flat Earth.
It's just one example of something that to me it seems like that makes sense if the Earth is round. But like, um, let's see. So I don't know. Like, so if I look at the moon and I can see the moon and I can see that it's got a shadow on it that shows that it's a ball. Like, why would the moon be a ball and not the Earth, right?
You don't see that either, and we could explain that away pretty easily.
How so?
They
Well,
both can
so
happen over a flat or a round. Like, do you have any proof of the Earth's surface being curved, like a measurement in history?
Well, I mean, that's a measurement that's been done, but I haven't done it personally.
Oh, okay. It's
that's
been
not been
done.
done.
So, are you sure it's been done, and by who?
My understanding is it's been done. No, I couldn't name who did it.
Okay, okay. So then you wouldn't know the method that was used either to measure it. So you basically
Well, I
have a
think
belief.
isn't it? It's like one example is like you have a post in the ground in one location, a post in the ground at a separate location far away. The shadows are at different angles at the same time.
If you presume a globe like Aristophanes did, and presume that the light rays coming from the sun are parallel, that the sun's light is an infinite measure away from you, and they're coming in parallel, then yes, I can prove to you that my flat table in my kitchen here is curved with shadows. I can get the same result on a flat surface or a curved surface. You understand
So what
that?
you would put you would put toothpicks on your table, and then you would have what a light source, and you're saying the angle of the toothpicks would be at different because you put the light like horizontal
Yes,
to the toothpicks or
exactly.
something.
Yeah, you could do it bigger than toothpicks, depending on the light source you're using. But you could have a curved surface and have the shadows be the same length as the flat surface, just changing the distance to the table, let's say.
Sure. I mean, yeah, fair enough.
So,
But then
so
I
it
guess
can be
how do
done on
you
both.
establish
So
the
listen,
distance to
so
this?
the sticks and
Yeah, go ahead.
shadows, Aristophanes presupposed the globe and then calculated based on the presupposition that it was a globe by using shadows. So this is easily done. It's a trick of numbers, but it doesn't mean that that's what the surface is, because the surface was never measured in that example. It was the shadows he was measuring. It wasn't measuring Earth curvature on the surface.
So that's why that gets thrown out, like you would in a court of law. If it fits both scenarios, round or curved surface, then that means that it's ruled out. It doesn't prove anything, right? Would you agree to that?
No, I mean, like I said at the beginning, I'm not an expert, and so if you're saying like if you just change the distance of the light source, then that eliminates the example. I'm sure there's more to it than that, but yeah, I'll have to look into it more.
You
I
might have
appreciate
missed
the
what I was.
information.
You might have missed what I was saying. What I was saying is that you can replicate those results with shadows on a curved surface or a flat surface. It can be done on
Right,
both.
but you're saying that you can do it on either of those surfaces if you assume that the light source is like close enough or at the right angle.
No, you just physically move the light source closer, and you can have the same result on a flat surface as you do with a curved surface. So,
Right.
so look
right.
at the look
That's
at
what
the
I'm saying.
text. Look at the text channel for here. Are you looking at the text?
Yeah.
So you see, there's a GIF that was posted. Image Quetzalcoatl posted a couple of things.
Yeah. Well, it's giving me like it started with an image, but then I clicked on it. Now it's like a video.
Yeah. So of the curved Earth, they're doing the shadows, and a flat surface, and they're doing the shadows. Same thing. See how the
Yeah,
lights
I'm having it's like zooming in on like it looks like a mountain range, but it's
Not
no,
not not the
that's a
video,
different
just
one.
the picture and the
Oh.
GIF. Yeah, the two first.
The last one is a
The
different
video
one.
is a bonus. You can check it out later. It's
Oh,
nothing.
I see. Okay, so it's the one that's got like the sun and it's showing the sun. It's rays are like raining down.
Yeah, it means it shows it works on both surfaces. It doesn't prove either. It's an exclusive to one axiom when it comes to shadows and sticks.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, I'll have to think on that more. Thank you.
No, not think. You can do it yourself.
You could
Jesus
tell
Christ.
them to do that
That's what I'm
without
saying.
thinking.
I'm acknowledging that I think most people don't like go out and just like conduct these experiments on their own. So yeah, I'll give it a shot.
You hear about the guy that did it on a bike?
No.
Yeah, I know that guy.
Okay, he's pretty like well known on YouTube, you know, for having done that so-called experiment, right? On a push bike, right?
Why would you do that on a bike? You'd have a sore arm.
And right, one of the first things he says is, "I'm going to find out if the Earth is really flat or not. But to do that, I need to go somewhere where it's super flat." It's kind of fucking defeating his purpose, right?
Oh, so you're saying you got
I'm like confused by the example. Why does he have to do it on a bike?
Well, who knows? It's the same thing as Eratosthenes. You know, supposedly he used a runner. How did they account for elevation changes in that whole entire path? The lefts, the rights, the ups and downs of a runner's course, going all the way from where he went to Syene, Alexandria to Syene. So there's no way, like, we don't even know if this dude ever existed, but the whole thing is it was a presupposition, and you can do it on both surfaces, so it doesn't prove anything.
Well,
So
I guess so. Like,
yeah, go ahead.
for my example of like when I look up and I see the moon, and the moon's clearly like spherical. Like, why would it be the case that like the moon's spherical, but then like a large body, the Earth, that's rocky that I'm standing on? Like, why wouldn't that also be a ball?
We can address
You're
that pretty
presupposing
easily.
a cosmology, right? You're presupposing that the Earth is a body in space with the moon and the sun and all the other things, right?
Sure,
Hey, Tito,
why
let
not?
me ask him this. Let me ask him a question. So, which is more ridiculous, my friend? A flat Earth disk in space or a flat Earth without space? Out of those two options, which one is more silly?
A flat Earth disk in space or a disk without space?
No. Just like, okay, well, so there'd be, that's probably what you're imagining. Some sort of like, we got the moon as a globe, we have the sun as like a spherical object, all these other global objects,
Yeah.
and then some sort of flat type of object, right, in space, or a flat Earth without space. Out of those two options, which one is more like silly or goofy or seems more weird, stupid?
Well, when you say without space, you're saying like a flat Earth where there's like no kind of like
external, I guess, place with planets and galaxies and stuff, or you mean like space doesn't exist? Like,
Well, it would still have
like
the planet and the sun and all that stuff. It's just like the idea of like it's all these globes and then one flat thing versus. Well, let me just rip the band-aid off and let me just not ask it. Let me just say it. We do not think of the Earth as an object in space like that. So when you're saying, well, I can't see how that would make sense. Well, you're right. That's an idea that you've brought here to the table. Nobody's presented that to you. We don't think of it like that. So there is no, to be honest, there is no space. So when you say, well, how come all these other things are globes and this one's not? Well, we don't even think of it like that.
Well, I guess like what is how do you define space? Do you have like thoughts on like what space means?
You know what I mean by that, like outer space, where all the galaxies are and the black holes, and we don't. That's fiction for flat earthers.
Like when you're saying space, you're referring to like what like a person who normally assumes like the traditional global model thinks of as like being outside of the Earth.
Yeah,
like that's
right. Because
space does not exist.
Yeah, of course, there's like space between me and you, but like when we say like outer space, we're referring to the place where there's galaxies and things orbiting and black holes and planets and moons, and you get the idea. We do
so I
not
guess
think
in, like,
of the Earth the Earth does not exist in a large space. We think the Earth is the large space.
so in like kind of the flat Earth theory, like when I'm looking at the moon or stars or things that I can see in the sky, like what am I seeing?
That's a good question. I would say
the whole thing is they don't have any correlation to the floor you're standing on.
Well, I want
you would have to link them. You would have to link those logically to correlate that the lights in the sky you see have anything to do with the surface that you're standing on.
Yeah, and I this is a great question that you ask, and I would say, get in line, bro. Everyone in human history has asked the same question, and I would say, if you welcome to the club. You know, we want to know too, bro. Get in line.
Seeing the moon. When you're looking at the sun, you're seeing the sun. When you're looking at stars, you're seeing the stars.
Well, I don't know. I guess it sounds like, if I'm understanding correctly, like kind of the flat Earth idea is like we just don't know what we're looking at when we're seeing like the sun and moon and stars.
Of course.
Because like to me, yeah. I mean, is that a correct understanding? Or?
No, I know. I'm seeing the moon. I'm seeing the moon.
No,
but like what is the moon? Like what?
You don't know. You don't know. No one knows. Your mom doesn't know. No one knows.
No one knows what those
my
things
mom
are
definitely doesn't
or
know.
how they got there.
Your mom doesn't. No one knows, bro. And like even no, I don't see how
what it is. It's this big light in the sky at night that sometimes, and then for 3 days you can't see it. And
even more of a mystery.
Where no one can see it those 3 days, no one can see the moon anywhere on Earth. So where does it go?
It moves.
Yeah, what's the explanation behind that? When they don't see it for 3 days, what's the global explanation behind
that? I'm not sure the phenomenon you're referring. You're saying the moon disappears for 3 days?
Yeah,
new moon.
Every month.
Oh, you're just
coming
talking
up in
about
3
like,
days.
well,
New moon,
but you guys know the global, like the Glober explanation for that. Like you guys are familiar with
trash.
that.
Explanation is garbage.
Yeah, which one was it?
Why don't you tell us what the global explanation for that is, for it being gone for 3 days and no one on Earth can see it?
Yeah, I mean, my understanding is that it's the sun is on the other side of it. So it's like normally the moon, when you can see any part of the moon, is because it's reflecting light from the sun. But when the sun's not at an angle to the moon from our perspective, but it's like essentially on the other side of the moon, and the light that bouncing off the moon is going away from the Earth.
For 3 days. We're talking about 3 days. Hello.
We can debunk that in 3 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead.
For only 3 days.
So, is there anywhere like so everyone on the Earth? Is there any time, anywhere, any place where we can't see the sun? No one. Like there's going to be a point where everyone, or at least someone's going to be able to see the sun, right?
Yeah.
At all times. So why is that not the case with the moon?
No, that's incorrect. Up north, there is 24 hours of darkness during certain times of the year.
Oh,
No, but
That
that
is an
no. But what I'm saying, what I didn't say everyone. I
somebody
said
can see it.
someone at least. And there's going to be at least at one point at any time. There's going to be someone that can see the sun, right? But that's not the case for the moon, right? The moon, there's going to be at least like 3 days where no one anywhere can see it. How is that true? How does that make sense? The moon is
Well,
supposed to be
because
closer to us. It's supposed to be
but the
like
sun
Yeah, you have
isn't
a
that
all
just
these
day and
because
night
the sun
angles.
cycle, 24 hours.
isn't that just
So
because
three
the sun
days.
is the
So what
light
is it?
source?
But no
But
one, like all these people, like we are looking from all different angles. No one can see it. No, not a shred of light.
wait,
Really?
but it's the sun is the light source, right? So it's like you
I
can
don't believe
always
that,
somebody
but
can
that's
see the
your guys'
sun, but if the
idea.
sun is behind the
We don't
moon
claim
and
that. We don't claim
Oh
that
my
the Earth
god.
is
You're not
the
even thinking,
no.
man. Holy shit.
I don't believe
well,
that, but like just think about it. Like even if the light was shining from another angle, some angle should be able to see some shred of light. But that's not the case. How is it that we can? We can always see the sun. It's never going to go away for everyone. Excuse me. But it goes away for everyone when it comes to the moon, and it's closer and all this stuff. That doesn't seem to make sense if you guys really think about it.
yeah, I mean, I'm not the sharpest tool in the shed, but no, I mean that makes sense to me. It seems like the
I
sun would
mean,
just be on the other side of the moon,
For only
and
3
the
days.
Earth relative to like the
The
size of
3
the sun
days.
is
The 3
tiny.
days
So it's
part.
like
Hold on, the 3 days part is what doesn't make sense. Like that. There's no way you can place that around and say that it's on the opposite side, so now you wouldn't see it. It's only 3 days that it's gone. And so everybody does not see it. Like there's other phenomena that are going on with the moon that the globe has no explanation for.
such as
Yeah, maybe you're not understanding the claim. It's not that the moon
maybe
is
not.
hard to see. It's that the moon is undetectable by any means possible
Yeah.
on Earth. Where it's
Yeah.
supposed to be, it's gone for 2.5 to 3 days. Gone.
Gone.
I mean, I don't think that would generally be agreed to. That's undetectable by any means on Earth, right? It's just like it's hard to see.
Look it
No.
up. Look it up, bro.
We
Look it
checked.
up.
Oh,
Why
it's
is it called
entirely
the new
gone.
moon?
We
Why do you
went
think
and
it's
checked.
called the new moon?
Try
It's
heat
the opposite
sensors
of a
or
full moon.
infrared or ultraviolet or some sort of other light in the spectrum that we don't, see if you can detect it.
Yeah, try to bounce X-rays off it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's why it's so fascinating, right? Like we take these things for granted. Oh, new moon. How interesting. Dude, it's not there. Okay? It's crazy.
I mean, yeah. I wish I was more scientifically inclined. I should get like an X-ray gun or something, or like a radio transmitter to try and bounce something off the moon when it's a new moon.
And
Like,
check
so
it out.
one of you guys should probably figure that out. We should like invest together in a radio transmitter or something and
I
figure out how
think
to
we
do
should
that.
focus on the Earth, the surface,
That's not
and
going to
not
prove
worry
anything.
about staring
Radio
at the
waves.
sky.
Oh,
Radio waves aren't going to prove anything to you about
That's a good
about this.
idea.
damn.
Down to
Yeah, come back down to the Earth, bro. Like this is you can actually test things here. You can't test the moon. So come back down to Earth, bro. And this is the thing we're trying to prove anyway. So focus, brother. Focus.
like Justin Bieber said before he sold out.
Also, other anomalies about the sun and the moon is they can't detect the moon approaching the sun during a solar eclipse either, is my understanding, and so they can't detect that either. And then there's the Selenelian eclipse, where the occultation of the moon, is that correct, is coming from the top down. Yeah, a lunar eclipse is that the solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse during the day, the Selenelian? Oh, it's when both are above the horizon. I got it.
Yeah, above the horizon, the top-down shadow on the moon occurs.
Top down shadow on the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. During the daytime, daylight hours. If they call it the impossible eclipse. So just so you know,
What is
But
it?
Sonny,
Sorry,
they
what's
call
the
it
term for it?
impossible, but not unexplainable. You can still explain it away. It's fine.
Oh, wait. What's the magic word?
Refraction.
Of course. It's refraction. That's it. That's all you need. Easy.
Easy.
And
That's
a
it.
picture of somebody standing on top of the ball, but only the person standing on top of the ball is going to see that view. They forgot that part. You're welcome. We figured it out for you ahead of time.
Mystery
the phony
solved.
Images, the phony images the globe showed you is a cartoon of someone on top of a ball. And then rays that are doing the exact opposite thing as they think they're supposed to in their own paradigm, which is parallel rays. And what do you see with this thing about selenite or any eclipses for that matter? They show not parallel lines. That's not parallel. They're diverging.
Actually, in
the globe's mom has a note as an excuse for everything that it's absent for. You know what I mean? Like the curvature, it's absent, but we've got an excuse. The spin, absent, but we got an excuse. Space, absent, but we have an excuse.
Yeah. And also other anomalies. We could go on and on, but I know we got to stay on the surface, like CB is saying, definitely. But if you want to talk about anomalies of the sun and the moon, there are many, many different things that globe can't describe in their own paradigm. It doesn't matter.
Do we actually like have flat earthers on this call, or like is it like a satire?
Yes.
Do you have an argument?
No, everyone's LARPing.
We actually had like.
Do you have an argument to present, Ree?
Do we have like any like?
Do you have an argument to present, Ree?
No, he doesn't have an argument.
Do you have an argument to present, Ree?
He's also
Do you have an argument to present, Ree?
Are you unironically a flat?
Do you have an argument to present, Ree?
Are you unironically a flat?
All right, next.
He's breaking up anyway, isn't it? It sounded like the. Like,
no, he's freaking out. Just the subject of it makes him freak out in his mind.
He needs to make like a tree.
He's shaped like a tree.
And leave.
Or make like a tree and grow.
Leave.
You guys might have
oh my
like
god, are there
right
flat
now.
earthers that actually exist?
Like, yes, nigga. Like, yes, bro. What did you think? Like, why? Oh my god, stupid.
As the person that hasn't realized they're on a flat Earth yet.
I'd be more impressed if people were like, okay, flat earthers, here's your argument, here's what I understand, and here's my challenge to it. But most of them don't even understand what the argument is. That's the saddest part. And it's 2024.
Well, they've heard plenty of like really bad arguments, straw man arguments, AE maps, so they've got those.
I mean, the last homeboy was like, so how come the moon is a globe and like the earth is not a globe? Like, well, bro, we don't think of the earth as an object in space. It's not an object in space, bro. Like,
it's a giant flashlight.
All right,
come on now.
So our friend,
there's like a separate set of rules for like things that are like that you can see in the sky versus like what we're standing on.
There's no, like, here's the thing, bro. I could ask you one simple question. Name one resemblance to the things in the sky to the earth, and you couldn't do it. There is no resemblance. There's no comparison. The earth does not compare to the things in the sky. Those things up there are moving, they're glowing. The earth doesn't move. The space doesn't glow either. So why are you guys so quick to be like,
just like,
yes,
it's like a
but
whole
it
different
must be
set of
like those
assumptions.
things up there. They're not. There's no reason to be so fast to compare the earth to things in the sky. There's not a single resemblance, dude. Come on now.
Well, it's there's nothing resembling the things that we see in space on Earth if you're like subscribing to the view that you subscribe to. Like you're starting from the assumption that it's not the same, and so therefore nothing's the same. Like it feels like it's not moving, therefore we're not moving, but it's like we basically
okay. So DJ, if I may, CB, can I field this one just a second? DJ. No, I just wanted. I didn't want to step on you.
I know that you've seen depictions of stars and planets and the Earth from space and all that stuff on TV, textbooks, magazines, publications, whatever, right? All that stuff. But I want to ask you a genuine question. Have you experienced space or the Earth as a globe in reality in your life?
Like, has anything happened in my life that I would say is evidence for the Earth being a globe?
No. I want to ask you very specific questions. I'll even be more poignant about it. Have you seen the Earth from this place called space? You yourself?
I have never been to space. No.
Okay, great. Now, have you seen or experienced space as it is described while you're here on the surface of the Earth? It's this
Like,
vacuous, ever expanding planets and stuff whipping around and comets and meteors. How do you experience that place from the Earth? Or do you see the sky and then assume that all the things that you've been told are true and then project that onto the things that you're looking at?
Yeah, maybe I don't understand the question, but are you asking, like, have I been to the moon and like floated around in zero gravity and stuff?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, but you're on the Earth, right? Like, we all agree we're on the Earth.
Sure, yeah.
So, the nature of space is the nature of space. It's supposed to be this really sucky vacuum, right? Like, it's 10 to the negative 17 torr. It sucks real hard, you know. And I know that's the wrong terminology, but everybody just relax.
Right.
So, and it's supposed to be expanding infinitely into. Actually, nobody knows, but it's always expanding, and yet it's this vacuous space. And it's all these things, but you've never experienced that because you're on Earth, you're breathing air, right? Like, the sky is blue during the day, and then at night you see these stars and moon and objects, and you know, or we think they are objects, but they're twinkly. Some of them don't twinkle. You see all that. We all see that. But the other part you've never experienced, all the vacuum, all the comets. You've seen it on TV and movies, but you've never experienced it. You'd agree with that, right?
Right, but I mean, aren't there lots of things that you've never personally experienced in your life that you would agree are real?
Right, but we want to be analogous, right? So I've never been to Australia, but I know Australians. I know people that are in Australia, and I can get on a plane and go to Australia. Okay, so let's try to compare the apples to the apples. Now,
sure.
I can't go to space. I don't know anybody from space. I've never touched it, and there's just no chance of you and I ever going to this place as described, as depicted.
Yeah, probably not.
Okay. So it would be safe to say that all the things that are told to us are unverifiable and unfalsifiable, and that's difficult for most of us that, have looked into this topic. Because, dude, you got to understand, everybody here at one time believed in the globe just like you. I was a NASA freak, I was looking at those updates and exoplanets and all that stuff. But after a while, you kind of have to go, how much sense does this really make? Okay? How does something that spins have stuff stuck to it? That's a bold claim. Because I can't recreate that effect. Can you? Can you spin something and then have something stick to it at the same time?
Yeah, but isn't the explanation for that, it's like the way gravity works is something needs to be really, really big to have that effect?
Sure. So it's one of those scenarios, once again, where you're not going to be able to falsify the claim because you need something Earth-sized, right? Something with a radius of 3,959 miles, with a circumference of 24,901 miles. So I can't falsify that claim, but on the small scale, I cannot make anything stick to the outside of a ball when I spin it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying, but wouldn't that imply that, like, I can't really believe anything to be true, that it's like impractical for me to actually, demonstrate myself?
Well, I suppose you could look at it that way, but we're kind of in the era where we can verify certain things. We've got good technology. We've got optics that can help us kind of figure out what it is that we're looking at. One of the major claims, I'm sure you're familiar with this, is that apparently the horizon is the the Earth curve edge, the physical edge of the Earth blocking stuff like boats going over the horizon, right? And buildings in the distance. The horizon is blocking stuff out because it's that hump or that hill or that physical obstruction. You're familiar with this, right?
Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, right. So we decided, hey, let's go check this claim, because this would really solve the problem, right? Like, if the Earth was a sphere and it had a certain radius, then that Earth curve edge would be at a very predictable place because it's a physical obstruction. It's the edge of the Earth, right? It's the ball edge. It's the hump. It's the hill. So we went and checked. You want to know what we found out? That sumbitch moves around all the time. It turns out that the horizon itself is purely an optical effect, or basically an effect of a lot of different perspective effects. So, like humid days and not so humid days. Like the water and the air kind of affects the way you can see the apparent distance of the horizon and the height of the horizon. Just the weather on its own, just that one thing. Well, the horizon's moving around all the time, so we can't use that as a measurement device or a tangent point of a ball to figure out whether we're not on the ball. But maybe that's not good enough. So we think, well, how far can we see? Well, it turns out that the horizon's not blocking things for many, many miles beyond where it's supposed to be. So we can see objects, a long ways. And I don't want to use the term farther than we should. We just see things far in the distance that would sort of negate the idea that there's any Earth curve obstruction. So we don't have any conclusive evidence while we're standing here on the Earth to help us see that there's some kind of curvature rate, which is supposed to be in the ballpark of 8 inches per mile squared. And that's accurate up to 1,000 miles within about 1%. So it's a pretty decent parabola. We don't experience that anywhere. In fact, the way the Earth is measured is consistently by using rise over run as a flat plane. Celestial navigation measures the Earth as flat or uses it as flat. In fact, everything that we do on Earth, we're assuming and using a flat plane. So why is everybody telling us a ball when we can't, measure it?
Perfect.
Any comments on that, DJ?
Yeah, and no one has anything to say about that?
I
do.
appreciate the explanation. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like I think I get the perspective, but it feels like with what you were saying about the horizon, like you'd expect it to be at a predictable distance, but there's all these other variables that come into play, like the weather and things like that. It just feels to me we're essentially saying like it should be simple, but it's complicated, so therefore we can't really know anything. And I don't know. I know that you wouldn't say it that way, but that kind of is the sense I'm getting from that approach.
Okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, I think that's a reasonable response to what I just said. So I would challenge you to go out there and see what you can find out as to how we know, because we were all told the same thing, right? The Earth is ball. But after that, no one told us how they figured out it was a ball. They said the horizon blocks things in the distance. Okay. Sometimes that seems like it's the case. The problem is if the horizon is not blocking things out all the time, and we can see quite a ways, then maybe we need to be a little bit more skeptical about that particular claim. So let's go on to another idea, like maybe it was Al Biruni about 1,000 years ago who measured a dip angle to the horizon, which of course we figured out isn't the geometric tangent point, and he used an angle which needs a flat Earth. So he measured it flat. So where did we get this number from if everything that we do and everything that we measure, we have to treat the Earth as flat to begin with?
Yeah, no, it's a fair question, and what you said about like we should all go out and investigate it more, I'd agree with that. I'm just like a regular ass dude who hasn't done like, you know, spherical Earth experiments personally. I'm just going based on what I learned in school. So should we all go out and do like our own experiments? Sure, yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, cool. Well, you know, keep digging. Like, you know, we ain't scared. We'll be here 24/7. Go out there and there's a zillion flat Earth debunking videos. I would encourage you to go watch them and then come in and ask questions. And if you're like as chill and as open-minded as you are right now, there'll be great conversations. But anyways, I'm glad that you're here.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation.
And also, you know what? There's also a link to 24/7, which is our main server.
Yes, sir.
Down below the live stream, what you see there, go on, you know, your Discord and get a sign on, and then go down to additional information down below the live streams, and you'll see all this information. You can go to laser tests that have been done, long distance observations in infrared. All kinds of different things have been done. So there's a plethora of information for you there, and we'll give you the link to that channel.
Yeah, can someone unmute AI? Can someone unmute AI? I'm gonna see what's hot, Mikey.
Nah, that's it. Easy out of here.
AI.
Hey, you,
brother.
who unmuted me? Who unmuted me? Who the heck unmuted me? I want to know, and I want to know now.
I looked. I didn't see it.
I'm just characterizing the people who get muted, so I'm just doing the opposite.
Oh, okay. Shout out to AI. We love you, bro. Uncle AI. Big shout out.
Controlling.
Oof.
So Bad Boy is here. Can I call out Bad Boy or try and not do that? Bad Boy.
Bad boys, bad boys.
What you gonna do? What you gonna do when TV comes for you? Come on, man. You've been talking all this shit. You got nothing to say? Can he speak or no?
Nah, he speaks whenever he feels like it, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, he's one of them? He's one of them. Okay.
Beta.
He likes us too much to get into debates.
Come on, man. You're just gonna let me talk to you like this? You gonna let me talk my shit?
You ain't got the kahunas?
Jesus, how many what kind of
Go
one
on,
is
Bad
that?
Boy, man. You know, prepared, bro? Weak. So who is Otto's Abot? Sabbath. Y'all talked to him before or no?
Who? Auto who? Where is he?
That doesn't sound familiar.
Right above Bad Boy, Otto Sabbath.
Above Bad Boy. I don't see him. There's AI above him.
Yeah, I don't see Otto Sabbath, Otto's Abot, Otto's Abot. Let me take a screenshot.
Maybe it's.
Nope, I don't see that.
Y'all don't see that?
No, it's gone.
Y'all must be tripping right now. Hold on.
Maybe it's lagging on your end. It didn't update.
No, it's right there. It's
I don't see him.
in between Bad Boy and AI.
No, I don't see him at all.
No.
Does he have a is that maybe a nickname? Does he have like a proper Discord name? That's
Let me
different.
click on him.
Maybe your Discord is
Otto's,
updating.
oh, Genuine.
Genuine.
Oh,
he's
that
Bill
was
Flatsy.
weird. Yo, let me put a screenshot in the chat because it was between AI and the other dude. That was weird.
Probably glitching or something there.
Discord, get your shit together.
Auto Sabot. Auto Sabot.
There you go. Proof in the chat right now because you know I'm a flat earther. And I have
Oh,
proof.
it probably took his auto name first, you see? Because we see Janoon below Flatsy, his name.
And when I clicked on him, it changed it to genuine or whatever.
Yeah. All right.
So it must not be genuine. It must be genuine, whatever. Anyway, he's not talking.
Calling him out. Come on.
Pussy.
Oh, we got damned. Who's damned?
Damned.
Damn the
I'll be
damned.
Dan.
Yes, what's up?
Hey, bro, what's good?
Yeah.
Hey, you sound
Well,
familiar.
how are you guys?
You been here before?
Yeah, I've been with you guys before.
Oh, okay. Well, give us a quick reaction. What do you think about the topic?
Flat Earth?
Yeah. Reaction. Go.
I believe in flat Earth because it says so.
Nah, you don't.
You believe in it. Mm-mm.
I believe
Says
He
in the
said,
Bible.
Quetzalcoatl, you must be 2% black. Said,
You can taste
So
it.
why do you believe it? Why do you believe it?
The Bible points to it being a firmament.
What about the reality part, though?
The reality.
Yeah, because the book could say anything it wants, but you have to go out and prove it, right? So what did you do outside?
What do you experience outside, man? Come on. He's like, which reality? He's stunned.
He's trolling. He's LARPing. He's a LARPer. Exposed.
Oh my
Easy.
Lord.
That took 30 seconds. Come on, Dan. You're not a real one. Be honest, bro.
He has a Matthew quote in his profile.
Why are you acting shy?
He can't be lying. Then
Hey,
why would he lie?
riveting stuff.
Man.
Is he gonna answer or no?
No, he acting shy, AI. He acting
dipped.
shy.
Maybe
Oh, he
DC.
left?
Maybe DC or
Oh,
something. I
my
don't know.
Lord. He left?
I'm gonna teach Mr. Creation Bear. Oh, hold on, never mind. Never mind.
Go ahead.
Teach him the
No,
old
I was just
ways.
going through Robot Zone. So SABOT is Sabo, not Sabbath. It refers
Okay.
to like a gun or a tank round or a cannon, they have certain size caliber bullets, whatever. But some of the calibers are smaller than the barrel, and so they require a carrier that carries it through the barrel and is then shot out to the side, right, via the force of the air, and then the projectile continues. Those petals that are shed are called sabots.
Okay.
Well, the whole contraption's called a sabot. Discarding sabot.
Okay, cool. I didn't know that. That's cool.
French?
Man, Uncle AI,
Yeah.
always with the knowledge.
Sounds French.
So part of the reason why they do that is because, for example, the United States uses depleted uranium sabot rounds. So it's a rod of depleted uranium that's shot out of a tank with a much bigger barrel than the size of the rod. And so the argument is, the smaller the rod, when it hits you, all that force is concentrated on a very small area of armor, and therefore is able to defeat that armor much easier than if it was wider, and it would just like slap it like, a retarded fat chick trying to hit you.
So it's force over area shit, right?
Yeah. And not only that, but depleted uranium is very, very dense and hard, much harder than other metals. And so when it hits, all that kinetic energy is created into heat, and it basically just melts right through the armor.
Also,
And
depleted
then,
uranium is
go ahead.
self-sharpening. It's
Yeah.
self-sharpening as you penetrate the armor. So it doesn't if you use other rounds, it'll mushroom out, when you start going through the armor. The depleted uranium just basically the rod kind of disintegrates, but it keeps a pointed edge, as it goes through the armor.
Yeah. Very interesting. Then, of course, you have the pressure change, and the molten metal and the shards and all that just explodes out the other side of the hole and just toasts everybody inside.
Yeah.
Quite a way to go.
And if you're in a Russian tank, the whole thing explodes.
Did you see that? There's this one video of I think it's a javelin, but I'm sure there's others where it hits a tank and the interior camel ring explodes and launches the turret like 1,000 feet into the air. Then it comes down and spears into the ground with the barrel.
Fucking great.
Oh, we still hear AI, man. We still listening, dog.
What's the word? I will say this though, when I did after I came into the concept of is the Earth flat or not, and I started looking back at things I've done in the Army, targeting ranges, equipment, enemy vehicle heights, it didn't add up. Did not add up. The range of the engagements to where you're supposed to be able to target things, if you assume a flat baseline, and then if there was an apex curve in between you and it, you wouldn't be able to engage. Doesn't make no sense. Now, of course, that's not an exact science. It's just anecdotal from my memory, and whatever it said in the tables. My favorite one is when they say artillery has to account for Coriolis, and I'm like, dude, you ever been a forward observer? You ever gone and looked at the things that talk about what you're supposed to do? The bracketing, the rounds, and the round variability is greater than any alleged compensation for Coriolis. So that's just a nonsense claim. I knew that like immediately as soon as they started claiming that. In other words, you wouldn't know, right? It's irrelevant, basically.
Y'all better put some respect on AI's name now.
So if I'm not mistaken, the self-sharpening property has a name. I was just going to ask Ariel if he knew what that was off the top of his head, so I don't have to look it up.
No, I don't know off the top of my head.
There's all these weird names for metal properties.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm just wondering if graphene would be a good alternative, or if that's not even in the right ballpark.
An alternative to depleted.
Yeah, or armor. Like if it has any practical use in either a projectile or armor.
Armor makes sense. But the issue with graphene is it's a single atom effect. We got to stack it somehow.
3D printer, bro.
Your substrate's probably going to be. Yeah, well, we're nowhere close to like printing at the atomic level. Like,
well, if a company ever comes on the stock exchange that can do that, you better freaking get some shares.
Yeah. Because like currently graphene's made on like a substrate, so you have some like backing to it, and like the backing is going to weigh a million times more. You could make a ton of like carbon nanotubes. That would be better. Or it's just graphene rolled into a tube.
And we are still live, ladies and gentlemen. We are still live.
Come on, don't be shy now.
I just read new evidence about dark.
Oh, good.
It's the unit.
Yeah, do you have some more fables?
Here, let me get the article.
Dark energy, man.
Darkometers.
Is chocolate dark energy?
Yeah. Fast. Idris Elba. It's also dark energy there.
What?
Idris Elba.
Don't know.
So they figured out it might be weakening.
I have mad respect for people being so interested in fairy tales.
So they're doing the largest survey of the galaxy the same way they did the largest survey of the Earth's surface, and that's why they're starting to find that the dark energy is weaker in some places. That galaxies are not as constant.
I just saw an article that said dark energy was crap.
Isn't that amazing, guys?
Cutting edge of research on the universe. It's like our most detailed map of the universe to date.
Is it filled out total?
They've already struck gold. The data that they didn't
Did they
expect for
fill
like
out the
10
maps
years,
or
20 years. It took them 5 years.
did they fill out the maps, sir?
New data.
Yes or no, sir? Does he have me muted? You're just being ignorant. Talon. Loser. I know he can hear me.
Loser.
Come on, dog. You're just gonna pretend like you can't hear me?
Hey, sorry, Creation. You were like shooting guns off in my ear. I couldn't hear you. I had to turn you down. What's up, Creation?
Shooting guns.
Yeah, it was all that. Like, I mean, you had like a matrix gun. You were loading all your weapons. Sorry. Big fight.
Okay.
Sorry, were you asking if I could hear you? Because I definitely couldn't.
So, is this map of the universe filled out totally, or they're still filling it out?
It's the largest map, so it's the most.
I didn't ask that. I'm just asking: is it filled out totally, or they're still filling it out?
Filling out? No, there's still more universe to study.
Okay,
What
great.
happens if you go to the edge?
Yeah, where's the edge?
Well, that's what they're studying right now. They thought for the longest time we thought it was dark energy was constantly expanding the universe, but now that we've got this new data from these new they took telescopes and they pointed, like I saw the contraption, it's like 5,000 little sensors that all pointed at galaxies, so they had a bearing on all these different, thousands of galaxies, so they can map the universe in 3 dimensions. I think it was on the New York Times article had the diagram of the sensor.
That's very interesting.
I'll show you. Yeah, tantalizing hint. I got it.
Yes, I believe the brand is Conjecture 5000.
I mean, you can see the picture.
That's not a real brand.
Bessie's focal plane. 5,000 robotic positioners coordinated all in sequence, so they don't bump into each other, and they're all looking at the universe.
Is that a picture of the galaxies?
Yeah, I'll show you
the front page.
Yeah, I think that's just a bunch of galaxies. But if it does this little animation, you guys can see the fiber optic detectors to do spectroscopy on 5,000 galaxies simultaneously, so they could all measure
because we have to look at 5,000 galaxies all at the same time to see how they're moving and where they are in relation to each other than us. Damn, look at that. Awesome. So many galaxies.
How do they know what those things are, though?
What things are what?
All these so-called galaxies.
Well, I mean, think about that. The thing that I have on the screen is 5,000 fiber optic detectors. So they're using spectroscopy to measure the light coming off of all the different galaxies that they have pointed at the sky.
So what are they finding out about the galaxies with detecting the light?
So we're measuring how fast the universe is expanding, and this is the most detailed accounting of the expansion. And they found that the dark energy is weak in some places; that it's not constant everywhere, or weakening, getting weaker.
Where is it expanding into?
Into the universe is expanding outward.
Outward where?
Away from us. In every direction. Everywhere. What are you talking about? It's the universe.
Okay. Do you think these things are abstract or concrete?
Concrete? I mean,
Okay.
they're not literally. I mean, yeah, like galaxies are made of actual matter, like concrete is. It's not like mixed up with cement and stuff, but gravity is just cement. If you know the difference between cement and concrete.
I mean, in this context, I meant as in, are these just merely concepts, or are these real tangible things? That's what I'm asking.
Oh yeah, that's totally tangible. All the different galaxies. That's why we got the 5,000 detectors. How many is it? Pretty sure it's 5,000.
Golly.
Yeah, 5,000 fiber optic detectors. And the Kitt Peak National Observatory.
So what is your point here? That we found out the universe is expanding?
Well, we've known that the universe is expanding. We just didn't know if it was constantly expanding in every direction or if it was variable. And they're catching the first, now that we just did our best survey of the galaxy itself, we're seeing that it is not constant. Sometimes dark energy is a little slow on the expanding. So just from that one tiny little sample, we've already found that dark energy can't handle its shit.
So wait, this debunks the Hubble constant?
No, I don't think it debunks it. It just opens up new data to refine it.
Dude, how is dark energy proven?
Oh, that's a question. They did it. They got the Nobel Prize in 2011. They basically figured it out then.
Oh, they didn't. That wasn't the question. Who got a Nobel Prize? The question was, yeah, exactly.
How do you prove dark energy? I mean, it's like the thing that's expanding the universe.
Oh, so if the universe is expanding, therefore dark energy.
Right. They just so we just got a fresh new dump of data from 5,000 fiber optic detectors on a brand new.
Sounds like a new big dump of affirming the consequent. That's what it sounds like to me.
Affirming the consequence got no evidence. These guys. I mean, I have the screen up with the detector itself on the screen right now.
What?
Doing the measurements.
Affirming the consequent isn't no evidence. What the
I'm just
heck?
assuming. I mean, you're just saying affirming.
No, it's.
So what do you think? What do you think I'm doing? How am I affirming the consequence in your eyes?
Dude, who said you were?
I mean, you did. You said that they are.
Right, and so then you said you.
Okay, well, I'm citing what they did. So are you saying that I'm affirming the consequent because they're the ones that did the measurements?
Well, they is him because we, humanity, you know?
Yeah, it's all the same information. It's the same data.
We discovered the science. AI.
They use this Desi's focal plane.
So I did it. Yay!
Well, they have this brand new measurement device to measure the cosmos. They measured 5,000. They surveyed the galaxy.
What's it measuring? What's it measuring?
Distance. Well, specifically as a measure of distance, the researchers used bumps in the cosmic distribution of galaxies, known as baryon acoustic oscillations. These bumps were imprinted on the cosmos by sound waves in the hot plasma that filled the universe when it was just 380,000 years old. Back then, the bumps were a 500,000 light years across. Now, 13.5 billion years later, the universe has expanded 1,000-fold, and the bumps, which are now 500 million light years across, serve as convenient cosmic measuring sticks.
Do you always fill your lack of reasoning and evidence with fancy technology?
No, they're just using fancy technology to get the measuring sticks needed to measure dark
Okay, so they're no. See, what you actually said was they're measuring a distribution of width in something. Okay, that didn't say anything about dark energy.
There are bumps in the cosmic distribution of galaxies known as baryon acoustic oscillations.
Right.
Mumbo jumbo.
Let's say they measure that, but that's not dark energy.
That's what. Well, what do you think is doing the expanding, my dude?
Holy, wow! So you start with affirming the consequent, you end with what else could it be? Wow, and then you win a Nobel Prize. Wow.
And then they shift the burden of evidence and everybody asking questions.
That is how you win a Nobel Prize. Is you prove something that is expanding.
Dude. No. See, if the galaxy is expanding at differential rates, that doesn't prove anything except it's expanding at differential rates. I could put anything into that thing, dude. I could say it's dark fairies for all that matters, and my proof is the differential expansion. And then I just put it in circular reasoning and affirming the consequent, and then I could just show up and get my Nobel Prize.
Well, these guys, for this instance, the scientists divided the past 11 billion years of cosmic history into 7 spans. So for each, they measured the size of the bumps and how fast the galaxies in them were speeding away from us and from each other. So when the researchers put it all together, they found that the usual assumption, a constant dark energy, didn't work to describe the expansion of the universe. Galaxies in the 3 most recent epochs appeared closer than they should have been, suggesting that dark energy could be evolving with time. And we do see, and I quote, and we do see indeed a hint that the properties of dark energy would not correspond to a constant.
Right, yeah, so eventually dark energy will be painting pictures and singing songs once it evolves to its maximum potential.
So it's not even evidence, it's just weak, it's just a weak deviation in what they expected to be constant. They expected the numbers to be constant when they got a better measurement, but now it turns out that there's a bunch of deviations in the measurement. So now they got to figure out what is really going on.
So what does Michio Kaku have to say about this new development?
I don't think he's involved. He's probably not involved in this study. These are new. These guys are way above this big grade. These guys are way smarter.
I know, but I was just curious what he'd have to say.
So they just need. They're going to get. So this is just This is just preliminary data. They're going to get more information moving forward. They're going to keep looking, and so they'll find once they get enough data, then they'll be able to make a better conclusion.
You mean a better assumption? Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, assumptions don't come after you get a bunch of the data, because that's like they're assuming now that they had already made an assumption that it was constant, and then they got more data, so now they don't assume that anymore. Do you see how that works? They made an assumption initially because so far everything we measured. So like when we looked through the pinhole, we could only see one constant, but then as soon as we opened up the pinhole and we got to see more of the universe, we are finding deviations. So now that we know that there's not a constant, we're not going to assume it anymore. Does that make sense?
But don't you acknowledge that merely observing something far away in the distance doesn't necessarily prove much other than your assumptions and declarations?
Well, because we already had a bunch of telescopes doing spectroscopy by themselves. We just didn't have 5,000 spectrometers all pointed at the same spot in the universe, all doing spectrometry at the same time. So that's why this
device and this information and this institute is just killing it right now in terms
Do you
of...
mind defining that word with T? You started with
Sorry.
like tetrostomy or whatever. Sorry if I'm butchering the pronunciation.
I'm sorry, which
How
one
do you,
did
how do you pronounce it? Like you're saying the light is doing 5,000 of something.
Expanding?
You said that we now have better technology in these telescopes, and they're doing this thing called what?
Oh, spectrometry, spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy. Okay, sorry, I didn't know how to pronounce it.
Spectroscopy.
Can you
Right.
explain what that is? I'm kind of.
So,
I don't know what it
in
is.
layman's terms, what they're doing is they're using spectroscopy to time how fast galaxies are expanding away from each other and away from us. So I'll show you the picture. So if you look at this right here, so if you look at my, so you can see like all the light traveling, 11 billion years. So they're looking at tons of different places on the galaxy because they're taking a survey of the entire universe.
Holy crap.
They're looking at
You can see the
5,000.
light travel 11 billion years?
So, yeah, when
11
you see
billion
little
years,
bumps, yeah, you see different. Yeah, exactly. So you're looking at the bumps in the oscillations of all the galaxies.
Buddy, 11 years.
The oscillations of their funding. That's what I'm looking at.
You're gonna post something or?
Oh, do you want me to post it? I'm streaming it right now, but I can post.
Oh, you're streaming it. Oh, fuck! I'm on my phone.
Oh yeah, I can put it in the chat. This is what I'm talking about. So they assumed that dark energy was constant, but now that we've done new study of the galaxy, because we're still doing new studies. So like we didn't stop just because Einstein said theory of relativity, and like we kept going. And so we've got brand new information on dark energy and dark matter and expansion of the universe, and the newest information, the preliminary data that we got shows that the universe is expanding.
I'll have to read through this, otherwise I can't really engage in the argument if I haven't read it. But I have to read the whole thing.
Why don't you tell us about the whole point of dark matter and dark energy in the first place? What did it even come about from?
What is dark energy and dark matter? That's really complicated.
No, why did it come about? That's the question.
Because there was something making the expanding. The universe was expanding, and we couldn't figure out why. And then we're like, and we realized that it was something that had gravity but no mass, and it didn't. And light had no effect on it, and so that's why they call it. That's where the dark part comes from. So they called it dark energy because light didn't have any issues, but.
The correct answer is it was expanding. It was expanding at a rate inconsistent with their beliefs about the universe, and so they had to come up with a filler to push it faster than it normally would have otherwise gone. And then they had to create something to counteract all the spins and all that nonsense by creating something that has more gravity than the available mass. So they needed a mulligan in 2 instances to patch their nonsense claims.
No, it's not a patch. It's a assumption.
No, it's a patch, bro.
Oh, okay. So what?
It's called the magic sauce. So when you don't have any money to pay back the loan shark, you just say, "Oh, I just have dark money. Here it is."
Well, no, we don't own a loan to the universe. We're just studying it.
No, you own a loan to the holes in your theories. That's what you own a loan to. And so when you have a hole, you plug it with something. And what's the better thing to plug it with than something that's unsubstantiated?
They just substantiated it with the 5,000 spectrometer.
No, they didn't, dude. They just did the same exact thing twice in a row. That's all.
No, it's the first time they ever did it. Brand new technology.
No, the same concept, dude. Holy moly.
What do you mean? They surveyed the galaxies, dude. They measured the speed that they were going. And the way that from our position and from each other. So they could see. This is not like assuming. They could just look at the galaxies in the distance.
Yeah. So why don't you tell us how they measure a galaxy speed?
Well, now they get to do another 5,000 galaxies, and they're going to do another 5,000 galaxies. They're going to
How
keep
did
doing it.
Determine, or actually, what is a galaxy now that you're talking about it?
Galaxy is a bunch of stars.
Oh, just a
Connected
bunch of
like
stars. Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of stars put together.
I thought it would be something more like dimensional
Like
or
we're in
something.
like a solar system is a bunch of planets around one star, and then a galaxy is a whole plethora of stars put together and all either revolving around shit. There's all kinds of different galaxies. Milky Way. We're in our galaxy is called the Milky Way. There's a thing called the well, can't remember it, Mauna Kea or something. There's a supercluster of galaxies. I can bring up the supercluster.
Mauna Kea? That's interesting.
Yeah, so galaxies is a bunch of stars, and then a supercluster is a bunch of galaxies in one little point in the universe, and then the universe is the actual entire fucking space that we live in. All of it.
All of this science is very interesting.
So interesting.
You mean all this pseudoscience is very interesting.
Uni means one.
Verse means...
Verse is just like, we're traversing, like we're going, like, verse means like movement, so we're in space, moving through the galaxy.
Can
moving
you guys hear
universe.
all the
We're
globe rules?
reversing through one space, time.
How does a globe breacher sound like?
Oh, globe lord, praise thee.
So verse comes from...
That's the globe. I can be a globe. You want me to globe preach? It's not Sunday. I'm sorry, it's not speculation Sunday. I can't preach the globe lord.
Bro, I have stopped listening like 20 minutes ago or something. I think it had something to do with dark matter, and since then I was just.
Can you debunk anything he said?
Debunk it?
He hasn't proved anything he said. What's the point of debunking it?
Yeah, I was about to say, you think I should like involve myself in vain imaginations and then play a game of debunking vain imaginations?
Well, supposedly these telescopes are performing the spectroscopy that is detecting light.
Listen to your own words. You just said supposedly.
Yeah, but it proved this. But we're proving scientists wrong. Like there's stuff that we thought we knew that we now know is wrong. So now we have to actually. So we're not going to cling to the thing that was wrong. Like we're not just going to be like, oh, but it's constant because we saw it was constant. And like now that we have new information, we're going to try to find out if it isn't constant. We're not going to be stuck on whether or not it's one or the other. We're just going to keep studying the universe to find out more.
Supposedly, I'm Batman.
But did they prove it was constant prior to this new discovery? Did they prove it?
They've only just now. This is only preliminary discoveries that they just caught.
Do you guys believe me?
With the new,
they haven't even proved. They haven't even proved it exists in principle, dude.
So let me put it this way. So they actually got this information 5 years ago, but then it takes 5 years to study it, and this is like the first day where they finally like did enough work to be like, yo, this is fucking different, like proving us wrong. So now all the times that we assumed that the dark energy was constant, and we've now got to change all our fucking equations. And anybody that was like doing math on anybody that had the dark energy constant in their math equations for the expansions of the universe now has to fucking redo all their math with a variable.
Profound.
Energy.
I bet you that'll help. I bet you that'll help
all their math.
humanity.
Yeah. So now check it. Now get this. Now people with a good math. So the people that had correct math based on how the universe worked, their math is about to fucking go bonkers, and it's gonna just start working, and it's gonna start functioning correctly because all they needed was information to prove that the dark energy was variable, and so now their math is gonna be fucking crazy. And then what's gonna happen is that
perfect.
So now we get to use that math, and we get to
for
find
the other guy.
that. Well, hold on, I'm not done yet, because now what we get to do is take math that now works with variable dark energy, and we get to now use that information that we got from the math to look for it in the universe, because we didn't know like what to look for without the math, and we couldn't do the math until we had evidence that dark energy is deviating. So now we get to use the math to take a more specific measurement of the universe to see if the new math works with.
Listen, you're making Johnson way too drunk. He's playing every time you say math.
He takes a shot of vodka and he's almost dead now. Please stop saying
Talk
math.
about,
Buddy, you're
I mean, we can
fucking
do
motor
mass.
mouth, man.
Yeah, we can do mass and apples if you want. I mean, that's everybody's
Well,
favorite.
dude, I just wanted to point out to the other dude who asked that's what they've proved. They've proved a filler in their math equations. That's about it.
That's just kind of how it
That's
works.
the
It's
thing.
not
Like they
exact,
use
though.
this word "prove" in a very ambiguous way because they say science is provisional, so it's ever changing. But if it's proven, then how does it change? You know?
Oh, it's yeah. So when I say proof, I'm using it in
You see what I'm saying?
colloquial phrase. I'm not using it in because there's no proof in science. It's only evidence. So if every time I say proof, I mean evidence.
Okay, so you're just using the word "proof" in a like
Yeah,
loose.
yeah. When I say proof, yeah, that's synonymous for evidence of.
But you see, there's a distinction between proof and evidence, right? We don't have to get into like or philosophy.
No, I get it. I get what you're
but-
saying, but I'm using it in the context of evidence, because science is like it's a given that when you're talking about proof for science and you're like proof of the galaxies, because even this deviation, because now they got to like peer review all this this idea that the dark energy is variable, and so it's going to either get shit on and proven wrong again, and they're going to get proven wrong, or more evidence to prove them more right.
Maybe it would help the dialogue if you would use the word evidence as opposed to using proof or proved.
Sure.
Yeah.
Evidence does provide.
The evidence provides. It's providential.
Yeah, provincial. I love that
Dude,
word.
I was impressed with how you could just keep going for that long. Dude, that was
A lot of
crazy.
information.
Oh yeah.
We almost had to close the room before it got way too personal.
I appreciate letting me finish because I was deliberate.
this is
About the
amazing,
you're about the gasm. We know.
You're about
No,
to
you guys
finish.
knew son. You guys did a great job at not interrupting my last 3 sentences. That was fantastic. That's 10 out of 10 modding.
Yeah.
Beautiful job. Thank you so much for letting me finish. No one
You
ever
should
lets
make
me.
like an audiobook for people who have problems with sleeping.
What?
Dude.
Oh. I'm gonna start ASMR streaming, yeah.
No, like just an audiobook where like listen to this and you will fall asleep in 5 minutes.
You wanna publish? You wanna be my publisher? You ready to invest? You believe in me?
Man.
I'll do it, man.
I'm just saying, man, you're very good at just, filling up.
My father was a teacher. My brother was a teacher. I have a very good teaching voice. Born with it.
I think you need to do an. I think you need to do an album. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just to say much love to him, but I'm very sorry for the story you're stuck in.
There's new information that they released today. I didn't make this up. They announced it.
It's okay, man. You won't get it. Other people get what I'm meaning.
I'm very well informed. I read a lot of news every day.
That's okay, man. I respect you. Okay, it's okay if you do that.
You read a lot of news every day? What kind of news?
Well, like news articles, science, politics, everything.
CNN?
Health. No, I mean like for major news when I just want to find out like the details of a story. But I don't watch CNN.
Oh, okay.
When the lying media posts some bullshit story, like you just had to Google it to find out the actual truth, right?
Right. Like I had 2 different blogs that were talking about the space stuff that I was talking about with the dark energy, because like space.com, and then like.
Would you say all of this, like galaxies and all this stuff you're explaining, is science?
Yes.
Okay.
Do
you think
astronomical, cosmological.
Cosmological and astronomical science?
I think you can like literally just point a telescope in the sky and see like a galaxy, can't you?
Is that
They do a
science?
fancy one. I love their fancy telescope. I want that to be like my
Is
animated
telescope
wallpaper.
science? Yeah, I think it is.
But you see, like when you say science in that way, it's like showing that you have some kind of paradigm. You're looking at things from a paradigm perspective.
Yeah, that's the Age of Enlightenment.
It's like you look at things and you call it science. That's not tangible. That's just a paradigm.
Yeah, that paradigm has been around since the Age of Enlightenment when we stopped just believing in fantasy and decided to believe in reason and evidence and
What are you getting at?
reality.
Like I'm saying, it's like you say you look at a telescope, you look at the sky, and that's science. That's not tangible, concrete experimentation.
Wrong. That's observation.
Yeah, that's
like
one of
you can
the.
literally touch a telescope. What do you mean?
Yeah.
you have no idea what I'm talking about?
Do you not know what a telescope is?
I think
It's just
I think you're trying to
stars.
get at like that. You're saying that there's like some sort of epistemological way of looking at it, right? But
Yes,
we're
exactly.
dumbfounded because I just pointed out to you that telescopes are like literal, actual things that you could buy in a store and you can touch them with your hand. So when you say that it's non-tangible,
from your epistemological
Holy crap,
point of view,
Holmes.
you're saying that you can look at things in the sky or whatever and say that's science. That's not that's paradigm. That's like a
Can we just pause
Wait,
for a
what do you think- wait a
second?
minute. What do you think?
Hold on, friend. Hold on, friend. We just got to recognize that this kid is talking about what you see through the telescope, and the other kid is saying, "Oh, what are you saying? A telescope itself isn't tangible?" Good grief, Holmes.
Yeah, I mean the observation, obviously. Yeah.
well, the observation is materialistic as well, is it not?
Okay, but it's not science. It's just one step of science.
Sure.
Science.
No.
Science is a series of steps.
Science is
I mean,
like
I think you're being
it's a
like
whole.
too pedantic. Like of
No,
course,
science is
there's
like
more,
a process.
just like looking.
One
Yeah,
step, but each step, but every step of science is still science. So you just contradicted yourself.
No.
And part of the process in astronomy specifically is to look at things with telescopes, right?
All day long, every day.
I guess you could say in a way that observation is science in a way that it's part of it. But I wouldn't say it's by definition science. It's more like part of science.
I mean, it sounds like you're just disagreeing to be disagreeable because, like, it sounds like you come around and
No, because
now we agree.
if you look at a galaxy, you can't really experiment with that. You can just kind of look at it. So
You know, the entire.
I
wait a
mean, we
minute.
could
But the
we
entire.
could experiment about where we might expect galaxies to be, right?
No, wait a minute. The entire science of looking at the stars is called astronomy, and that is entirely based on looking at the sky. That's all it is. The entire astronomy is entirely that.
why don't you just call it observation? Why do you call it science?
That was literally the first word I used, and we've come full circle. You just didn't hear me at the beginning.
So
and you've
is
now
it science or
conceded.
is it observation?
Science? Oh wait, excuse me. I'm sorry. What? Like,
If you look at I don't know, you look at Saturn and you observe things about Saturn, is that science or observation?
it is scientific observation. That's a false dichotomy. It's both.
Okay.
You're doing.
What's
the
your
science.
definition of science?
Wait, Vasquez. I mean, I'm sorry. Is this like a language barrier situation? Like when you're doing the science?
No,
like,
I'm.
the observing. Wait a minute. No. Observing is the science. That's is.
Because he just
is
asked you what your
observing
definition is, and then you came back with that.
science.
So it sounds like there is a language barrier for you.
Yeah, it could be
So
a
he
language barrier.
understands?
English is not my first language, but I'm just saying.
No, not for you, for him. He doesn't understand what a definition is, I guess. Want to try again?
What do you think
Or what-
scientific observation is?
Well, he asked you what you're defining science as. So let's just go from there.
Yeah, like the study of the sky by observing it.
Sorry, that
The
was too funny.
definition of science?
I'm sorry, that was
What is
hilarious.
here?
Okay, so is it? I mean, is it because it's so easy that you should have got it immediately, like 20 minutes ago, or what do you
Is
The
that
mean?
definition of,
definition?
wait, let me
What's the dispute? What's the
let's
dispute?
clarify here. Sorry, your definition of science is looking at the sky.
Yep.
He said the study of the sky. That's how he defined science.
How-
Or study,
else-
sorry,
I think
I
he
Yeah.
misquoted you. Study of the sky.
That's what he
But-
said.
And
Yeah.
how else? And how? So how would you study the? How would you study the sky, Vescat? Say it. Say the words.
Wait, let's
So
stick
again,
with
I
your
asked if you could
definition.
cite that definition. This is going
Yeah,
nowhere
doesn't wanna say
fast,
it.
but this is what always happens.
He doesn't want
with
to
this
say
guy.
it.
Yeah, do you have
should
any
say
kind
the
of reference to your definition?
Yikes, dude. The dictionary.
Okay, well, bring it up for us, please.
Yeah.
Or yeah, I could look it up. Well,
Please,
let's see.
Vescat.
On this topic, Larry sent me a PDF yesterday about like what science is. Do you want me to read it to you guys?
Has
Sure,
Vescat,
go
I
ahead.
just want to know if Vescat has figured out.
Forget it, Talon. We're going to go ahead with someone else. This is ridiculous.
I can read the Oxford languages definition if you want, but it's kind of long. I guess he was muted, so.
The Earth is definitely not a spinning ball.
I'd rather give the floor to Parsifal, to be honest, than that. That's just absurd.
Okay, Parsifal, you said you had a
Nature of
definition.
science and the scientific method. This was sent to me by one of you guys yesterday. What is science? Science is the methodical approach to studying the natural world. Science asks basic questions such as how does the world work? How did the world come to be? What was the world like in the past? And what is it now? And what will it be like in the future? These questions are answered using observation, testing, and interpretation through logic. Most scientists would not say that science leads to an understanding of the truth. Science is a determination of what is most likely to be correct at the current time with the evidence at our disposal. Scientific explanations can be inferred from confirmable data only, and observations and experiments must be reproducible and verifiable by other individuals. In other words, good science is based on information that can be measured or seen and verified by other scientists.
Okay. So in astronomy, what testable experimentations can you do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm dumbfounded how you think that it couldn't be, right? Like you could point a telescope at a specific point in the place in the sky, and then you could take a photograph. You can make some prediction about what might be there, like the composition, right? Other people could point it at the same place and they could confirm that data. How can you?
But does this go outside of the boundaries of observation?
Yeah, I mean, when you're making predictions about what you think the composition of the universe is going to be, you're using that logic, as I read.
Logic, okay. But do we have experimentation, testable experimentation?
Yes, there have been experiments. There have been tests. Gravitational lensing was confirmed. One like on a particular day, like some planet went behind something, and this and that and the other thing.
Okay, I can read your definition of experimentation. The process of performing scientific procedure, especially in a laboratory, to determine something. Do you think you can do that in astronomy?
I mean, are you getting hung up about like laboratory?
No, I'm saying what I'm trying to get at is that you're not having any tangible way of confirming, which is a word that you use in your definition there. What you're looking at. So
I mean,
that's the bottom line here.
That sounds like philosophical. Like you're looking at the thing. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like
yes, but you don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe somebody else can help me here. I tried to.
Well, I think it's important that we differentiate that we're not trying to figure out a what is question. Science deals with how and why, not with what is. So the best we can do in astronomy is give names to things that we see. That's astronaming, astronomy. So we look up and we say star. Some of them have a pattern to them. We call them planets, wandering stars that kind of follow a wandering pattern. And then we have sun and moon. That's the best that we can do because ain't nobody touched any of them. So that's not science. Astronomy is not science.
Because we can't touch stars?
Yeah, all you can do is tell me that it's a star. You couldn't tell me anything about it outside of that other than the fact that it twinkles at night.
I mean, we can tell you the size, we can tell you the temperature, we can tell you chemical.
Okay, how big is it and what's the temperature of that particular star?
What particular star?
Whichever one you want to use, buddy.
So if I were to tell you that the Earth is 93 million miles away from the sun, like you're gonna say, "Oh, that's just."
You'd have to prove that. You'd have to prove that,
proven, right?
Okay, how did you do that?
I'm guessing because I'm not an astronomer myself, but what they did is they took.
Oh, you were guessing, so you don't know if that was done.
I mean, you can Google it, homie. Like, why are you on Discord when you could?
And how was that determined?
How was that determined? This is your claim.
My best guess is that they take pictures of the sky at different times of the year, right? And then that slight difference, in astronomical scales, sort of gives you an idea of how far away the sun is.
So pictures tell you how far away the sun is.
And geometry, right? Like the logic.
What the heck?
Pictures and geometry
How
and
the heck
logic.
do
Go
that?
ahead and show me how this is done.
Makes theory.
Pictures and logic and geometry, and that tells us how far away the sun is. Could you get this for me?
Wait, you know that the distance to the sun was discovered prior to cameras existing, right?
I'm not that familiar with it. Okay.
Okay, but that's the case.
I would say that cameras have bolstered our understanding of astronomy, right? Like,
okay, I'm just
bolstered.
saying that was the first thing you mentioned was cameras. I'm just saying the distance of the sun has changed over the years, and prior to cameras existing.
I mean, if you
we
want
also
to
knew.
disagree with me on that, you have a different number for the distance to the sun. Like, we could talk.
We make no claims.
Of course,
We make no claims. You made the claim. No. That has nothing to do with that. You made a claim. I need you to support your claim.
Okay.
You got to go look that up and figure it out. No problem. We're
There
here
it is.
24/7.
It's right there in the side chat.
Okay.
My search string was evidence for distance to the sun.
Okay. What does it say? I'm cooking chicken right now, so I can't grab my phone.
Dude, don't be just Googling evidence for my claim and then just sending the link to it, dude. It's so lame.
I mean, if
Why
you can like talk about what you've posted, sure. But we can read the whole article, I guess. But
Yeah, go ahead.
it's kinda long.
No, friend. How about you go read it and then you know how to support your claim?
How did we get here?
How we got
You
here
make
is
a
you made a claim, you're asked to substantiate it, and your response is just to Google. Give us a Google link.
Sure, because what's wrong with that?
Everything,
You guys do Google
Holmes.
links all the time, right?
I mean, there's nothing wrong with linking something, but you should be able to express what you're linking in some way.
Yeah, but I it sounds to me like you guys are debating in bad faith, right? Like you guys are moving the goalposts, right? Because we were talking about
Listen,
whether
kid.
interrupting me. Where did we start? We started with
Dude, you shut your mouth. Shut it.
Observation.
Shut it.
Now you're like, oh, prove that the
All right, get shut.
You gotta get muted,
There you
dude.
go. Listen up, kid. You made a claim. You were asked to express the validation for that claim. You gave nothing as an answer, and then you just linked something random, dude. That's bad faith. Asking you to back your claim is not bad faith. So don't be accusing us of bad faith. So unmute your mic. Hopefully, you'll recognize that you're the one acting inappropriately. If not, I guess we'll see what happens. Go ahead.
Yep.
My claim is that photographs of the sky are empirical observation, and I don't want you guys to move the goalpost.
Photographs of the sky are observations. Okay. So what?
So then you conceded.
No, the point
No,
that
he didn't.
Tez who was making was that you're saying that astronomy is like a science in itself.
Yeah,
Which
so,
goes
I
against
read
the
the
definition of
description of science. So what part of that do you feel does not align with astronomy?
Because astronomy is
well,
only... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, are we dealing with cause and effect, or are you just naming things that you see? Because I asked you about, we're going to do this full circle again if we're not careful.
There was no mention of cause and effect in the paragraph that I read to you guys.
So there's no cause and effect. So you're just talking about geometry then. You're talking about maybe distances to the sun. So that has nothing to do with science.
No, listen, here's the quote right here. These questions are answered using observation, testing, and interpretation through logic.
Okay.
So no science.
Science is all of them combined.
Could you
So
post
what testing have you done?
definition?
So
Could you post the definition?
when you look
Julie?
through a telescope, you're testing what is out there.
Maybe we should look up the definition of testing, because looking through a
Maybe.
telescope sounds like looking through a telescope. Doesn't sound like a test at all.
I mean, you guys, do you not like test? Do you not say that you have evidence that there's a flat Earth by?
If you
looking
have a
through
math
telescope?
test, do you actually have to take the test, or can you just look
do
at
you
it?
guys like literally say like, okay, at this point when I look at this direction, I
Yeah.
should be able to see this building, and I don't, and that's the test, and therefore the Earth is flat. Like I've heard you.
No, we didn't do that. No, it's not a
observation.
scientific test. It's just an
Yeah.
observation.
I would never said that.
Well, I would give you guys that. Like I think that it would be a scientific.
I'm
test
outside
when
right
you
now.
go look.
I'm looking at a mountain right now, and I can see it. I live about 3 blocks from the base of this mountain. Am I doing science? I can see it.
Yeah, you're testing the
I know.
mountain, dude.
Yeah, you're testing whether you can see the mountain from your vantage point. Like we've done this before.
Well, that's a cause and effect. That's a cause and effect. I just look, I see it. I'm not doing anything. I just see it. It's just an observation. No science involved. Science is a method. That's what's happened to this whole thing, is that the scientific method has been bastardized and completely removed. And people think that you can do science without following the method. And that's why we've got a heliocentric system that is just utter crap. And you guys all believe in it because the scientific
Well, how
method has been
so?
bastardized.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be tested in math in school, for example, you have to actually take the test, tangible. You can't just look at it. Nothing is being tested. If you just look at it.
Look at it. Would you just look at it?
For you to be tested, you have to actually take the test. You can't just look at it.
Look at it. Would you just look at it?
At Bassmaster.
Do you hear that guy?
Would you just look at it?
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that sunset.
Oh, just look at it.
Yeah.
I can see clearly now.
Yeah.
Couldn't talk.
So do you guys have any predictions that arise from your flat
About
Earth model?
what flat Earth model?
Model.
Or you guys
Golly.
don't have a model because you're not scientists?
No, I don't need a
Is there a
model.
globe
I have
model?
reality, sir. Models are not reality.
Wait, yeah,
Kinda,
let's,
Get
could
this?
you post the globe Earth model in the chat? Parcel?
I would just tell you guys to go look at the physics Wikipedia page.
I question: when in your life have you used the globe Earth model to do a basic thing you do in life? You know, like when is it common handy to have the heliocentric model, the globe Earth model at hand? Let's say you have like a spherical model on your table. Whenever was it suitable to use in a daily life of yours, or daily, not daily life, golly, in a daily day circumstance? When did you apply the heliocentric model?
When I walk around in the forest and hike, I actually carry around a little globe in my pocket to navigate. It helps.
Oh, really? yeah.
And it's funny that you mentioned that because I'm assuming you carry a cell phone, right?
Golly.
And that, yeah.
I definitely believe you guys.
I wonder how cell phones work.
So the good thing is, right?
Holy crap.
I don't need a model.
Holy crap. Clay, don't let that go unnoticed. This sucker is about to say, I wonder how cell phones work, and attempt to say that they can only work on a globe. Holy crap. Let's all witness this train wreck.
I predicted something to do with Google Maps, right? Or Google Earth.
Golly. Every map is flat, bro. Every map. Every single map
So you guys have seen my GIF about the flight city pairs, right?
Yeah, before you go on, though, let's just bring that back where someone says Google Earth, right? Google Earth, when you zoom out to the Earth scale, is a render. It's no longer a map. It's literally a cartoon.
Do you think you could navigate with the blue marble?
I mean,
Oh,
I think pilots do this all the time,
oh,
but
please.
I
Oh,
would like you to tell me which of the city pair distances do you disagree with?
pilots have a globe on their.
derived from the flat Earth elevation
We have
angles to the
computers,
Earth and
and
the Sun.
computers they model the Earth according to a globe.
Yeah, definitely. I'm simulating a flight right now in an aircraft, an A300-600, constructed, created in 1983, having an inertial flight reference system, and it was created in a time when not even GPS was around. And this thing is definitely not flying on a grid system based on a ball Earth, man. Neither does it account or calculate with its integrated, very old CPUs for a curved surface.
So I imagine that there's people that fly from Paris to Buenos Aires quite regularly, right?
Yeah.
So when they apportion the amount of fuel that they're going to need, would you say that they use the globe Earth model in their daily practice, or?
Well, show me one flight that is completely tracked, where we can see the whole flight route that, according to you, only works on the globe. Have fun finding that, because as far as I have checked, is almost every flight is just an over the vast ocean is just an what is it called? A rough calculation based on the last transmitted frequency that was given until the contact is lost, and then at some point it is reestablished again. But the reroute is not tracked anymore.
Okay.
That's why.
So which of these city pair distances do you feel is incorrect?
What?
In the GIF that I posted in the side chat, there's a bunch of city pairs and the distances. Which of those do you feel is incorrect?
What do they have to do with the Earth being curved?
It's literally a globe on arc lengths on the globe, and the reason the distances are the way they are is because
so you can show me that there's drop over distance.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
It's in the picture.
No, in reality.
So there are arc lengths on a picture.
So flights happen in reality, right?
In the air, yeah.
It's raising.
Okay, so there are distances between city pairs, and we all agree on them, or no?
So we're talking about linear distances, one place to another.
I wouldn't say linear.
Well, hold on. Is your graphic represent direct flights?
Yes.
Well, that was a hesitant yes, bro. So why don't you corroborate that with the evidence of the direct flights? Dude, are those actual flight routes, or are they just lines between cities and alleged distance?
Well, I mean, okay, maybe they're like, maybe you can actually fly from those cities. I think you can, but
Well, dude, just 5 seconds ago you said yeah.
You're breaking up.
Well, I'm entertaining your argument, right?
Yeah, you're breaking up.
So I think you're onto something, right? Like you're saying, okay, like maybe this city and this city, nobody actually flies that distance, right? And so maybe that distance is wrong. And so I'm giving you the floor now to tell me, like, okay, what distance do you think it actually is then?
But couldn't you just like take this spherical thing and then just flatten it out with the same distances?
No, you guys are missing the magic trick. We're missing the magic trick.
Buddy, what's your...
So
He's saying that just because the flights exist and people are flying them, that the distances are verified. Can you verify the distance from?
No, I'm not saying that they're verified, right? I'm assuming that they're verified.
So this is not verifiable proof then. How about, so this is about trust. This is about your faith.
No. I'm saying that this is the argument that these are the distances. Therefore, the Earth is curved, right? So if it's not
verify the distances for me.
Just give me a finish. Just give me a minute. If they're not curved,
no, I'm going to end your argument by asking you to verify the distances.
I'm asking you the same thing. Okay, if they're wrong, tell me which one.
No, it's your proof. See, this is a positive claim. I need you to verify the claim.
I'm giving you the opportunity to falsify the globe Earth model, and you can't do it.
How would I falsify a distance that you're claiming without backing it up and without verifying it? You're just saying, trust me, bro.
To be fair, how would you...
Right? All you got to do is just give me a different number.
If we Google the distance from like Paris to Buenos Aires, we can assume that distance is correct. We don't have to like be pedantic about that, right?
Why can we assume that?
Right? Wait. We're talking about flight distances here. We're not talking about taking a little roller wheel across the dirt in a straight line to see if we're actually dealing with the distance that we are. This is about flights. All bets are off when it comes to flights and distances.
Bruh. You can do it with
what do you mean?
by stuff as well.
Why is it different?
Between a flight different distance and a roller distance.
Do you think an airplane flies in a straight line from like New York to Paris?
Like kind of, yeah.
No, that's not how it works.
Like if it's a non-stop flight.
Listen. There's so-called airways. There's so-called intersections. There's so-called longitude and latitude lines, which is based on. It's a grid system, and it's kind of like a highway in the sky. And that's what these computers that you have talked about are going to execute if a flight plan is loaded into them. And it's just a grid system, like lines that the plane flies on. But there is no such route that is a direct straight line from A to B.
That sounds like just some schizo bullshit that you just pulled out of your ass.
No, I'm an aviation geek, man. My hobby is flying. My hobby is flying aircrafts in a simulator. Highly
so check this out. Right. So this is well known, right? Aircraft fly in approved corridors and lanes. They don't just take off and go straight to where they want to go. That's not how it works.
The corridors aren't like along the same paths as these as in this diagram here.
No.
Dude, why don't you go validate a flight route along this alleged path you're claiming and validate the distance, and then come back and ask the homeboy who asked you to validate it if that is sufficient, right? Before you ask him to falsify your claim you have validated.
Stupid.
The thing is, I have even had a talk to last time I talked with a pilot. It was about certain flight corridors. For example, if you have a crossover flight to China from the US, which some cargo airplanes do, or some cargo companies do, there's a lot of airspace you need to avoid because China has a lot of military airspace that they don't want to have any commercial aircraft to be entered. So they will do a big line around it.
Yeah. There's militarized zones where you're not allowed to fly. Like in the 80s, like the Soviet Union like made problems famously, right? But the Earth is really big, right? And when you're flying over the ocean, that's kind of just international waters. They're going to more or less fly in straight lines, are they not?
No. Oh, golly, man, there is no direct.
You're making
line.
it like you make it out like they're going like many percentage ways.
Yeah, I'm gonna stream.
Distance.
I'm gonna stream a program. I'm gonna show you.
I'll tell you. Hold on. Before you go on, I'll just tell you my experience on a flight. Right, we went overseas, over the ocean, but we actually flew above land the majority of the time. How's that possible?
Really?
I'll tell you how. Because we went north, then we went east, and then we went south. Right, to follow the northern coast of the United States, up into Canada, over the other way. So we didn't just shoot straight across the ocean.
So do you see these lines right here? This is the US over here, right? And these lines are all routes, the potential routes you can take. And right here where they end, it goes over the big pond, over to, if you want to cross to Europe, right? And you see how these lines end, because from this point there's no longer airwaves that you use. And this is for example, this is a name for an airway. This would be November 267 Alpha, which ends at the intersection right here, which is 300 Papa Yankee. And from there on, it's just gonna be the inertial flight reference system based on coordinates of this grid system that you see, which they're gonna cross the pond. That's why they need to keep on have radar contact, because the radar themselves don't have the aircraft anymore. So it's gonna be a rough estimate to where their position is, even though in real time the ground radar is not seeing the aircraft. That's why the pilots need to keep giving them information regarding that inertial flight reference data and so
Clay,
forth.
let me ask you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so check this out, Clay. So when I was going on this flight, okay, this was a Lufthansa, a large. I can't remember the plane, but it's one of the biggest planes they have, because we were taking our entire unit, right? We chartered it. So it was only for us, no other passengers. We don't need to pick nobody up. No commercial reason to not fly a direct route. But we went up and over and down. We didn't go straight over.
Stupid.
So we left. Okay, we left Hunter Army Airfield, and we arrived in Kuwait. Right? Did we go straight across the ocean? No. We went up the Canadian coast, over that little connection, where it's a jump between the continents, and then down again. Why? Who knows? Maybe they just wanted to take a big, long way around. I don't freaking know. Maybe it's because they wanted to fly over land in case the plane crashes. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, the point is, what I'm trying to say with all of this is, there is no such thing as the pilot can do anything freely. Everything is like a spider web, and the pilot is required to follow their flight plan. They cannot divert from these preset spider webs or preset airwaves, intersections, and so forth, right?
Yeah, so in other words, where's the validation of these flight routes and distances that you're alleging is the graphic representation corresponding to? That would be great. How about that?
And if I'm gonna let me show you one more thing. If I'm gonna now use a globe projection, right here, 1 second, where was it again? Settings, globe. And now I show you my current flight plan that I'm doing. Can you see how everything distorts as soon as I zoom out? You see how my route is distorting? So this is a flat base grid system, and then I'm zooming out, and as soon as you see the spherical thing, the whole route is curving differently. And I mean, this is just a very short route. This is just a 2-hour flight that I'm doing right now from Romania to Italy. But you see the distortion effect, right? And you see it with all the other spiderweb lines, which means it's kind of weird. What is the real reality? What is the real representation? Is it the flat grid system, the straight lines, or is it this distortion that is occurring as soon as I use a globe projection?
What's that big, thick purple line?
That is my flight route that I'm currently doing.
Okay, so it looks like it's pretty close to like the shortest distance, right?
I'm just trying to show you the distortion.
We kind of need to do a big one. Like do
So
like,
it's not the shortest
do
path.
Paris and Buenos Aires, like in my GIF.
Yeah, this is a very short flight. This is just 2 hours. It's just an example I want to give.
Can you do a longer one?
Sure, I can do that. But right now, I'm on a final approach, not on final approach. I'm on descent, and I need to focus back onto my flight. So I
Are you
can
supposed
do
to be
that.
doing? You're supposed to be flying the plane.
Yeah, I'm flying right now.
How's the weather up there?
Gotta put in my destination.
You can't just like quick save it.
Well, no, that's not what I like to do. So I mean, I can show you some stuff. Okay, so what you also get as a pilot is so-called approach charts, which is I'm going to land in Malpensa, Italy, and I'm landing with on ILS Zulu 35 left. The ILS frequency is going to be 10901 with a course of 346. And the thing is, there's a decision height, which is, at this case, airport elevation is going to be 746. We can already put in the airport elevation, which goes into this thing right here.
What's 9 plus 10?
All right.
21? You stupid.
So the maximum decision height would be 796 feet, which means that this is where the pilot will decide to either continue the approach and land the aircraft, or abort the approach and do a turnaround. So I'm going to put in the decision height, which the chart says is 296, so I can put in 800 as decision height. This is very important depending on weather. This is okay. So 795 for the maximum decision height on final approach. You're gonna land with flap settings of 30 to 40. And let's go to, sorry. Wait, what was the page again? Okay. I'm gonna do a full flap landing. Let's go to 10,000 and hold. Probably gonna do a direct, so don't need to do the full, right, this full circle right here. What is so beautiful about this aircraft is, even though it's so old,